Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Monday Sound Stream post Super Bowl edition. As in, I didn't watch the Super Bowl; I watched two Paddington movies instead, and I had a much better time. How's it
Same
going,
thing.
everybody?
I mean,
Welcome.
The Eagles won. I heard fireworks last night. So it's the classic case of Eagles win, Philadelphia burns down.
Yeah, I saw there
Yeah.
was a video like a light pole getting ripped out of the ground, and I was like, "That's intense."
We have an
Um,
incredible. Well, yeah, we have an incredible Hulk in the midst in our
yeah,
village.
we have a stacked panel of awesome co-hosts today. We've got Ryan. Say hi, Ryan.
Hello.
We got Jerry. Say hi, Jerry.
Hi, Jerry.
And then we got Wheels. Say something.
Yes.
Yes. If you guys can't hear anybody on our panel at any point, please let me know because audio is a forever, constantly adjusting situation. So I appreciate you guys letting me know. As the corner box says, no Boom Boonger spoilers. I haven't seen the finale yet, so I haven't seen the finale yet. So don't spoil it because I was watching Paddington yesterday, and not Boom Boonger. Also, this is just a thing.
Wait,
You
wait,
guys.
wait. Master it says Masterman says Ryan. Oh, he's talking about the Philly thing. I thought he couldn't hear us for
Oh,
me for a
yeah,
second.
yeah. Yeah, you can still hear him, right? Ryan's still
I
alive
think
from the Philly thing, yeah. But
that's Vicky sure because when it comes to, cause I had to keep the machine mute or else I'm gonna hear double.
yeah. All right, so you guys are really good at catching just it's you all in general, really good at catching my mistakes. Y'all slipping. Look, I did not realize this until today. I have been labeling all the streams this year as 2024 and no one mentioned it. In the
You time
thumbnails and in the titles, I have been putting the wrong year the entire year and no one has said anything.
You've been time traveling.
It's because I was just using the same template. I didn't bother to change the year, and then I also realized I was doing that for this as well. I have updated the dates. I'm not going to remake all the thumbnails because it's just kind of funny now. But I didn't notice this until today.
Maybe you're like in Fantastic Wartime. You're just in a different time period.
I might be. I also last week's stream I called 2524 on the thumbnails. I was just completely off. I fixed that one. But yeah, I fixed this all up, but I just had to screen cap this and be like, nobody noticed this whole year. Blade Raider, exactly. This is the new version of putting the wrong year on the check. We
or
don't
maybe,
have checks anymore.
or
We just
maybe.
have live
Well,
stream.
this year's been so bad so far. We want to go back to last year.
I think that's why I didn't notice. Also, I'm still in rundown mode, so everything's still 2024 for me.
Oh, I tell you, that slipped me up a bit. I think not for I think I actually wrote 2024 in on some of the documentation in my accent
Oh yeah,
and stuff like that. It's like it says like we go like, oh yeah, no, we're in 2025, right?
we are. All right. Now with that said, let's. Oh, one other thing. The 16th anniversary of the channel was on Saturday, so we were in year 16, or are we in year 17? Is that how that works now? Anyways, the point is it's been 16
If I had time, I
years.
would make it more. If I had time, I would make an evergreen intro to streams. But like, I don't know, just put like a sticky note over the five. And put
We'll just update it later. Nobody noticed the wrong year for 5 streams. I don't think anybody's gonna notice the 15 on the intro at this point. Anyways, yeah, so we're officially at 16 years of me doing this. So here's to 16 more. We shall see what will be. Oh yeah, Muteki says sound out like Toei, made updates. I guess I did.
What was that? Wasn't there like a thing with Zenkaiser Decade and Gokai Red where
Decade
Decade
slapped a 46
yeah,
on Zenkaiser's forehead. Yeah.
yeah.
Yep. Oh, Blade Raider said, before getting too far into it, I just want to say I got back to watching V3 recently, got to the incredibly dangerous bike stunts episode mentioned a few weeks ago. It did not disappoint. I tell you, that show had no safety restrictions and everybody was in horrible danger, but my god, it made some good TV. I mean this complimentary. Nobody was safe. Let's give a rundown to everybody in our chat that's here so far.
Welcome Blade Raider, Forever One, Jamie Carr, Kaiju 1954, Common Rider 64, LPH, Masterman, Arrowverse, Mategi, Spider-Man, Brian, Zeltrax. Okay, everybody. Wait, who's the new friend behind you? I just realized him.
Okay, I was waiting for somebody to notice our new friend. Let's see if we can unlock secret memories in Kaus's brain, because I don't know if he'll know. But
what?
does Kaus know who this friend is?
I wait for the
Wait for it to catch up.
Yeah, the catch up.
I should stop covering his logo here. It kind of helps.
Oh, that looks familiar, but I don't remember. I definitely know the logo.
It's Beppo from One Piece.
Okay.
It's Law's first mate.
Oh, okay.
So the funny story with Beppo here, I was on Sarugia, and I was like, I really want a plush of Beppo, right? And so I was like, oh, let me find a plush of Beppo, and he was like $14, and he looked kind of like a small, like, Crane Game plush.
He looks like a one of those Squishmallow things.
Yes, and so I thought he was like a small, like 4 or 5 inch tall plush, not a 14-inch tall one.
Yeah, he's a pillow.
But he was $14 and he's shipped free, and he's absolutely massive. But then it kind of worked out because he's about the same size as Trafalgar Chopper back there. So like they're crime buddies now. But that's how I got Beppo. I also got this statue. Actually, hold on, let me see if I can do this without dropping everything. I got a Bam Presto statue of Nico Robin that I just knocked the sword off in her film Red appearance, where she's got the long pirate coat and the bandana look to her.
I actually really like this look for Robin a lot.
Yeah, I really think this is like one of her best looks.
It reminds me of her pre-time skip design a lot. With the whole black look, which I really like.
Yeah, black leather brings back Water 7 memories. Yeah, I mean, this is like, it's one of those looks we're never going to get as a Figuart or anything, so I was like, I should get the Bam Presto statue. So I got that, and I got Beppo, and I got a couple Chemi cards. And and then it like showed up in this gigantic box, and I was like, how big was Beppo? So I didn't realize he was huge. Because he was so cheap, I thought like a plush that big would be more expensive.
Speaking of One Piece, because I was looking up stuff because currently I'm kind of in a Switch collection mode right now because we're kind of like I've been posting on my Blue Sky and I mentioned it on the Discord because we're starting to sort of lull right now with toy collecting because we're in like a sort of the transition phase for a lot of toy lines and I'm just waiting for pre-orders. I've been and especially with the Switch 2 coming, I've been like documenting on like remaining first party Nintendo Switch games I've been needing, and so I've been like just looking at a bunch of Nintendo stuff recently. And do you know about the Nintendo costume for the One Piece cast for one of the 3DS exclusive games?
No, I didn't know this.
So there was a 3DS game for One Piece, which I think was like a platform fighting of that came out 2014, which was one of the first games that had amiibo support.
Oh my god, I just found the amiibo wiki support page for it.
Yeah, here and each character, all of the Straw Hats have costumes based on Nintendo characters. When you scan them in, I put in the stream chat. You want to see them, and they're all great.
Okay, I need to see this. I think that's funny because I didn't know anything. I didn't know about that. Oh my god, Zoro is Link again? I just read a chapter where Oda drew like all the characters as like video game characters, and he drew Zoro as Link. Chat gets to see it now. There we go.
Mateki, you asked a question. I'm a little A and B. I want to collect mostly physical, but there's some games that I don't think I can easily find.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Physical. I'm going to as much as like many used game stores as I can, but there's some games that I sadly just think there isn't just enough print copies of where I can get physically.
Welcome Crossy Hossie and AR and Logic Blaster. Welcome. Yeah, it's funny because I'm looking at this and there was actually. Can I just put this on the screen? I screenshot cool panels from One Piece when I'm reading it. It's funny because Oda drew. I don't know if he did this intentionally, but it's Oda, so maybe. But he drew Zoro as Link on a chapter cover. But this would have been after this game came out because this is like Wano.
This came out 2014, so this came out when the Amiibo launched and right before Smash for Wii U came out.
Hey, Common Jojo. Yeah, see, yeah, so this would have been after where he drew Zoro as Link, and then Frankie as DK. Yep, that matches.
Master Ben, member for 13 months. Favorite Voltron toy go? We'll answer that.
Oh boy.
We'll answer that
Short
after.
answer: Super Robot Shigoken, Rugger. It counts.
I mean, that is a good one.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm looking at it here because I think those are the only two that are similar, because like he used non-Nintendo stuff in this image. Like Sanji here is a Splatoon girl. That's fun. Jinbei's Mario. Robin is Morrigan, which is really cool. Luffy becoming Ken.
Jimmy's World. I remember for 11 months. Hey, Sound, you into collecting idol figures? Plus, will we ever get a complete One Piece figure art line? By the way, love the channel. Keep up the good work.
I don't think I'll ever get into idol collecting figures. I don't usually follow idols that close. Will we ever get a complete One Piece Figuarts line? No, because there's just too many options.
We'll get complete groups. I mean,
Yeah.
we now. I mean, with the East Blue Sanji and
Usopp.
Usopp confirmed. At least we have the original main, like at least the East Blue Saga crew completed.
Yeah.
You know, and stuff like that. So we'll get. I don't see them continuing Wano. Like, I'll be really surprised if we still keep getting Wano versions, but like since we're in
I don't
right
see
now,
them backtracking to Wano at this point.
I think pre-time skip we'll get complete at the very least.
We'll probably get a complete set of the pre-time skip costumes from One Piece Odyssey, because they seem to be lining up with those pretty consistent. But yeah, anyways, this is really cool. I didn't know about these amiibo costumes. Also, Nico Robin as Samus feels directly targeted at me.
I love Brooke as Marth.
Yeah, that really fits. And yeah, Kirby as Chopper. That makes sense. I like how Kirby's just sitting on Chopper's head instead of like it making it look like Kirby's eating Chopper. Because we don't want to just be eating Eevees, right, Cass? Anyways, Cass will get that.
No, I'm here. I had a step, but I don't eat the Eevees. I just put them in my mouth for safety.
Oh yeah,
they make me feel safe.
Yeah. Blader just says, "Has Figuarts actually ever completed something?" Tiger and Bunny season 1.
Season 1, yeah.
Not any other Tiger and Bunny media, but at least Tiger and Bunny season 1.
They completed Ryuki, if I recall.
They didn't do all the beasts.
Well, they completed all the riders, so that was.
They did all
the riders.
They did all. It was Sentai. They did complete what? Shinkenger, Gokaiger. Did they do Go Buster? I forget. Did they do?
No, they didn't do Beat and
No,
Stag.
they didn't complete Go Busters.
Okay.
They completed only Gokaiger, Shinkenger.
Did they do?
I think they did the base Koryugers, but they didn't do everyone else that was like secondary.
Did they do Gold? I forget.
They did Gold. They did the first 6, but they didn't do the other 4.
Yeah, they did. They didn't finish Jetman, right? It was only the main. It was just red. Was it red, black, and?
They finished Deca Ranger for the core.
They get the core 5 Deca Rangers, but not Master or Break.
Yes, I think it's only Shinkenger and Gek, because they even did female Shinken Red.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's just Shinkenger and Gokaiger that are complete.
Yeah, I think so.
And B Fighter, they technically did the 3 main B Fighters, and Black Bee, and they were like, fuck Kabuto though, because he 4 episodes.
Yeah.
Makes him like 2 episodes
Did
less than Black Bee.
Kabuto, right? I remember Kabuto was a big was pretty big during the early years of figure art.
I think they did all the Kabuto writers. Yeah, they did all the Kabuto writers.
Because wasn't that the show airing
the original year?
Yeah, that was the show airing when Figuarts was coming out, wasn't it?
No, it was.
Yeah, they did.
Figuarts is coming out during Kiva.
Okay,
but they did all of Kabuto. But the only one that they skipped over was Hyper Battle Attack, but they literally released
And I think that was before. It was considered canon.
Yeah.
So that makes sense.
They did all 3 movie writers,
but they didn't do. They didn't like Muteki said. They didn't do the armored forms.
Yeah, they skipped that because that was just a nightmare to them.
But they did at least do the writers.
James World, why been in their complete lines? Because the thing with a lot of toy lines is time is a key factor, and like a lot of times with such a figure art, a lot of them are very tied into the media they relate to. Like for now, like One Piece, Wano was the current arc when the line started, but now we're moving on to Egghead. They're doing Egghead like Luffy now.
Even Dragon Ball doesn't finish their lines, and when they do, they're like, "Oh, we have the roster of the characters, but we don't have the saga."
I mean, we don't even have all the Tournament of Power crew.
The main cast. We don't have a complete Fighter Z roster because I remember they did like because I think technically like the Figuarts Kalfla they made was even technically meant to tie into Tower of Power. It was part of the Fighter Z pool, where it was like GT Goku, Janemba, and Kefla, the top three, and Kefla won. That's the only reason why we got her in Figuarts form.
There's a lost promotional spot for One Piece Star Wars.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that.
It's like why is it missing? Lost Media Wiki, tell me more. I
think it was like
because who mentioned it in the chat? Counter64 mentioned it.
I think it was like for the Force Awakens. I think it was.
Yeah, it was to promote Film Gold and promote Force Awakens because they're coming out at the same time.
They did. There's like one screenshot of it.
Yeah, there's one screenshot of it. They just only played it in theaters, and because Japan is very strict about copyright. There's no screen recording. Yeah, here's what they look like though.
I find it funny they made Robin into like New Hope.
Robin
Leia.
is New Hope Leia. Nami is Return of the Jedi Leia because they were doing strictly original trilogy, and there's only one woman.
Yeah, you're right.
Usopp as Vader works. I guess Luffy's supposed to be Obi-Wan.
Hey guys,
yeah, he is Obi-Wan because Zoro is wearing the black.
For Luke. Sanji's Han. Frankie's Chewie. Yeah, this works. I mean,
would that make Jinbei? Would that make Jinbei R2 then?
Yes. Yes, it would. What were you gonna say, Wheels?
No, I just realized that if they want to complete the Cell saga for Dragon Ball Figuarts, they technically need to make Tien with shirt.
Yes.
And actually make the juniors because you technically complete the Cell saga.
Yeah, because the only Tien they had done is shirtless and the sash.
Yeah,
like,
regular sash.
Yeah.
And that could technically double as your late Dragon Ball as well, since Tien's animation doesn't really change that.
That would be a good way to re-release Tien. Is just to do Cell Saga Tien is with the shirt and everything.
Yeah, because we got like Android Saga Yamcha.
Yeah, so. and we got Z.
I can imagine
Saga Yamcha.
I can imagine Bandai doing like, he comes with a ginormous Kihoho effect, and that's why it's like $100 on B Bandai.
That sounds about right for them. Welcome Hellfire. Let's get to the last week on the channel. Let's continue the PSAs here because we still got a couple. So last week on the channel, I know a lot was going on like Friday with like the Transformers stuff, but a little disappointed how the Studio Series rundown did. So if you guys didn't catch that, go circle back around and watch it. I know it's the shortest rundown I've ever made.
Yeah, I think that's why. I think that's why because it's so short and like you didn't have half the figures, so it was kind of like
it's so short. There's no reason not to watch it.
I think it's one of those like I feel like people. It's the case though. I think people like long form videos for these kind of type of videos. I think it's the case.
If Transformers does in fact slow down like they're promising, I probably will just combine Studio and Legacy into one. Because this video did not turn out. I was stretching. I spent 4 minutes on Agent Knight. I was trying to make it longer.
I mean, essentially with how the packaging, it's just becoming the same.
Yeah, and the other problem too is that like even the Studio Series we got were not that interesting.
Half were concept art, half were concept art for
and half were repaints of the other half.
Or repacks.
Yeah, it was like repacks, repaints. Like there was not that much. I guess maybe the video would have been longer if I bought Commander Prime, but I didn't want Commander Prime. So it's
that's the thing.
LPH said I got bad internet problems the last couple days. I've heard that too from several people, and we do know there was like a 20-hour PSN outage. But anyways, go watch my Studio Series rundown if you didn't see it. That's the point. Yeah, no, it definitely was like I was stretching it for time, but I still there wasn't much to come up with. Studio Series was kind of boring in 2024.
The best thing was the Megatron that got canceled on me.
Oh yeah, that one. That wasn't a 2024 figure.
I thought 2024 was.
Was the concept art one? Yeah. I thought you were talking about the other Megatron.
And I had that on order, and then it got canceled. They're like, we can't meet. Orders.
Yeah, that's a big thing that's been happening with Transformers and Studio Series. They'll be like, "Oh, we're going to restock it." Just kidding, we're not.
And then they'll shelf warm on Target for months.
Yeah,
and I won't. And the stupid thing is, I'll go to a Target and it won't be in my local area.
My targets are stuck with Skyquake and Dragon Megatron.
Yep.
I'm
I
never gonna
just want
see.
that Megatron, and I can't get it.
Do you know what studio class? Do you know what Voyager class studio series figure I see all over every target I have?
Inox is there?
Iron
Junk
Eyes
Heap.
and Ratchet?
Yeah, that's yeah.
The gray one, not the scrap heap, the one that came out. Which, by the way, I realized I didn't have scrap heap while editing. I thought I had him, but then I realized it was just Junk Heap I had, and I mixed up their names. So I went and bought Scrap Heap. He's pretty cool. He's probably my favorite of the 3 Junkions, I'm going to be totally honest. Like, he just has some really cool, like, retooling tricks. I wouldn't have had that much to say about him in the video, but he's neat. I got him. But the thing was, I thought I had him, and so I kept seeing Junk Heap, the gray one, and not Scrap Heap, the yellow one. So I kept thinking I had him, and then I was like, oh, I have this one. I have a second Junkion. I'm like, oh, right, there's 3. I don't know. That's the problem with Transformers too, is they start to blend together a little bit.
The problem with, retail with Transformers is there's so much junk.
Yeah,
It's
And
so
most
much.
of it was the Junkions.
Yeah, that
both
yeah,
the 86 and the legacy ones.
and you know the TF1 Earthspark like trash kids
Yep.
toys.
And then the you know, for legacy, all I see is rocks. Nobody wants the rocks.
That or woman, the woman also.
It would be nice to see women in store shelves.
My-
All I see is
my-
rocks and junk.
My
It's almost like the Rock Lord gimmick failed big time.
Yeah.
my targets of Marvel. It's stuck with strong arms, Shadow Strikers, and like and all that stuff.
Oh yeah,
That's
I've
all
seen a few Shadow Strikers. I've seen. I did see Sideburn. He's also shelf warming, but I did see Sideburn.
I just want to know who was the idiot that thought we should do the Rock Lords, because like, if it was Mark, I'm gonna be so disappointed in Mark.
I think it's like the big like a obligatory. We must have some kind of modular figure the year scenario. And it looks like they're stopping, which thank God.
We got the primes as like the unifying like theme over the years, opposed to like the modular. Because I don't like the modular stuff at all.
The modular stuff feels like a mandate from the upper management scenario, whereas like we must like every like because it's the same reason why like they we got the Evo Fusion and the whole like the
I don't know why they just didn't. They could have gone around not saying Evo Fusion and just saying Power Link. They already have that trademark.
It's all marketing. It's all marketing stunts at the upper heads of the company that like demand this stuff, because it's one of those things where the more I listen to videos about people working in the industry, like not even like work in the industry, but like get contracted with the industry, the upper heads are like a bunch of weird, like old men that because there's a video there was artist the artist who did the credits for Sonic 3. He did a video talking about how he got contracted to making those credits and stuff like that. And the interesting thing he talked about where it's like that like the upper heads at like Paramount just like love dancing, just love like that's why you get the dance sequence in the Sonic movies and the credits. They just love like, and not even like and from I could tell his video, it's not like, oh yeah, add more dancing. They're like, haha, dancing, you're gonna love that. Like, it's interesting how like what the old heads think are like. It's just one of those like insights where it's like, man, like the people running the companies are just like, they just think what's cool. Like kids will like that scenario like that.
Yep.
And they're all like 70-year-old men.
Now, on the opposite side of the spectrum, you have a company like Nacelle, where I got to talk to Nacelle's CEO, founder, and owner, Brian Volk-Weiss, about Star Trek, about... I did mostly talk about Star Trek with him, but there was some talk about Roboforce, Biker Mice from Mars, and like some other stuff in there. And it was interesting like interviewing him, because he has like this perspective of, he doesn't think of himself as a professional toy maker. He just thinks of himself as a guy that's collected toys and now has the chance to make toys. And I think that's kind of a neat approach. It's different.
He feels a lot more casual than like, cause even Super 7, even went back when they started, Liokaiser felt like a company. Like the vibe I got is like, yeah, this is definitely more of a indie company that got big licenses.
Yeah.
Because I think at this point, I would not call Super 7 an indie company at this point anymore.
They're a little too big, yeah.
They're too big. I think a lot of people know who they are now. Scenario.
I wouldn't call Nacelle an indie company in general, because they do a lot of film and TV production. But I would call them kind of more indie on the toy side, because he even said in the interview he's only been doing this 3 years with toys, so he still feels like he's learning stuff and trying to make stuff. Yeah.
They're not like Nacelle, like they're not indie, but like they definitely they feel like a second like them like if you get your like video game comparison, you get your indies and then you get your AAA
Or a
like
AAA title.
Nacelle feels like those AA games like
Yeah.
those AA games where they're not like don't have the big budgets of the AAAs, but a little bit more than your indies. That's how the vibe I get for Nacelle.
And it was really fun talking to him and asking him questions like, well, the figures have a problem of the paint rubbing off accessories onto the hands, and him going, oh, I really hate that too in every figure I bought. I don't want that to happen. And I'm like, oh, I get it. He gets it. Like, we're you know.
Were you so traumatized from the Haya Toys figures?
I will say that a couple of things I did ask about were directly, like, not calling out Haya Toys, but they were related to, like, can the figures hold the accessories?
Would they not self-destruct if I just pose them?
Yeah, so it was a great interview. If you guys haven't listened to it, even if you're not interested in Star Trek, it's got a lot of nice insights into toy making and stuff. And James Wald asked how I got the interview. So basically, Nacelle had an email link where you could send them ideas about the Star Trek line, and so I emailed them my video that I did talking about it. And then Brian actually responded to that, and he was like, oh, I wasn't going to watch your whole video, but I decided to watch it, and here's my thoughts, and he left me like a bunch of bullet points. And then I responded back, and I was like, oh, I'm really glad you enjoyed the video. Would you like to maybe do an interview sometime on the channel? And then we had to schedule it out and some behind-the-scenes stuff. We got it scheduled, recorded it. Let's see, this went up last week, the week before, and then put it out last Wednesday. And so it worked out pretty good. So, yeah, it was pretty nice. It was, we did audio only on that one. So I just, I had fun editing it, though. It was kind of fun. I was like, oh, I can just throw some pictures up. But yeah, anyways, that was a cool, fun thing to do last week. So there's that. In the world of YouTube shorts, what did I post last week? I forgot. Oh yeah, it was Sabo and some Fantastic Four recommendations. So
I really like that Fantastic Four video you made. It was a really good just good you should do more videos like that. It just helps.
Yeah.
It just helps more people go like.
Because I think a lot of the times people look at stuff like Western comics and they're like, it's so much, we have to do all of it. No, you don't.
Well, people
jump into this.
People focus too much on reading order.
Yes.
Like in terms of I must start here and that stuff. Like I think that's the kind of the effect of the manga scenario where it's that stupid what do you start with Batman? Blah blah blah. Like Dragon Ball, start with volume. Like no, that's.
But also, I would say that's an issue with manga too, because with, say for example, Fantastic Four. If you want to read Ryan North's run, which is the current run, it's on its 23rd issue. You can catch up to that pretty great. If you want to read One Piece, you can't really jump into One Piece.
Yeah, the Marathon. Yeah, the Marathon. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Kaiju954 said, I bought the Fantastic Four Epic Collection digitally, hopefully get it physically when I have the money, because you're short, currently in the middle of issue 8. I am so glad to hear that, because one of the things that I do hope for with the Fantastic Four movie going with a very 60s aesthetic, and we'll talk about this when we talk about the trailer, is that more people will check out Jack Kirby's Fantastic Four that Stan Lee did a little work on. As a reminder of old comics history here, Jack Kirby drew the artwork. Stan Lee filled in the words. So a lot of those stories are really written by Jack Kirby in the way he did the art. It's just dialogue by Stan Lee.
What was it? The Marvel? What was it?
The Marvel method is how it got called.
Yeah, the Marvel method was literally like, Stan pitches a concept to somebody, they draw the art, and then he just comes up with the dialogue based. Like it's a smart idea and an interesting idea. The problem was Stan just abused his connection at the publisher, Marvel, obviously, to get more money. Because the thing is,
Stan was quote unquote writing 15 comics a month back then.
Yeah. Like it's not a bad idea to have that, because I was telling this to Jerry and Demon Wolf over the weekend, that I like the concept of the Marvel method, because the idea that I see it as is sort of similar to how Feige looks over the MCU. It's not going to be perfect all the time, but the idea is that when you have a guy saying to your artists, hey, this is the stories I want us to tell, can you draw this for me, and then I'll figure out the full dialogue after like give them that creative freedom, because some artists at Marvel said they hated being told what to draw, and other Marvel artists actually enjoyed the idea of, oh, I get to create like their look and design with Stan, and then I take his idea, flush it out, and then he just comes up with the dialogue after. Like, I think it's a really inventive way. I just think that and abuse of power, because he was writing it, doing that,
Communication
was
is
making him more money.
Yeah.
Communication is the key word with something like, as as an artist who has to do
Mhm.
who done stuff like that for commissions. Communication is key, because if you don't get the communication wrong, oh, I draw something that they give me a little thing to what to draw. I draw it, and then I send it. Go like, how's this? Is it? And they go back like that. They go like, oh no, you got the wrong idea. I want like this. Like, you could have made that clear.
Yeah,
it's the big-
communication is key in that
That
kind
was
of method.
that
for
was
sure.
one of the key things some of the artists
Mhm.
said was the problem with Stan sometimes, because Stan would give them pretty much a good summary of what he wanted, and then he just had to hope they could draw it, because some people in the comics tropes video that I watched in another guy's video about the Marvel method, because I was researching it again, because I was like, yeah, I don't see what the real problem was. The problem just comes down to the artist figuring out Stan's thinking process, because I forget which artist it was. He would actually, like, if he wasn't in person with Stan, if Stan was on the phone, he would have the old style phones of the 70s actually using the what do you call it, the answering machine speaker method to put it on speakerphone, and he would tape the conversations. So if he forgot what Stan wanted, he had the audio just to go, oh, okay, that's what Stan wants. Okay. Like, I think that is a cool method. I just think that not everyone back then was under the same wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it just, and also, it does depend on the artist themselves, like what style they like. But circling all the way back around, Jack Kirby's work on Fantastic Four is incredible. I think it still holds up. It's some of the, I find that, I don't like to read a lot of Silver Age comics anymore. I used to read a lot more when I was younger, but nowadays I don't read as much Silver Age comics. But when it comes to like Jack Kirby, I can always read his stuff because his artwork is just
There's a reason why his designs still hold up to this day. There's a reason why a lot of stuff is super inspired by his work and stuff like that.
And I think so when it comes to like a lot of comics, like Paltrax mentioned, there isn't 15 different One Piece series. Yes, this is true. This is one of the things with comics that keep restarting, which kind of makes it tricky. But with comics, you will have multiple entry points and multiple different flavors. Like if you don't like Dan Slott's Fantastic Four, you can try Ryan North's Fantastic Four, and if you don't like that, you can try Jonathan Hickman's. Where it's like with a manga, you either like the style or you don't, right?
It's also like content. People bring up continuity, but also like most comics are pretty good of writing the continuity, like telling you the content what you need to know in the story. Like that, if they don't, that's just bad writing. But like most comics, most of the time, will just go like, give you context clues, and that's all you need to know. And all that stuff.
I also like reading 80s comics from Marvel. Like in the 80s, they would bring back an obscure villain and they give you like a page and a half recapping their whole story before they continued. And I kind of like that little method of like, hey, let's recap what happened to the wizard. So
God, because me and my partner were playing Lego Marvel 2 this weekend. And that was during the no Fox carries allowed. Got all the randos they pulled to fill out that roster.
Because they couldn't use the X-Men or the Fantastic Four.
There were so many. Who are you?
Yeah.
Let's play into that game.
But anyways, with Fantastic Four, Jack Kirby's stuff is great. It's a great entry point. I think
also,
so I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear. Who was that? Because my brain doesn't remember things. Kaiju 54. I'm glad to hear you're reading it and enjoying the original run because I love it so much. I bought the first 8 issues like 6 times in so many different formats because of how much I like it.
It was funny. Speaking of like the Jack Kirby run, I had to explain to Demon Wolf how like original Johnny's dynamic sort of was back in the day. Like it's a loose, telling of it, but the story I was telling D-Wolf was out back in the day, Johnny, even though Johnny was rambunctious, but he wasn't like the Johnny we know of like the 80s and 90s where he's, Giga Chad cockslinger, you know what I'm saying? Like he was like he was a rebel, but he was like, brother dad, other dad, Reeve, what do you need of me? And then be like, okay. And then, Reed would be like, Johnny, don't be a menace to society, or at least be back
he
home
wasn't
by
like
11 p.m.
Yeah.
he wasn't full Jolly Keys yet, but like he was like
Yeah,
almost
he
there.
wasn't.
Mm.
Yeah, he wasn't Robin Golly G Batman, but like Johnny back in the day, their dynamic is so hilarious because he looks up to Steve like a father figure, but it's also his future brother-in-law. So like there is times where it's just like, Johnny, just be home from that rock and roll concert by 11, and then Sue looks at him like the mom, going, okay, be home by 10:30.
Yeah. And
Like, that's like how their dynamic was. It was weird.
Welcome, Mr. Tanuki. We'll talk about that more at the trailers. I actually have a thought on that we'll get to. Before we jump into the news, here's TV shows that I've been watching. Moon Girl's final batch of episodes, minus the one Disney banned, have now come out.
Okay, then now, because I was so confused, because we were looking, me and my partner were trying, I saw
they went up on Disney, they started airing on Disney Channel a day before they went on Disney Plus.
So isn't that because when we saw it was added, we look at Disney Plus and we didn't see it there. We were like, where is it?
It's the rest of season 2. It's not like a
we were looking.
tab.
Yeah, maybe because I don't have Disney Plus, my partner has it. He lives in Australia, and I guess I'm not sure Australia Disney Plus doesn't have it yet.
It's
is
possible.
my only guess.
Let me go check here. I'm gonna pull up Disney Plus and hope my stream doesn't crash.
Yeah, because when we check,
he's killing it.
Yeah, because when we checked on season 2, it was still the Model Command finale of season 2BA.
Okay, yeah, it's there now. It's episodes 15 through 24.
Okay, so hopefully that's updated worldwide now.
Yeah, hopefully it's updated worldwide. But they have added the rest of the episodes minus the one that Disney banned because they're stupid.
They're stupid, but you can find it very easily.
It's very easy with a Google. All right, so that came out. Now, I will say I haven't watched it yet, which is bad of me, I know. But I was watching this other show called Clean Slate on Prime Video. So this is the show I want to talk about because I really have enjoyed it. I still got 2 episodes left.
Yeah, I saw the trailer. I really love that trailer. I didn't know that was out now.
I saw the trailer too, and I was like, this looks really fun. So the premise of this show is that we have Laverne Cox playing Desiree, who has to return home because her career in New York City hasn't worked out. And so she returns home to go live with her dad, who's played by George Wallace. And the thing is that in between the last time George Wallace's character, I forgot his name. I always refer to him as Mr. Slate. Anyway, Harry Slate. So his character, Harry Slate, the last time he saw his child was a different gender. She transitioned in between the time she left home and came back. And so it's this really cool story because, so Harry Slate is wanting to kind of reconnect with his daughter, and he's a little awkward about it, but he certainly gives it a try. And the show itself was really cool about it, is that the transness of Desiree Slate is part of her character, but it is not the plot of the show. It is an aspect that is touched upon in episodes, but it is not like the show is not revolved around her father accepting her. The show is revolved around how's the dynamic of coming home after 20 years and everything's different. You're trying to make things work in a different day and age. And it's also incredibly upbeat, which I really like. It tackles like real world situations, but it's also really heartwarming and wholesome. And it's really funny too, because it's a comedy. It's hilarious. I highly recommend it if you if you like heartwarming comedy shows. It's really fun.
Because that's one thing I was like love about the trailer. It's just refreshing that you see a very heartwarming comedy nowadays. A lot of comedies now they are very cynical, that stuff, and so it's really just refreshing.
And as Muteki said, it's the same guy who produced Sanford and Son and All in the Family. This was the last show he produced before he passed away. Forgot his name.
Oh, okay.
But he produced the show. Laverne Cox and George Wallace are also producers on the show. And I've enjoyed the heck out of it. It's been so fun to watch. I've been watching it with my parents, and we got like 2 episodes left, but highly recommend it. It's really good.
And and one thing I like, because I saw a lot of trans people talking about what they like about it, is they like that it isn't just another struggles being trans
Mhm.
story, because those stories are important, but it's nice to make it feel normal. It's
Yeah.
the most important thing. If we keep having the struggles of being trans, it's making it more obvious. Like it's making it more different than it should. It should be the norm. The being
Right.
trans should be normal, and that's one thing what's praise if I hear praise about it. Yeah, they're
And the
treating
other
it as
good
just
part too is
normal.
that like it has like a lot of shades of like the struggle that people will have when someone they know transitions, and then for example, one of my favorite jokes in the show, which is in the trailer, is
The
that
jar
the
is it the
pronoun
jar?
jar.
Jar, yeah,
So
I
every
love
time
that.
George Wallace is like, and see here, I told you, son. Damn it, daughter! And he has to like put $5 into the pronoun jar,
I love that. I
and
love that.
it's so wholesome, and it's really heartwarming. It's one of the funniest gags. And then it's a really good show. I really enjoy it. So I do recommend checking it out. It's on Prime
I
Video.
can, yeah, I'm
So
glad. I remember seeing the chat. I'm really looking forward to. So I'm really looking forward to watching
mm.
now, knowing it's out.
And I'm glad to see people in the chat are also looking at watching it, because I'm really enjoying it. All right, let's get to the news, because we've done
We have a lot.
43 minutes of intro. It's okay. We'll just go quick on some of the news, because I'm starting, just for everyone to know, I'm cutting down the news topics list so that we're not like covering everything every week. 'Cause that's just kind of exhausting. So I'm just starting to like pare it down a little bit, but it's no big deal. All right. Entertainment news. So first things first, we got a production still from One Piece season 2, because they said it's officially wrapped filming, which is interesting because the main cast all like went home like a few weeks ago. So I don't know when it wrapped filming, but we got the shot of the Straw Hats at Logetown, where Gold Roger was executed. So it's the Logetown arc from episode
I can't wait.
1.
I can't wait to see, because I really like that. Really like that arc, that little mini arc of them in Logetown.
I'm pretty sure that's like going to be the first episode. It's just Logetown.
Yeah.
Of things to note here, Sanji's hair got fixed. his flat wig is gone. He's now got some swoop. He's got some style to it.
I do love how casual he looks. He just kind of looks like a guy you'll see in Best Buy or something like that.
Yeah, it's just kind of like the nice button-up polo. Zoro here looking pretty much the same as we saw him last time, except a lot more jacked because Makenyu's been hitting the gym like crazy.
Yeah.
Luffy changed his pants.
Yeah, he's rocking them cargo pants.
Rocking them cargo pants. Nami's got a different outfit. Usopp's got a different outfit. I like how they've been incorporating like the 2 circle design into Nami's skirts on all of her outfits for the show. It kind of has like a nice like, through line.
Because like I think Usopp and Sanji's outfits are new, but isn't Nami did wear a blue outfit I think for a bit in the series.
And I think
so it's based
Sanji's
off that.
outfit is like from, I saw somebody compare it to like one of the cover like one of the chapter covers. He wore
Yeah,
something like that.
I want to besides some of these outfits are based off some like older drawings and all that stuff.
Yeah, because we've seen from the behind the scenes stuff, the costume department just basically has like all the art books open all the time, and they're pulling inspiration from it. Common Jojo says, I want to see the One Piece Netflix show, but I haven't seen the anime or read the manga. Is that fine? Yeah, because
It's newcomer friendly.
insanely newcomer friendly. Like it's the easiest way to get into One Piece, like period. It's
you
really
can easily
And you
watch
get to skip
this.
most of the trash.
yeah. It really
Exactly.
condenses the
Of the
story
horrible
nicely.
art style.
You easily watch season 1 of Netflix One Piece and then jump straight to the manga or anime.
Yeah,
Because the only thing that's like really plot change is Garp showing up early, but even then that's just one thing. Everything else you can just
it's a good way to watch the early parts of it too, because the early
because
parts
that's
of
like
One Piece is a slog.
Modern was like East Blue was like what
It really
50
is.
episodes. East Blue was like 50 episodes. I
It's like
think right.
50 episodes. Yeah, it was lengthy. Psycho
'Cause
O's had a good example. He'd never seen One Piece, saw the the Netflix one, and wanted to see more. Yeah,
Because even the manga, isn't all East Blue box set 1
it's half. I
half?
think
Okay.
box set 1 gets you all the way to the end of Alabasta, but
Okay.
that's 23 volumes. You don't get through East Blue. I think East Blue's like 5 or 6 volumes. It takes a while to get through it. So I think it's a good starting point. Yeah, I don't know when it's coming out. Like, there's been a lot of reports like, oh, it's been
definitely
delayed. It's been that. They've never said anything. There's never been an official word.
I say it's definitely this year. I think it's
I
definitely
feel like it
gonna
is. I think they're just trying to nail down, is it going to get out in August, like the previous season was an August release, like this, or is it going to be like closer to winter, right?
I think it's essentially this year because a lot of the we're getting a lot of the
The
marketing
Lego
is
sets are coming out this year.
yeah.
They're
We're
doing
getting
the
more
Universal
merch.
event. And, yeah,
Yeah, and more merch and all that stuff, and just, I think it's gonna come out this year.
I think so too. Yes, Master Ben, they have cast Nico Robin. It's Lyra Bova.
We still need to see Chopper.
We still need to see Chopper. They've only teased Chopper. Mr. Doogie says, I'm waiting for Sanji to get his iconic lollipop that's definitely not a cigarette. It's the funny part is in the show they let him smoke, but it's very occasional. It's not. He's not a chain smoker like manga Sanji.
Oh, that explains the voice.
Good
That's
thing
the
for the
voice.
actor.
So
Yeah.
that explains the voice Eric Vale gives him.
Yes. Anyways, I'm pretty excited about this. Cass, you got any thoughts on live action One Piece?
I'm just happy to see it continue.
Yeah, because I think it's been my favorite like live action adaptation of an anime or manga. I know it's not like a high bar to clear, but
it's only what only competition is what Speed Racer and Alita
and Bleach.
And Alita.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other one.
Speed Racer, Bleach, Alita, and I don't know. I didn't watch Live Action City Hunter to know how that turned out. I still need to watch.
I still need to see that. Yeah, it's on my watch list, but
yeah, it's on my list too. I just haven't actually gotten around to it.
There's lots on my list I haven't gotten around to be honest.
Same. All right.
One thing I still got to say that's funny about the One Piece live action.
Okay.
Is how live action Luffy's more annoying than anime Luffy, and I don't know how they did it.
I don't know. I find live action Luffy to be charming. I also find Luffy to be charming.
I think it's because I don't like the actor. I think he's more annoying off the show than he is on the show.
Well, okay then. I mean, that's
like,
fair enough.
Like I'm in the Makenryu camp of I would kill this kid, and you would need to have a security guard always there when they're always doing their press tours. You always see like there's someone in between them, like they can't stand near each other.
I think that's a you problem.
I think
I would be like
I think what we're realizing here is the moment when the Hero Club Civil War is caused by Wheels taking the Makenryu side and me taking the Iñaki Godoy side.
Exactly. I'm on the I'm on Makenryu's side. You know, the guy who plays card games at Oda's house.
Exactly. I'm on the let's go find giraffes in Mexico side. All right. So in the world of Ultraman, Printing Film Media is doing a Kickstarter for 2 Ultraman books. There is an episode guide book covering Ultra Q to Ultraman 80. It's basically just a Showa era guidebook, and it's going to feature stills from every episode and includes information on the band episode from 7.
I'm surprised they allow that.
Yeah, I'm surprised too.
They have to.
They have to. It's if you're doing history.
Because at one
Yeah.
At one point, it was out there and it was available to watch, even in dub.
Yep. Let's see. There's an introduction by Starlight Runner CEO Jeff Gomez and a new forward by Ultraman series archivist and Eiji Tsuburaya biographer August Ragone. That man has too many prefix titles. Anyways, there's also an Ultraman art book that's being produced. 150 brand new pieces of artwork celebrating Ultraman from all different series, and that'll be a 200-page hardcover. It'll also include cover art from the 3 Ultraman comic book series by Marvel, so that's kind of neat too.
That's great.
These are going up on Kickstarter, and you can get them from Kickstarter. Here they are. It's already funded. So.
I like the cover of the episode guide because it's like 80 just aggressively pointing at you on the cover.
More things need 80 aggressively pointing at us.
It's like, you read this book.
So basically, they're.
I mean, he's a teacher. He would tell you to read a book.
If anybody's going to tell me what to do, it would be the teacher. So they're basically each book is I think it's 45 for the guidebook, 50 for the art book. There are Kickstarter exclusive covers, and then there's going to be regular covers and if you buy both, it's 90. And yeah, you can also do a bundle of all 4. They did say, they're also going to give you free trading cards. Neat. They're stretch goals and stuff. I believe these are coming out at retail later. So if you don't want to do the Kickstarter, they will come to bookstores later.
Man, I do love these covers are gorgeous. I'll definitely say that.
They
also.
are. Yes, Psycho has said Ultraman 80. Sing it with me now.
Ultraman
80.
Woo!
Cue the sirens.
Yeah, exactly. I'm about to say there's something missing. It's called the fire sirens.
The fire sirens.
Wheels, I blew up your speakers.
Yep.
I'm just imagining when that happened. Wheel just flew out his window when that happened.
No,
It's like the scene Back to the Future.
It
That scene
literally made like a really weird sound, and I literally thought the phone like speaker just like crashed.
It's like the
out.
scene in Back to the Future where Marty like plays the guitar in front of the speaker and he just flew after he played the string.
Or is it like the Miranda Cosgrove opening the door to the apartment?
Yeah, and the flashbang.
It was kind of like the more Miranda Cosgrove, because like literally the speaker like went, and I was like, what the hell? Like it was like so loud, and like the speaker like it literally sounded like the speaker like crashed out, like it died, like it was just so loud.
So Wheels, check this out.
I love that. That's our forever story with Ultraman
80. He came from the stars.
What happened to Wheels' new iPhone that he got and had to get like the speaker replaced? Oh, because Jerry was like, let me like just do that and like record a video of me watching it, and like during the fire company leaving for a massive fire in town. Like, yeah, no, it was bad.
That's every day, unfortunately. Here.
Yep. You can't time the fire department.
I mean, my favorite fire department story is when Jerry didn't realize how one of his neighbors' establishments were on fire, and he's like, "Man, there's a whole lot of smoke, man. I guess they're really toking it up in the apartment next door." And then he's like looking outside, "Man, it's getting real foggy out there." And then he sees like flames and trucks outside. And he's just, like, he thought one of the like fire engines crashed, so they couldn't get out of the firehouse. Like, oh, I guess they're not gonna get to that fire. There must have been a crash outside. And Jerry's looking at the window. Oh,
if I ever give you a Christmas gift, Wheels, it's gonna be like a little like key chart, like sound key chart where all it just plays Ultraman 80 as a Christmas gift for you one day.
Like I don't even hate 80. It's just like it was just like that speaker, man. I was like so worried. I was like a brand new phone.
Wait, and that's all. Yeah, every time you bring up 80, that's all I can think of.
Yep.
Like, bro, imagine buying a brand new iPhone and just like
Jamie's World. Jamie's the reason why the Ultra 7 episode got banned because it portrayed things that are
radiation burn victims.
Okay, here's the best part. Having seen a lot of radiation burn victims, I never have seen ones that looked like they were just like a burnt marshmallow. So like it was weird that like I guess it was like the context of where the burns were on the suit.
Yeah. I think also because then it came out like around the time that like stuff like that happened, right?
Well, because it was 60. When was 7? Was it 60?
It was like 68 or 69?
Well, basically, the atomic bomb was like around 20 years prior, so it may not have been traumatizing for kids, but kids' parents probably would have been like alive and aware of that stuff. So I think that was why it got banned, was because
I think the intention was that the monster was suffering from leper's disease, like a space version of leper's disease.
It was like the spacesuit monster in original series, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. It was like that, but it came across it. It caused people to react to it, because I think Ultra 7 was 767. Thank you. Yeah, that's insanely close. It's kind of like how there's like certain things like the Challenger explosion disaster, 9/11, where things that look like it and reference it bring like a TV show for kids too close to reality, not necessarily because it's scaring the kids, but the parents.
That's why it's like stuff like that. It's like for Lilo and Stitch, they had to reanimate the whole final battle scene.
So that way the plane wasn't flying through and around buildings. And
it wasn't even a plane. It wasn't even just a plane. It used to be a normal airplane. But then
it was like an Airbus that was flying through a city through like buildings and stuff, and they changed it to a spaceship flying through mountains.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Funny story too about that episode. That banned episode is, like I said, an alien race that was dealing from like a leper's disease kind of thing, that were also space vampires that no longer had a sustenance thing to absorb uh plasma and stuff from. So he came there with a gimmick to sell a bunch of like Rolexes to people while he was dating Sakurai, who played Fuji and the main reporter in Ultra Q and Ultraman. And so like he was dating her, it was using her to kill her. So pretty much, you remember that episode of Orb where that Sharplay was giving out necklaces to people?
Yeah.
Think like that. That's like the plot, the crux of the episode. It's hilarious that like it's like a very tame plot.
Yeah, it's a very tame
That's
plot, but
been
it's just that
reused.
visual was a little too raw at the time.
I mean, my favorite
it's-
band episode is the one
Yeah.
that they literally like killed in production because it almost killed Anne's actress, because they were trying to, you know, like how usually we have like those fake prop giant foam hands or giant
Yeah.
wooden hands.
Yeah.
Well, they were like, yo, let's try to do an inflatable one, because then
Oh,
we can
no.
actually have the inflatable one like hold her.
Yeah.
And then like somehow someone slipped, fell, unplugged it, and like it started suffocating her and almost killed Anne's actress.
Oof. Blade Raider says, so the episode's still banned, it's been 50 years. Yeah, I mean, once something's banned, it never gets unbanned.
I look at electric.
I mean, no, wait, no,
Porygon.
that's not true. That's not true. One of the episodes that got banned during the Fukushima incident eventually got unbanned.
Oh yeah.
But stuff like say Electric Soldier Porygon would never come back out again.
Yeah, no, it's
because the Starbeast Gearon episode was banned due to the Fukushima episodes, if I recall.
Hey, Sentai Ranger Donnie. All right, let's get moving forward. It's trailer talk. We got Fantastic Four first steps. We got our first official teaser. There's not like we don't need to go like super in depth on it, but I like it. I like the vibe. I like the vibe.
No, yeah.
Here.
This was the first MCU trailer in a long time where I just like smiled throughout the whole thing. Like they just got the feel.
I got the vibe off of it. I know Wheels and I were talking about it before, and he was a little weirded out by it. It does have this like, because I think the way it's shot to look kind of 60s inspired, like retro future, and it's like supposed to be a different universe. So they kind of shot it a little weird. It has some uncanny valley kind of moments where it doesn't.
Yeah, especially how they cut the trailer. The trailer's cut really weird, where every time they show Sue, it's like a really hyper focus of Sue. So
and I wonder if that's
like
also them
like
experimenting with the effects, right?
Yeah, because like it doesn't feel right. Especially with like grim.
It's not shot like
practical in the CG. Like it doesn't mesh at times. Like it looks like those AI videos where you see the face warp.
Yeah, that's the thing I wanted to talk about.
Those are the posters.
Yeah, these posters, which they have confirmed is not AI. They have like that AI feel. It's what it is.
I think some have like 4 fingers also.
Yeah, there was a guy that has 4 fingers here, holding a flag. Which, look, people have been making the mistakes of finger counts for decades. Even if they aren't AI, they do have that sort of artificial feel, right? Like it's supposed to be like, especially this one, these 3 kids, just doesn't feel natural.
I think it's because it's a lot of stupid AI videos like to do like stupid like what if The Simpsons was live action or whatever, or like what if this was an old like sitcom or something like that.
And there's a lot of filtering going on in the trailer to give it like a 60s vibe, and I think that's what kind of causes that effect. But ignoring that part of it. The glow. AR is a good point. The glow. There's like the glow kind of thing. Yeah. And it's you know, the thing is that it definitely isn't like, you know, none of it is AI generated. It's definitely intentional like production usage. But it does have kind of a different feel to it that doesn't feel like what we're used to. And so,
I kind of like it. I would say that.
I like its difference. Yeah.
Especially when we got to talk with Thunderbolts, like the teaser just felt refreshing.
Yeah, it felt different. Yeah.
It just like I haven't got like this excited for MCU film in a while, and like, well, I don't agree. People saying, "Oh, this should really just been like the reboot of MCU or anything like that," like because
I don't know where people are like, "We're gonna reboot the MCU in this style." I'm like, no. This style works for Fantastic Four, but it wouldn't work for anything else.
I think they just captured. I think the trailer just captures everything about what makes the Fantastic Four
Yeah.
in this trailer really well.
It
And like
reminds me
God,
of the James Gunn Superman trailer, where it's less a trailer about the story, it's more a trailer about the vibe of the
hmm
characters. Because I feel the
and
Fantastic Four out of this.
yeah, and God,
Yeah.
they got Ben so damn right. I
Ben and
love
Sue
how Ben.
are damn near perfect. I have like no complaints there. Reed, I need to see more of because he's barely in the trailer. I'm still not
I
feeling Joseph
I'm
Quinn
waiting.
as Johnny.
I'm waiting for.
I want to punch
I
that
like.
guy. He has a punchable face.
I like it. I see him in Stranger Things. I think he's gonna be a good Johnny. I like. I think I
Rolling
have
back
good.
to our earlier conversation, remember how we were talking about how Johnny was in the Jack Kirby era of Fantastic Four, where
Mhm.
he was
Yeah, he's
like
so
he
weird.
was a little rebellious, but he'd always like make his way like coming home and stuff, right? We were talking about that. That's this vibe. That's this Johnny. This Johnny is that 60s like Silver Age Jack Kirby era
Yeah.
Johnny Storm.
Mhm.
And that's not what most people are used to with Johnny Storm. Um I'm but the effects work on Johnny has sold me 100% because when he flames on, it affects the camera lens. Like there's this really cool effect when like he flames on and it like there's like a because like when you shoot like you shoot real fire, it can spark off embers and like hit the lens and stuff. They added that effect across the lens as they're like showing him, and it causes lens flares like the way that fire would if you were filming it at high speed, which I think is really cool. I will say, yeah, they have had the stretching, which I think is probably because they're still tweaking it.
Okay, because I know like that's the thing where I know some people worry about, especially after Kamala is like show us Stretchy Reed, especially after you post Netflix One Piece essentially.
All I know is
I think
that
they're going to show it. I
Fantastic
think they're just
Four.
trying to finalize it because we're still a ways out.
All I know is this Fantastic Four movie better give me what I really want, and that is don't give Thing a shirt. I don't like Thing with a shirt.
I think he's going to wear the shirt and eventually lose it.
He's gonna have a Hugh Jackman moment.
Yes.
I just to me, it's just like Thing with shirt does not feel right. It's like
Yeah,
no.
I hear you because
Yeah,
he rarely does
but,
unless it's like civilian stuff, right?
but like
Yeah, exactly.
but
So him having like the full bodysuit that he rarely ever uses, I'm like, no, oh, it's not clobbering
But
time.
I
That's
feel
too
like that
formal.
maybe he's going to lose it because they love doing that to us, right?
he's got to do the Hugh Jackman.
Exactly.
But he looks so
He
like
does. He looks great.
He's literally the Jack Kirby design, just go real life. It's so impressive, and I think for me, what makes me
Also, if everyone's saying he's too short, go read some Jack Kirby Fantastic Four comics.
Thing is short.
He's
Thing
not.
is-
He's not the Hulk. He is like a normal sized dude.
That's
Yeah,
why
Ben-
like
Ben just
that's why
more
like
wide.
Chickless worked great with his
Yeah,
effects in the first Fantastic Four.
I'm glad. I'm glad
movie.
Ebon Moss-Bachrach doesn't have to wear like a full physical suit all the time because Chickless was like that was the worst part of it was wearing a
Yeah,
suit
like,
that.
I love they made the thing practical in the Tim Story field,
Mm.
but it did really look like a rubber monster suit. I think
Yeah.
it's the
Because we do know
but
they
like,
have a physical version of the suit on set. It's probably like Man Thing, where they have the physical version, and then they're gonna have the CG model that matches the physical, and sometimes the physical will be in
Yeah.
certain shots depending, which I'm cool with.
Yeah. I think for me, what really got, I mean, first off, they really did prove their point of looking at all the greatest rocks ever to make things rocks look really
Yeah.
good. But to me, what makes me praise the model especially is the eyes. Because
Yes.
the key part of Ben Grimm is his eyes, because that's like the remaining parts of his old human self is his the big the blue eye thing. And they got it, like that shot with
His
him looking
big
at the
blue
TV.
Aryan Jew eyes. His
Yes.
big
Yeah,
blue Aryan
like
Jew.
the shot when the TV. I love that shot. It was so good because you can see the sorrowness in his eyes, and they did a fantastic job.
Is it weird? It's not that it's like how people are like, oh, he's too short. No, my issue is he's not wide enough.
Yeah,
'Cause the
Ben's
thing-
Ben's more wide and tall.
Yeah,
And also,
exactly.
this is a poor perspective shot too, because Reed and Sue are like half a foot to a foot.
Yeah, they
in
look
front
like
of
they're
Johnny and
giants,
Ben.
yeah.
It's a foreshortening distance thing because they're not standing all on the same level. Reed and Sue are pulled forward a bit. But even then, yeah, I think it could be wider, and that also something that could be tweaked with sequels too. We've seen that.
I do love the scene where he's like like running. Like there's a
Yeah.
really good like sound effects like there, like the dun, 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 like you can get to feel the weight of
That
it.
one
It's such a
shot
good-
where he's looking at himself in the television, and then the television
Yeah, I
turns
love
off,
that.
and he sees a reflection. I'm like, that's the
God,
key.
that
That's the
scene's
key
so
of the
good.
character right there.
You know what we need to, and since we're going for Jack Kirby
Yes.
era thing, we need to have more of his actual pushback with Reed, because even though him and Reed are
Mhm.
like supposed to be like super BFF in the modern age, Jack Kirby era, Reed and
Because Ben
and yeah,
partially blames Reed for it. Like he always tells Reed he doesn't blame him for it, but deep down he does.
yeah,
Right?
no, like the best way to explain it is Ben and Reed Jack Kirby is like when me and Product are just annoyed, and then we just decide to be mad at each other. That's how
Yeah.
I can explain it for us to
Like
get.
they don't hate each
It's like-
other, but there's like a little bit of tension, and then also Reed's guilt, right?
Wait,
Because
wait.
Reed's
Yeah,
also
they really.
feels
I'm really
guilty.
glad. I'm really glad they should, because the other like the Tin Story and the Fan Force like try to have that guilt, but like it wasn't really there. Like I
Mhm.
wasn't. I'm not actually really like I like the Tin Story films. I like Reed's actor, but I wasn't really a fan of how they wrote Reed in the Tin Story films,
Especially in the
especially
second one.
Oh no, I hate and I'm married to the hottest one. I'm married to the hottest woman. I hate that line. So
Reed Richards,
it's
known
like,
braggart. What?
I know,
Super
right?
bright. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But like I think that like Pedro Pascal, I still need to see more to really sell me as a
Mhm.
Reed. I think so far the writing is really there for him, which I really like. How do you guys feel about Ben's voice? Because I know that's a big
I personally am cool with it just
I don't
being a
hate it.
normal voice. What do you?
Yeah,
Kels, do you got any thoughts on the voice?
I like the voice. He doesn't have to sound. I was just showing another friend of ours the old Thing cartoon. You know,
Mhm.
Fred and Barney meet the Thing.
thing.
I'm not expecting him to sound like Spike the dog from Tom and Jerry. I don't know why he should. He should sound like a normal New York
I think-
guy.
I
Yeah.
think the problem is people expect him
What
to
okay,
have the full New
says
York
what a
accent
revolting
full.
development. What a
Right.
revolting development.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. I think
No,
people,
no, he's
because
fine.
it's so 60s, they want the old New York accent, which isn't
Yeah.
really
And
there
then
anymore.
the
Yeah.
chain smoker, kind of voice.
Yeah, I don't think we need. I like. Yeah, AR says that I think part of it is people grown to expect a gravelly voice. I will also say they didn't do the gravelly voice for Korg in the Thor movies either.
Yep.
Well, I mean, this talking
And,
about
and
TVs.
Michael and Michael Chiklis didn't fully have it either. He
Yeah,
had it when
I
he
was
got
just gonna say,
angry.
Chickless didn't really do it either.
Yeah.
Yep.
He had it when he got
more just a
angry.
gruff. Tickle is doing more of just a gruff voice.
And that's mostly
Yeah.
normal chickless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch the shield after this.
Yeah, I definitely
Oh god,
like
Jerry! I knew you would say let's watch the Shield,
Shield,
after
yeah.
this. And you know what? And you know what episode I think we should go watch? My favorite one, the one
Oh,
that
boy.
Olga told me about.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
the one where he becomes a supervillain and Jim Gordon has to stop him. Oh wait, that's Gotham.
Oh no, not that one. No, it's the greatest episode. Oh my god, I gotta show you that clip one of these days.
Let's
Sound
just say
out.
we
It's
can't
one of
talk
the-
about it on stream, but
Oh my god, I love that episode. That boy, man. If that was me, I probably would have. I probably would have, headed out.
yep, same.
Well, on that note, I like overall, I really like the trailer, and I'm really excited for this.
How
And
do you like
also,
the '60s vibe of it, though?
the 65 is
Copeland.
great. I think also the music. Michael Giacchino's
Michael
been working on
Copeland.
the theme for this for so long, and it sounds so
is
good.
This is the first MCU music I can remember.
Yes,
The last one I can remember was the MCU Spider-Man theme,
which
That's
is
how,
also
like,
Giacchino.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Michael Giacchino has done Doctor Strange. He's done the Spider-Man, all three Spider-Mans.
Explains a
And
lot.
he did the Marvel fanfare that they used for the logo. He did Werewolf by Night, and now he's doing this. Like he
Yeah,
makes the best
'cause-
music in the MCU.
It's
Yeah,
funny.
basically-
It's funny.
Well,
It's a goat for them.
Yeah.
Jerry and Soundout know the tracks that I remember are Winter Soldier, credits,
that
Cap's
was good,
Promise,
too.
Civil War,
Isn't that Henry Jackman that
Ragnarok.
did Winter Soldier?
Yeah, he did Winter Soldier, and I
Henry
think
Jackman's
Civil
also a
War.
great composer. Yeah.
I love though who did Ragnarok, just the main opening title.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
my
speaking of
God,
Giacchino,
that
he
should
did
be-
he did the
that
music
really
for
should
Thor:
be the
Love and
theme for
Thunder.
Thor.
Yeah.
That should be the theme for Thor moving forward. I'm so mad that like they didn't. That Ragnarok one was so perfect. That should be Thor's because it fit the old school cosmic Kirby
Yeah.
style so
Yep.
perfectly.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I was really good.
Like,
Yeah,
forget
because I think
Nicholas.
that's kind of the problem with I think that's one of the main factors was Phase 4 and 5 is there's no memorable tracks that isn't a licensed song.
Yeah.
Like, can you
Speaking of that,
like because like Deadpool Wolverine, have great fantastic like license up, but I don't remember a single track in that film that is a licensed song.
me neither.
Most of the best tracks in the movie are remixes by the composer of the movie of famous songs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like yeah, but the actual score itself I don't remember. Like even like I love
There's
Shang-Chi,
like
but
the
I don't
main theme they use for like when the legacy heroes show up that I kind of remember that one, but everything else is a bit of a wash, even though I've actually
like
listened to the soundtrack a lot.
I love Shang-Chi, but I can't remember any music from that movie.
I just remember insert Chinese music sound here.
Yeah.
Anyways, I think this is gonna be like regardless of anything else. Hey, Mr. Down my downward spiral. Also, hey, Mr. Reverse. I will say that like regardless of anything else in the movie, it's gonna have a baller soundtrack. Like it's just gonna be the best soundtrack. But I'm really excited. All right, let's talk about Thunderbolts. I don't have as much
I
to say
just
here.
saw it earlier.
I think the movie's growing on me. I went from like
it's the
when they
comedy of
announced
the
it
movie
to
that's really good.
they announced it and I was like, eh. And then now that we've gotten here, I'm like, I'm kind of like looking forward to it
A
now.
lot of people are saying that it's growing on them. You know what's funny about it? The song they use. It just made me want to watch Mannequin 1 and 2. Mannequin
yeah.
and Mannequin on the movie. Because that was that movie's theme song.
Yeah.
This is one of those films I
Nothing's gonna stop us by Jefferson Starship.
This
Mhm.
is for me like the film I just need to see because I don't know, this trailer reeks of them trying to be James Gunn. Wow, being James Gunn to
That
me.
also,
Yes,
yeah,
I am kind of like looking at
that's
this as
yeah,
it's the Dark Suicide Avenger Squad.
Yeah, no,
yes,
that's my problem with it. It's like because just because I love the Thunderbolts comic, but like I'm just gonna move that aside because it's
Yeah.
clearly its own thing, clearly its own thing. But even then, like I don't know, I'm just it's just like a little too much humor I think with this trailer, and
yeah.
like
A lot
my
of people
biggest
said that too.
my
Mhm.
biggest
Yep.
problem is where's the color? Who sucked the color out of this
Oh yeah,
film?
why is
that's
it so desaturated? Yeah.
I think the
It's Bucky's
desaturation is
movie.
intentional
Bucky-
because
Yeah,
they're
it's
supposed to
probably.
be
movie,
like
guys.
they're kind of like essentially they are the Dark Avengers more than they are the Thunderbolts, right?
Thunderbolts. Maybe that's why
It
there's an
doesn't feel so
actress.
dark with all
Maybe that,
the.
Mr.
maybe that's
Suzuki,
why
I wish they'd be a little less obvious about who's getting the Slipknot treatment.
Oh yeah, cause Taskmaster might be,
Taskmaster's
like,
barely in these trailers.
Yep.
I will tell you that the
Let's just
thing.
get rid of it because it was a bad idea to begin with, since they didn't want to commit to Taskmaster being good.
God,
Is this a cereal box?
yes, because there's a line in the trailer where Red Guardian's like, "We need to be the heroes who are on the Wheaties box," and so they made a whole poster out of it. It's a Wheaties
Yeah, cause
box.
I think
And I gotta give
like,
him credit for that. That's clever.
I would say because with because I don't mind the trailer being humorous, but I think the problem is half the jokes came from Red Guardian, and I love David Harper, but like I feel like they're overusing him a bit here. By the
Yeah.
looks of it.
No.
Like,
Let's overuse him because that's what's gonna sell this movie for me.
yeah, that's probably why.
It's probably a smart tactic because he's the one that everybody reacted to the best out of the previous trailers.
Because the thing is I love how Kurt Russell's son and Bucky are literally like the straight man to his insanity, and they're just like, oh man, what I don't want to die. Like I love
Yeah.
the scene with the limo. That limo scene, I don't care how bad the trailers already spoiled all the best jokes from both the trailers. That limo scene's great to me.
Yeah.
The whole thing. Hey, it's Buck. Oh no. Oh boy.
Yeah.
I guess maybe because I haven't seen Black Widow in years because that movie's so forgettable. But I don't remember Red Guardian be this jokey in that film.
He was kind of jokey, but he wasn't this jokey. They've definitely they realized how funny David Harbour was and have leaned into it with both this and his What If episode.
I guess it's one of those. It's one of those things where it's like I hope like because it's one of those things where like I hope it's not like a Love and Thunder thing because that's the thing. Like people love Korg. Let's add more Korg. Or something like that. I hope that's not.
Mr. Tanuki, I didn't notice that either. He said I just noticed now with more Bucky in the bottom right. Because Bucky's not officially on the team, so on the cereal box now with more Bucky.
I do, but also like I mean, I didn't like the thing about this movie is it's one of those like I'm getting a little too worried about the Marvels with this thing, not in terms of like the quality, but more of like
box office.
Yeah, because you
Yeah.
have
Welcome, Scrubboard
you know,
Gaming. You have.
yeah,
Let's go through this. Two characters that debuted in a Disney Plus movie, because let's be real, who watched Black Widow in theaters? Show of
yeah,
hands, who
that's
watched Black Widow in theaters? We all watched that on Disney Plus, right?
yeah. Oh, that also, I mean, that was COVID time, so at
Yeah,
least
no,
that makes
exactly. Yelena was also in Hawkeye, another Disney Plus show. John Walker debuted in Falcon and Winter Soldier. Ghost was in the Ant-Man movie that the least amount of people watched. Oh, wait, sorry, we have 3 characters from the Disney Plus Black Widow movie. And then we have Bucky, who's probably like the biggest star of it.
Yeah, that's one
Only
of the
because he
things
was in
where
2 Captain America movies before this.
like, I'm not saying like I don't want to think the film's going out to die, but like let's be honest, because like even with the problems with Brave New World's gonna
Mm.
have probably because of all the behind the scenes kerfuffle, I think people are gonna more remember that film and look forward to that film because you got Sam,
I think
Cap,
that's
and
why
yeah,
they
Brian
picked
Paul.
this to be the Super Bowl spot, right? To get
Yeah,
it
because
out there and tell people this is happening.
it just sandwiched between a Captain America movie that even with the controversies and behind the scenes problems, I think most people gonna probably enjoy, and
Yeah.
Fantastic Four. It just kind of sandwiched in between the 2 big movies.
Yep.
And I just think the movie's gonna get lost very fast. Scenario.
Well, that's a good point. Mr. Dookie says they might get a boost if Sebastian Stan gets the Oscar this year. I think it's to start slapping that on the posters, like Academy
Well,
Award
yeah,
winner Sebastian Stan,
well-
watch our movie.
what? Yeah, what was one movie? Was it The Substance? Or I forget what movie? 'Cause I
He's-
know people were.
Which movie
I
he's
know.
up for?
Yeah, because I know people were
It's
talking
The
about that.
Apprentice.
Apprentice. Okay.
Yeah. So the thing is, I don't think he's gonna win because the competition's fierce. But if he won, like, boom, just throw that on the marketing. That being said, I am actually looking forward to it. And also, one thing before we move on, I do appreciate that Yelena has a line in the trailer. She's like, "What kind of team is this? All we do is just shoot stuff and punch things."
Yeah, at least they're self-aware how
They're
boring
ve-
this team is.
Yeah, they're very self-aware of how poorly laid out this roster is. And I'm
Look,
like, okay, if you're leading into that as part of the plot, I appreciate that. I appreciate the leading into it.
all we know the way that Sentry's gonna get defeated is Bucky charges his ultimate and just goes again.
Again.
Uh,
All I know is that this
Uh.
movie was pretty much probably given to Sebastian because they technically owe him at least a Cap run without making him Cap.
Yeah. And I
was
think
gonna
also
say
it's a good...
They gave it to Sebastian Shaw, and I'm like, that's
I
another
mean-
thing, Wiz.
I mean,
Yeah.
I get that it is kind of convenient that Bucky and Sam get a movie this year scenario.
It's funny because
Like-
I think a lot of people would have liked a Bucky and Sam in the same movie.
Yeah.
No, like I really think the biggest flaw the MCU did, and I'm not trying to play Sam down. I've already told
Mhm.
Soundout this, and Soundout slightly agreed. I don't know why we couldn't just have it that both Bucky and Falcon became Captain America. Like, why does Captain America need
the
to be
problem
one
we have,
person?
right? And then because we talked about this before, and we'll touch on this briefly before we move on. The problem we have is that you have Endgame, where the shield gets passed, and then you have Falcon and Winter Soldier, which came out like 2 years later, and then a 4-year break before we saw these characters again, when we could have had like another season of their show with how long these movies are taking. And I think it would have been, I think they're, also because of the Disney Plus formula, the 6-episode structure. What could have been interesting to see, and yeah, I still like the Falcon and Winter Soldier show we got. Could have been interesting to see as well if like the Falcon and Winter Soldier like was like a longer season, and like Sam is like, I don't want the shield, you take it, Bucky, and then Bucky tries to be Captain America and kind of like fumbles it, and then it's like, no, Sam, you're the better choice, and then that's how like they work together on it, and then eventually like that's how Sam becomes
Like,
Captain
yeah, no,
America.
like that's the thing. Like, I think they both deserve it though, because like one, Bucky knows he can't really represent Steve's legacy like Sam can because he has the dark past of being the Winter Soldier, but a part of it should be him
He has to
realizing. Yeah, he does have that too.
Yeah.
But it's just he has to like get over that like ability of his self-doubt. Like, like
Right.
the whole thing about the Falcon Winter was him actually finding happiness again. So like the idea should be he should be able to wear those stripes, and also similar to that show, US Agent he's not really I don't really think he's a flawed character like he is in the comics, where he really shouldn't represent. I think he's a character that is actually. I think the movie/series made him a better layered character. That he's just a guy dealing with trauma. He actually is a good candidate, but he just has all that trauma and anger in him that hinders him from being a world hero. A good, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because
he actually has he has the virtues and shit, but he just has so much trauma.
His trauma and his anger holds him back from being like the right guy for the job, right? And I kind of hope they lean into that with Thunderbolts, because I think that they did give him a lot of good layers.
Because he seems like a genuinely good dude.
Yeah. I think also him taking the Super Soldier Serum was like what really screwed his brain up. Like, he seemed like a nice guy, and then the Super Soldier Serum brought out all his worst aspects, right?
Exactly, because the super, as we know, in not just the comics, not even the first Winter Soldier, the first Avenger movie, is that if you don't believe in yourself, or
but did the wheels cut out on my side?
No, did he?
I hear his TV. I think that's his TV.
I don't hear him anymore.
He's quiet now.
Anyways, yeah, the Super Soldier Serum always brings out parts
Super
of
drug.
because the biggest thing is self-confidence, right? Like Wheels was talking about is like, if you're not confident in yourself, the Super Soldier Serum will bring out all your insecurities. So it's kind of like Hulk's work that way too.
But
all right, so, guys, just give me a minute. My computer, I was trying to plug it in and it kicked me out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We're not talking about Buck. We're talking about John Walker, U.S. soldier.
Yeah. No, as I was saying before, it cut me off. I think. Oh, crap! It cut me off, and I lost my train of thought.
About the Super Soldier Serum and what it does.
Yeah, the Super Soldier Serum is that if you don't believe in yourself as a good person, or if you have like baggage, it will dement you, because, as they said, the Super Soldier Serum also runs through through the veins of the Red Skull, and because he's a hateful SOB, an evil SOB, that's what caused part of his deformities.
Yeah.
So, like, if you don't have the right mind going in, like, you could still have some of those issues. You could still have some of that baggage. But if you don't go in when taking it, like, believing in yourself, it's gonna F you up more. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
which is what happened with John Walker, because he went into it going, I'm not good enough to be Captain America unless I have this.
Yeah, because remember, Steve believed in himself, but we also know in the comics, we also know in the other stuff, and we also see in the movies, Steve has a bit of an anger issue that he just bottles up. He's able to bottle it up so good that when he finally lets loose, he's just like, oh man, I'm mad at myself.
I relate to that. Anyways, so on that, let's move on to the Blu-ray news, because I think it's time to, and Wheels can hopefully get his computer back. All right. In Blu-ray news, I got to cover this last week because I have to hide half of this tweet because it's porn. Media Blasters announced that the Kamen Rider Trilogy Blu-ray Standard Edition is releasing in April. So if you have been looking for the standard, we had the limited edition. The standard is coming out in April.
This will have the 6. This will have the 6 discs. Don't worry.
Yes, it has the corrected disc and it has Kamen Rider World. It has all the bonus features. The only difference between this and the special edition was the slipcover and the booklet are not included anymore.
I'm glad that that's the only difference.
Yep, I'm glad too, because I don't like when bonus features get locked behind exclusive stuff. All right, next up, Animego, the other company that Media OCD owns, that's not Media OCD, is doing a town hall today at 9 p.m. Eastern. That's 7 my time. 9 p.m. Eastern, they're going to be announcing licenses and updates. If anything catches my eye, we'll talk about it next week. I usually don't watch these because as obscure as Discotek gets, Animego gets even more obscure.
Are you telling me this is the cow stream?
Sometimes,
yeah.
Even some of Animego stuff tripped you up too, Cal. So I remember like last time they announced stuff and you're like, what is this? That's why we usually don't watch these. But I'm kind of hoping they'll announce another Bubblegum Crisis title, because they just shipped my order with Crash
I'll watch
Crisis.
it, maybe. What time?
It's at 9.
Oh.
I might put it on and then just like have it on my phone.
Yeah, exactly.
just like casually watch it.
If they announced the anime that I warned that I came into the theme song of, that'd be funny.
It is.
Are you gonna do the Are you gonna do the Leonardo DiCaprio point when he sees it? You recognize?
Yes, exactly. All right. In the world of Warner Archive, the Magilla Gorilla Show complete series is coming. March 25th. It's going to contain the entire series, 4K restoration from original camera negative, plus rare footage of Hoyt Curtin and Bill Hanna at the piano doing the theme song. That's amazing. There's a Mr. Pebble's Pet Shop interview gallery with the voice actors and people that worked on it. A vintage TV special, which goes inside the Hanna-Barbera studios, and optional English hearing impaired subtitles. So that's pretty amazing. I'm loving that they're cranking out the Hanna-Barbera shows lately on the Blu-ray.
Mhm.
So pretty amazing. There's some other things like a Monogram matinee collection, Hitman, Earth 2, the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, and Sadie McCree for your old school film fans. Got some stuff there. But Magilla Gorilla makes me excited because I think I've been keeping up with all the Hanna-Barbera releases so far. So T Cosmic Latte. So you're saying is you got a Magilla Gorilla for sale. Exactly.
Yes.
the pre-order page should just say that, like when you order it.
I just love the word alliteration. Magilla Gorilla.
Yep. That's a lot of Hanna-Barbera stuff is just based on alliteration, right?
True.
Everybody's talking about the boomerang bumper. Yeah, exactly. That's I think how most people know the show after.
Also, The Simpsons actually earlier today showed one of my favorite scenes, and it was Homer dreaming he was Magilla Gorilla.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's so good.
Hey, you should not taking my bananas, Mr. Peebles.
Yeah. No, I love how much like the Hanna-Barbera shows are like kind of grained into pop culture in a lot of ways. Oh yeah, the Harvey Birdman episode.
Hanna-Barbera.
I mean,
Hanna-Barbera Godzilla yesterday.
Yeah, that's another show.
It could be Top Cat, where it's like a religion in Mexico.
Yeah. God, Top Cat's one of like when shows like it's like the Futurama gag about Star Trek becoming a religion, right?
Yep. That's why they had to ban the 6 movies.
Yep. All right. In the world of NECA toys, I have suspected this for a while because the last new figure to come out was like almost 2 years ago, I think. It's almost a year. Sorry, almost a year, not 2 years. I'm jumping into the future again. The last time we got a new character for Gargoyles was Lexington, and last year after that we got like the trench coat version of Broadway, and we got the 2-pack of Demona and Goliath. But officially, this was from the Toy Collector magazine. People who know NECA and had done a reveal of a figure like Cold Stone, they have confirmed the Gargoyles line at NECA is done. We're not getting Cold Stone, Macbeth, or Gabriel, or anything that hadn't been shown. And sadly, and the most sad, is we're not getting closed wings for the other half of the Gargoyles.
Do you think this is the case where the line died, or does he revoke the license, or the license ran out scenario?
I think the line died because after Goliath, these things started to sit around on the shelves.
Yeah, they did a shuffle because they're so big and expensive.
Yeah, like Zeltrax said, they should have included the closed wings with the figures and not separate them out. I agree, because I don't have any of my Gargoyles on the shelf because there's...
I love building accessories.
Yeah, like... The thing is, I think the problem I have with them is that they would only come with wings fully splayed out. Like, why not the half wing fold as the default? And then maybe, okay, Bronx comes with the closed version. But half wings with a joint in them to extend full out would have been nice. But the problem is, every figure had like a foot-wide wingspan. How are you supposed to display an entire shelf's worth of that?
You know what? That should be a video topic you should do. Is the pros and cons of figure DLC, because I think there's some good examples and bad examples. Like stuff like the Luffy DLC faceplates from the One Piece stuff. That makes sense. I think that works pretty well because it's just faceplates. It's just one digital faceplate, and like let's face it, most people would have a Luffy no matter what.
Yeah.
If you're collecting One Piece. stuff like the Dragon Ball superhero stuff, her Gohan and all of his parts are bad examples of figure DLC, and this one I think is actually worse because well the Gohan stuff is annoying. You could still have the Gohan figure by itself is still fine, but like the capes, the fold up wings are like a necessary thing for gargoyles to like able to like be displayed. Because you can still display your SH figure at superhero Gohan by himself without any of the extra DLC accessories. But like, good luck trying to display all your gargoyles together with those giant, enormous wingspans.
Exactly, and especially now that we're not getting the rest of the wings, closed wings, because the line's dead, right? The line died before we could get everybody's closed wings. It and as much as I liked it, and I did buy all the characters, I can't display them, and so like I bought them all, but I don't have them on display, and I gotta imagine there's some people that maybe just bought Goliath thinking they were gonna buy the whole Manhattan Clan, and then saw how big Goliath was, and then went,
They overwhelmed them. It's like, oh Jesus Christ!
yeah, because it's like, oh, who do we got? How many more of these do I have to buy? Blader said, any major hero still missing? No, we did get the whole Manhattan Clan, and we did get Eliza.
I think we all the key carriers. I think we just
Yeah.
had all the key carriers pretty much.
Yeah, like we were missing like the wings for a lot of them. So like the problem is like for a character like Hudson, who is older, he doesn't have full splayed out wings a lot in the show. He has like the half wings, and yet we don't have the half wings. He's just in full like battle mode all the time. It's just something I think that they misstepped on, and
Essentially, how expensive the figure,
it made them more expensive even.
Yeah.
They're like $45 a figure. Even Lexington was like 40, and he's tiny.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem. And like, and honestly, like,
Yeah.
with gargoyles, I think the brand, I think yeah, this could be a lot of like factors, Disney also, but I just think gargoyles as a brand, I think can't really last as long. I mean, honestly, it lasts pretty long, so that's we're saying this, but like it didn't last a while from what I remember. This line,
We got
it was like
2 or 3 years out of it.
I thought it was longer. I thought it was like 4 at the very least.
It took a while. Like they didn't come out like super fast, so that we did get a lot over an extended period of time.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, but, like-
I'm gonna throw. I don't want to throw more blame at the Dynamite Gargoyles comic, but I'm gonna throw more blame at the Dynamite Gargoyles comic.
I think it's definitely a case of Disney also. Let's
I
not
think
forget.
no, I'm gonna. It's actually it's a creative problem.
Hmm.
I think the line could have been because the Gargoyles comic sells because they do a ton of variant covers mostly. That's what my comic shop tells me is from the people that buy Gargoyles, they only buy it for the covers. But the Dynamite Gargoyles comics would have been a good because they came out around the same time as these figures were around, and the Dynamite Gargoyles comic came in as a kind of a resurgence thing. The comics would have been a good way to get new people into Gargoyles. But the comics are so impenetrable that even me as a long-term Gargoyles fan was reading the comics going, I don't know what the hell is going on. Because they were written as a sequel to comics that were printed 20 years ago that had not been reprinted. They did not provide recap pages. They did not require a recap issue. If you had not read the prior comics, known that the third season wasn't canon to those comics, and had been keeping up with the story, you can't just jump into Gargoyles #1 and understand what's going on. Because even as a long-term Gargoyles fan, I never read those older comics because they're really hard to get, and they've been out of print for 20 years. And then I go to read the new comic, and I'm like, oh, cool. Like, all right, I didn't catch that earlier part, but I'm sure they'll recap it. Not throw 7 new characters at me that I have no idea who they are.
Yeah, we talked about we talked about this earlier in the show about comic, but this is an example of bad comic continuity.
I have not seen Marvel or DC do anything as bad as the lack of context in the Dynamite Gargoyles comics. They just assume you know everything.
And that's the thing. And there's no shade at Gargoyles. Gargoyles are a fantastic series, but like I think Greg Weisman or the company Disney or Dynamite, I think they overestimate how big Gargoyles is.
Yes,
Gargoyles is popular, but not like Batman the Animated or Ninja Turtles popular. Like like the compared to lines, like like the DC Direct Batman stuff or NECA's Turtles. That's those brands are big enough where you could do big lines like those.
Yeah.
And such like that because it's not only more pop culture relevant, but it's also just simpler to because Gargoyles is so key to his continuity that
Um,
it's more harder to get not hard to get into, but more hard to keep like if you're a casual viewer, if you're casual, you like like you remember Gargoyles back in the day scenario.
Mhm.
The me and you
I
see
do.
the comic or the toys, you'll kind of be overwhelmed because there's a lot of stuff like, what is this? What's going on here?
Yeah.
And like,
Like, a
and
lot of
that's
people
giving
didn't even know who Angela was, and she's, like, a main character starting in season 2. But when her
yeah,
figure got announced, a lot of people were like, "Who's this?" And I was like, "Oh, no." Like, that's when I
yeah.
realized I was like, "Oh, no, we've already crossed the threshold."
It's a
Yeah.
very similar, yeah. Because again, I think
Pretty
something
much Gargoyles has Wing Gundam effect. People
it's a
remember
lot.
watching
Well,
it, but they
there's
don't
not even
Don't
just
remember
mess
a
much
with
about it.
Dragon
well,
Ball fans.
well,
We don't read our
I think
show.
also people remember
well,
season 1 of Gargoyles over anything else. Because
in,
season 1's a nice, consistent 13-episode thing, and then season 2 is this
Uh,
52-episode Albatross.
I
yeah,
know
but
people drop. I know a lot of people drop off Gargoyles from season 2.
Yeah.
And
And the creators
that's
were horrified when they were told they're going to get 26 episodes for season 2, and then Disney came in last minute and said, "No, you got 52." And they were like,
52.
"What?" And that's why the
And
Avalon arc lasts like 10 episodes, because they had to fill a 52-episode runtime suddenly.
And this is kind of a broader conversation in general because this
Mhm.
is not we just said the Wing Gundam effect. Chaos mentioned Dragon Ball fans, but I think this is a case of the how franchises are in the West versus other countries. This kind of we're not gonna cover. People wonder we're not gonna cover the Power Rangers re-initiation figure tease yet because
We'll
it's just a
cover them when
tease.
they get fully revealed.
Yeah, we'll cover them with these, but this is it goes into the whole Mighty Morphin thing, and people complain about Mighty Morphin again and that. But like, I think some people need to kind of get outside their little bubble of the fandom and kind of look at the global, the greater global stakes of stuff like that,
Mhm.
because the America culture wise really does focus on the peaks of the franchise. You look at stuff like Wheels Magic Wing
Wing
Gundam,
Gundam, yeah.
Dragon Ball Z, and stuff like Pokemon Gen 1 and 87 Turtles, Transformers, and and Mighty Morphin. It was a big pop culture thing. That is just a very much an American thing because in like Southern Japan, they pretty much have a go by series where America they kind of focus on a core value thing. Why do you think you get like new incarnations of
G1.
Super G1 or Superman, Batman, Turtles?
Mhm.
Because it's not like, oh, this because we don't really have an anthology. Like the closest thing I see that's like the biggest thing that's an anthology series in the West is Star
Star
Trek.
Trek.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it, and that's the only one I can think of. Because even like Doctor Who, like Doctor Who when the peak of Doctor Who in the West specifically is the Tennant Matt Smith era.
Yeah.
And but once we get Peter Capaldi, just filter out because oh no, it's not the hot dude anymore and something like that.
Yeah, as soon as it goes more
Uh,
classic Doctor Who, suddenly the general interest fell off, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, that is pretty much the case for Western culture and all that stuff.
Mhm.
And this is with Gargoyles, the peak was season 1, and and you go any beyond that, people get confused. And like, because I watch several other YouTubers that are outside the bubble of our franchise, and what they know is what they know. Like I seen like toy and when people complain about like stuff like the Mighty Morphin stuff, I go see and go about Mighty Morphin this, Mighty Morphin that. I go watch other content creators that are outside our bubble, and what I see where they go like look at like they go to like I'm watching like a video game
Mhm.
a video game hunt video, and they're in like video game shop that sells toys, and what's the thing they gravitate to, the first thing they go like they glance at toys, the Mighty Morphin stuff, the Lightning Collection or the retro figures, because that's the stuff they know. It's because that's the stuff they remember and stuff like that. That is pretty much the
Basically,
case. I
in a
think,
nostalgia-based society, the thing that was most popular is the thing most remembered.
yeah, because
Yeah.
I think people underestimate the zeitgeist scenario like that. It
Yep.
is a big thing in Western culture, and Gargoyles is pretty much the case here. Why the Lion probably didn't do horribly, but like because again, it did last couple years, but why is now ending
Yeah,
scenario like
and
that?
I think, it definitely, I think, is the Gargoyles brand just has a limited. It's like Thundercats in a way. It just has a limited
Hmm.
scope, right? Blade Raider said, "I did not see season 2 until Toon Disney long after the show was over. It was immediate like, who's this? Why is it serialized? I should watch more." Yeah, I think that was another factor too. Is that I think because their season 2 took a little while to come out, they may have I think they lost their little bubble, and that's why like season 3 also turned out the way it did. The other thing I was going to say, Mr. Tanuki said, this is referring to the Gargoyles comics and their dense continuity, did they at least do the little editor note boxes like Archie Sonic used to? Nope, because what are you going to reference? A comic from 20 years ago by a company with a name I can't say on stream?
Yeah, because like with Archie,
They did, because the thing is, I think the biggest mistake was that if Dynamite had started their Gargoyles with reprints, as opposed to like the reprints are coming like next summer, like this summer, we're getting the reprints. If they had started with the reprints of the older comics and then done like a catch-up issue and then started, we would be in a different boat, I think. But as of right now, the Gargoyles comics are kind of like off, not happening. So
actually using that Sonic example, this is like if IDW just continue off from Archie.
Yep.
But you can't get those Archie books anymore. So like it'll be a similar scenario like that because legally they legally can't mention the older comics because it's not available to get anymore legally and all that stuff.
Yeah, and the thing is too is that I think that was so. I think that with Gargoyles, I think everybody involved did overestimate how popular Gargoyles is and how much people know about Gargoyles. And I think it has led to the NECA line ending. We don't know what's going on with the Dynamite comics. Gargoyles Quest just wrapped up. I don't know what happened. I still couldn't follow it. I've been reading every issue, but I don't know what happened. And now we just sit here wondering what's next, besides the fact Disney announced a live-action TV show, which I don't think they're going to make, because how the hell do you have the money to make a live-action Gargoyles TV show?
Didn't they announce that years ago? Because I feel like
it was like a year ago. It's been like a year or more at this point.
Because Disney been trying to do stuff like Gargoyles, but never get off the ground.
Yeah. And so it's unfortunate, but
Disney says a lot of stuff, because remember, like, is that Darkwing Duck reboot by Seth Green, or not Jeff? Who's Seth Rogen? Is that still happening, or did that get canceled?
That's done.
Yeah, that's done. Okay, because that was announced, and then we just never heard anything from that again.
Yeah. All right, let's move on. Let's see what we got. Storm Collectibles. We had talked about how Storm Collectibles is doing a smaller size 6-inch line as opposed to their 8-inch line called Storm Arena. And we had seen some prototypes for Alpha 3, Ken, and Ryu. And the first one to go up for pre-order was Ken, which is actually kind of nice. And
it is a bit refreshing. Oh, hold on. Super chat from Crossy Hossy. $9. What's worse about the NECA Gargoyles line being Ken is that Macbeth was going to have Hudson's closed wings and Cold Stone just looks really cool. So right now I'm really disappointed.
I am too. I'm sad the lines ended. I'm not 100% shocked, but I am sad it didn't get to at least release the last figures they showed. I hate when stuff gets left on the table. I like it when lines get canceled and we didn't know figures that were coming up. You know what I mean?
At least into like years later.
Yeah.
Like that.
It's like, oh, that was neat. They would have done that, but like finding out in the time, I'm like, oh, but I want this, this, and this. All right, so this is actually, as Miteki said, this is the second in Arena after Baki.
Because Baki.
But Ken here looks great. Really good range of articulation.
At least I'm kind of glad they made Ken's the first figure that's gonna be revealed, because at least Ken's alpha design is a little more different than Ryu, where the only difference is headband white now.
Yeah, this one's got like the long hair.
The longer hair.
He's got the fire effect and everything. I think he looks terrific. But the thing that I want to highlight with this, also there's Ryu in the promo shots, of course. There's everything Ken comes with. He comes with 6 extra hands, a stand, and an effect piece.
They really did capture Bingus' art style on this figure.
Yes. Now here's the thing that I like about this. He's $27.
Yeah,
yes. I'm so glad Storm's doing cheaper ones.
Yeah.
There's a Baki that I pre-ordered. It's only like 20 something. I'm like, wait, what?
Yep, the
really?
Baki's like 25. Yeah.
I pre-ordered that one. I'm like, yo.
What's the God of War means? Like, Storm, my soul.
And my life
if you
is
if you make a 6-inch Guilty Gear line, and my life is yours.
The licenses they've announced so far have been Baki, Street Fighter Alpha 3, and Darkstalkers. Oh my god, are we getting affordable Darkstalkers?
112 Darkstalkers.
Fans are finally eating good with figures. So.
Yes.
Yeah. 112 Darkstalkers. That's a dream come true there.
And I don't want to say this because I have no basis on if this is actually true, but it does feel like Jada Toys changed the game. It did. I think Storm Collectibles. Like, think about Storm Collectibles. They were doing their $100 or their $80 to $100 8-inch
Giant
figures.
Yep.
And everyone's like, that's the best fighting game line because they're actually making stuff. Jada rolls in at 25 at 6-inch and is just pumping out characters left and right. And I think Storm went, oh, we just lost our monopoly. Oh, we need to compete now.
That's why competition is good.
Yes, exactly.
Like that thing is like I'm still surprised. I think if you go to Big Bad right now, the Soul Bad Guy Storm Collectible figure is still available to get, and that came out like a while ago.
Yeah.
So I think
it was like a whole solid 2 years between Dimitri and Morgan.
Yeah.
I'm excited for their Darkstalkers. Obviously, I ordered their Ken though. I want to get Ken in hand because he goes to the Marvel vs. Capcom stuff, right? Because he's the alpha design. And also like at $27, yeah, I'll give this guy a test run. Let's go.
Yeah. And essentially, again, like it's good that it's smart to choose Ken first because his design is just more different. I'm hoping we'll get like a Sakura, for example, because since we don't know if Jada, I don't know if they confirmed Jada's confirmed it.
I believe Jada said they can do any Street Fighter game they want. They're just starting with 2.
Yeah. And so, but they're still doing 2 because we still have a lot of figures to get released.
5 more figures, 7 more figures to actually release.
Yeah, so it's gonna take a bit. So I'm really hoping, we get a lot, especially the alpha characters like Sakura, Charlie, and stuff like that. Like I want those
get my man Rolento?
Oh yes, and stuff like that. Like essentially.
I love how these come with the same accessory loadouts as Figuarts, but are half the price.
Yeah, I know, right?
Very excited about this. If I like the Ken, I'll get the Ryu. That's for sure, because they'll be basically the same figure. But like Cal said, fighting game fans are eating good in the figure realm for once. We finally got our day.
Unless you're a Mortal Kombat fan.
Unless you're a Mortal Kombat fan. Oh god, it's rough if you're a Mortal Kombat fan right now. Woof. All right, let's talk Bandai. So we had talked about this prior when they announced the Memorial Edition Boom Boomger Changer. The question was, are they going to make the Change Axe? And the answer should have been obviously yes, but yes, they are making the Change Axe. So this is going to be 27,500 yen. 145% larger than the deluxe toy. Painted nicer than the deluxe toy in the case of the booster. It'll turn into the axe form, the driving handle, and the sword form. As well as voice lines for both Genba and Joe, as well as voice lines for the whole team for roll calls and stuff, and communications, plus 2 music tracks, and there will be sounds for the champion final attacks, and there will be sounds for the driving specific, and it is compatible with all the deluxe Boom Boom cars that are on the way to my house. I mean, maybe I'll get in a future mysterious unboxing.
True. I would say, because I didn't really pay attention to the toy line, but like I actually kind of like the changers. Oh, they're like simple. I kind of like how simple they are. Just a nice button press, and then do the overdrive Bulkinger wrist thing.
And with this one, you slam it down instead of the little wheel, so it's like different. Yeah.
I like how simple they are. They're just like I feel like the Kirame changer was a little too.
Yeah.
I think the little too it's mostly the design. It's just a circle. I like these. They give me 2000s changer vibes, which I like especially.
As someone that may or may not have gotten a Boom Boom controller like a couple days ago, they're really fun. Just like pushing buttons.
Did you put fighting game inputs in it?
I tried. It's funny because the controller's not that advanced. It's not as advanced as like the Digitizer, which is like from '98. But the controller basically it's 2 buttons on either side, so it's not really specific. It's just about the alternating and the repetition.
This strand that was more broad. I would pay good money to see some mod Game Boy Advance of that thing.
That would be amazing.
I think because it has all the buttons. I think it has doesn't have Eleanor the face buttons. I want to see some.
You probably could. You probably could. I am tempted to get this. I'm not sure if I will because it is expensive. I have the deluxe one on the way, as Psycho said.
Is the upgrades worth it to you scenario in this case?
I don't know yet because I don't have the deluxe one. When I get the deluxe one in, I can kind of go like, oh, this is worth it or this isn't worth it kind of thing. I do have on order the Memorial Boom Boom Changer because that has a lot of improvements, larger wrist strap, LEDs on the front gauge. It comes with the trailer car in a deluxe style. So I'm kind of like, yeah, I definitely want the memorial. With this, I'm a little bit like, I kind of want to get my deluxe one in and then go like, yeah, I need the memorial, or yeah, I'm good with the deluxe one. I would really like a memorial of the controller though, because I feel like they could do a lot with the.
This
the
does
design.
leave a good question now. Thinking about it,
Yeah,
how would they do Memorial Gozuger?
I don't know how they're gonna do Memorial Gozuchi.
Yeah,
It's a mecha.
that's a mech. That's the mecha. I mean, it's like you go like, wait, how they gonna do that?
My
like,
only
unless
thought
it-
is they do a non-transforming version,
Yeah, one,
and it's
yeah.
just bigger, but that would be boring to me. But yeah, this thing looks cool, and I'm glad that they're continuing it, because I know with King Oger, we waited months before they announced Spider Kumanos. So it's nice that this was just right away. They're like right
I mean,
away. Like, we're doing this.
technically, it's not the 6 Ranger. You want to get technical?
Yeah, I know we haven't done the 6. I mean, just a second release, right? I do think it's coming out in October. I do think we might get the controller though, because I mean, why not at this point? Oh, that's right. They did announce the Zero before this layer. But,
you get a free copy. You get a free copy of Tekken 8 if you buy the Memorial Edition controller.
Tekken 8. Bandai's like, you get Tekken 8 for free, but we expect you to pay for all the costumes.
Yeah.
Right,
Dude,
Cass? Every time we open Tekken, here's what's new on the shop, right?
Now, do you Korean backdashes on this thing?
Every time.
Every time. I Korean backdash. It's going, boom, boom, boom. All right. In related news, again, I'm not going to say any spoilers for Boom Boom because I haven't seen the finale yet, but also don't leave them in the chat. Bakuage Sentai Boon Bunger versus King Oger will be coming out in Japanese theaters for a limited run on May 1st, and the Blu-ray will be dropping October 29th. Of course, it is a crossover between Boon Bunger and King Oger.
I knew Bundi was evil all this time.
As someone that hasn't seen the finale to Boom Bunger, this poster confuses me, but nobody tell me anything. The other thing, of course, there's going to be a pack-in toward the Blu-ray, and this one is a Boom Boon changer that's been all King Ogered up, probably for a form or two of the Red Rangers turning into something else, I imagine. It actually looks really pretty. It's so gold. It's also the third version of the Boom Boom changer, because the what is it? There's there was the regular Boom Boom changer. There's the Danger, which is the one that the 3 goons have, and then now this one, and then there's also the Memorial. I have a lot of these things hanging around. Anyways, oh, it's not a form; it's used for a mecha combination. Oh, that's even more interesting. I'm way more interested in a mecha combo than a form where they swap body parts like they've done the last couple years. Wait, how does a mecha combo even work?
Instead of bugs, it's just a bunch of cars.
I'm curious. I'm excited.
We just got Ant on wheels.
Could be. Got Ant on wheels. I love all the memes people have been making of like Gira discovers what a car is. Because they don't have cars in the King Oger planet. They all have old-timey fantasy like transportation.
Now I want the movie just to be the live action Masters of the Universe movie, but it's just King Oger just instead.
I don't know, because I don't know if it's taking place on King Oger's planet or on Earth, but
just imagine.
I hope it's on Earth. That'd be funny.
Just imagine it's like the original Masters movie, but it's King Oger.
That'd be great. All right, SH Figuarts time. Kaus, who is Goku and why is he important? I don't know if Kaus is here.
Who is Goku?
Who is Goku and why is he important?
I'm a Dragon Ball fan. I don't read the show. I don't read the manga or watch the show.
I'm a Dragon Ball fan. I don't read the show is now the perfect version of this.
No.
I know that wasn't intentional, but I think that's now we gotta start saying it.
No, I know who Goku is. Isn't Goku the guy who was hatched from a rock egg and then like went on a journey and then like fought the god off?
That's great. You actually gave the actual Journey to the West.
I'm impressed.
I've actually read it in middle school. Of all things to read randomly in middle school.
I read Dracula in middle school, so
I read Journey to the West and I read Starship Troopers.
I love Journey.
And I was like, man, this is nothing like the movie.
Yeah.
I didn't know at the time that it wasn't supposed to be.
So this is your best selection of the Legendary Super Saiyan Goku mold. It's just classic old less accessories. So So he doesn't come with the ultra hair piece where it's like flowing upwards. It's just the default head, and it comes with one extra face, which is like, okay, that's a little taking too much for me, honestly.
Yeah,
Because
it's less best selection and poor value.
Dude, I got so mad at that I went out and just bought the one that I was like, because it's selling out now.
The legendary, the other like you're just only paying I think $10 more or $20 more.
It's about $22 more.
Is it that expensive? Because last I saw on Big Bad, it was only
It's
like
65 or 68. I forget.
Yeah, so yeah, it's even not that much more expensive than this because this is 45 here.
Yeah.
And no, like I don't think this they should have just reissued it as is and gave us like a stand too. I'm like,
yeah, because so many people want because this is a very big popular figure, and like I think what they remove is a little too much because you only get two.
Welcome, Fire Fearing Art Zero.
Them removing like the grin and the other face and that, like removing the Kamea wave, I could sort of get, but removing the other facial reactions and the hair for like him charging up his ki, stupid.
Yeah, like I understand taking like one face away, the Kamea effect piece in the hands to connect to it, but like only two faces and fists, pose hands, and ki blast hands for $45.
Luffy comes with more at 35, and he's not P Bandai.
Yeah, like I understand he has the new like 3.0 like engineering, but Gohan's the same. Gohan has the same engineering, and he has like more accessories to him.
Yeah,
for $35.
What would make this figure better was if they gave him the clear plastic head with the metallic paint job.
Yeah.
Well, he's designed to be released next to Cooler 40th Anniversary Reissue Edition.
God, this is my first time over for P Bandai, and I want to rip my hair out.
You had every possible thing that could go wrong ordering for P Bandai happen.
I know, right? Yeah. So, tell my story because I was in a rush because I heard things were selling out super fast during during T Week or something like that.
Yeah, they put up a bunch of stuff like in stock,
and they were gone. And they were gone instantaneously. I heard like Beast go on and such like that. But yeah, my first time ordering P Bandai. So I was about to log into my Bandai Namco account I have. Didn't work because apparently they're all separate for some stupid reason.
For some reason, they don't have a unified account system.
Even the other companies do.
I swear, Bandai is the worst monopoly.
So I had to like hastily make a new account and such like that. So did that, but then tried to order it, but like. It didn't give me like the card information right away, so I was on like other websites. So I was really confused.
You have to enter the card information on a separate website.
Yeah, and it felt so sketchy. I didn't trust it. I was like stressed out. Like I'm gonna assume this is like official, but like it didn't felt right. It didn't work for a bit, but like it got working because I got scared, got sold out, but I didn't. So I ordered it. Still didn't like it. I had to take $90 out of my wallet that day, but. I got it. At the very least.
Here's the funny part too. I love how this is $10 more just for a stupid ass stage.
I know, right?
That doesn't have an arm to hold it up.
Yeah, it doesn't have an arm. It just comes with a stand. Yeah, just a base.
Yeah. Wow.
Yep. And then to round this out, we have Galactron from Ultraman Orb, who's somehow $180.
My God.
Okay, here's the thing. I was told he was retail, but now he's actually P Bandai. Is weird.
Yeah, he's actually P Bandai in Japan and US. Sometimes the P Bandai in Japan will be retail here, like Ace or I can't remember others. Pain. But yeah, no, it's $180. Just I don't know where the value is in the price here.
I mean, what talking about value? I understand he was an exclusive, but why is SSA? What's the Super Saiyan 2 Goku fucking $100?
I don't know.
So this is the stupid thing, right?
I think you can take the tail off Peacemaker.
The Galactron, the issue with Kaiju, for some reason, Kaiju are always more expensive.
Yeah, but I've never seen. I feel like I've never seen one this expensive.
He's almost 200.
King Mons was higher.
Oh yeah, but I mean that's King of Mons. Like he's massive. Like, is Galactron really that big? He doesn't look that big.
I think he's like almost the same price as like the Shinra and Porunga almost, because I think those were 200.
Yeah, like he's the same height as Orb.
I understand piece count.
Okay, here's the thing. Figuart seems to be like a half an inch shorter, but then again, they are tooling this thing to have all that etching in his torso.
I guess
he has all that cybernetic.
It's one of these like. Yeah, no, like it's one of those, like, I understand why it probably costs a lot because all the you have a lot of piece count and everything and all the detail, but like what, almost 200? That's like
I
ridiculous.
think it's the sculpting.
We're on intermission because I need to order. We're not on intermission. I'm just going to pause and order Peter Cushing. You guys can continue to discuss the price.
Oh yeah, this is a classical drop on during stream
This
scenario.
is like the third
Sound out
time.
trying not to dox himself.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I'm off screen.
Sound out.
Because keep talking.
Sound out dox himself. Try not to dox himself. Challenge impossible.
Yeah. I was like, well, let me just switch the screen share up. I just got the notification that they put up the Peter Cushing Van Helsing.
Like, all I know is, I want to get Galactron. I might wait to pre-order it, like not immediately right now, because I'm gonna get cooler and just get Galactron.
I
later.
wanted. I'm assuming, or I want to get the Broly because he's only $90, but like I need to get other stuff that's supported for me right now, like a new monitor, like new second monitor and all that stuff, right? My PC and all that stuff. So
Fire
like,
Fury's like, I wish Galactron was retail. He's pretty popular. I don't get why he's not retail. If they can put Blackbeard retail, like,
well,
I think the issue. This is the issue.
I'm saying that because he's cheaper than Blackbeard. That's what I mean.
And
Yeah.
I'm going to bring this up. One of the things I know is even though kaiju are popular, the issue is that they somehow still don't sell.
Yeah.
unless they're like Godzilla.
The kaiju curse.
But even Godzilla, like the
Anytime-
non-Godzillas are always P Bandai.
Yeah. And this goes into like why the monsters and Power Rangers also don't sell scenario. Just people like the general demographic don't like monster characters. Don't like really buy the monsters that much.
It's like they like them, but they're not going to go out of their way to buy them. So it's always a hazard.
And then because they
I
have to
understand
cost
that feeling.
more, right? Like they become unaffordable in a lot of ways. Like I like Galactron, but I don't want to spend $180 on Galactron.
Like if this was retail, he'd get clearanced out on like Ami for
Yeah.
$70.
I always feel like that's the thing with Bandai. They're like, it's not like, can we sell this at retail? It's, will this go to clearance at retail? And if it's going to go to clearance, then if we sell it on P Bandai, we get all the money. Yeah. Anyways, let's move on. We got a lot of Transformers to talk about. Transformers. There was so we got
Terraformars.
We got two stages of Transformers news. We have the officially revealed by news outlets, and then we have the Megacon Mega Drop. So for everyone following Transformers that wants to know how we're doing this includes my panel. We're gonna go through the Earthspark toys. Then we're gonna do the Megacon stuff that isn't Liokaiser. Then we're gonna do Liokaiser.
And then we also have like the Q&A questions.
And then we'll go through the Q&A question stuff if we have time. If for some reason we're like out of time, I'll just be like, next time. But we're gonna skip the Liokaiser part of it to start, and then we'll go back to Liokaiser because that way we keep in kind of a structure. Because Hasbro dropped like a Comic-Con's worth amount of toys on us.
Yeah.
Charging?
I'm still pulling up all the stuff that's not Liokaiser. It's taken me a second here. I guess we'll just stop there for now because I can't open any more tabs without crashing the stream. Okay. All right. Transformers. So, step one, Earthspark. So, we got official images and an official announcement through comicbook.com of Earthspark Deluxe Soundwave.
Am I surprised, guy?
Great.
I was surprised the guy officially announced since the show is over, so I'm not impressed.
Yeah, show's dead, but they'll officially announce these toys. They didn't announce the last batch, though.
Yeah, the Soundwave looks impressive, honestly. Like, looking at that vehicle mode and like the transformation.
The fact he goes from this chunky boy to this flat plane is kind of amazing.
And I can't tell he has no, I don't think he has the injector, the cassettes, because I think the hinge in his torso is probably for the transformation. I
think it's to hide his head away. He looks amazing. The one I'm really excited for, of course, is our last Terran, which is Hashtag.
Our last Motobot.
Yeah.
Which,
because we still need a proper Spitfire.
Yeah. But yeah, she looks like, I don't wish they at least paint her eyes. I understand she has this whole visor look, but like her just having the no eyes just look weird. But so I'm glad we're finishing out the Motobot.
And her truck mode looks nice. She's got a crossbow now. That's pretty cool. Hellfire, that's a sentiment I felt too. Hellfire says, I love Soundwave, but why the effort? Yeah, why now are we putting the effort into the toilet?
Yeah, but hey, I mean, I guess because they can't cheat this one, unlike say Starscream or Shockwave.
Yeah, but it's like, oh, now we're putting in effort? Like when the show's dead? It's crazy.
Again, I think this is a case where they can't cheat it because like they can go like, oh, Starscream looks vaguely similar to the Cyberverse one.
Yeah.
Shockwave's vaguely similar to the Cyberverse one.
Did Prowl ever show up in the show?
Yeah, he did.
Okay. Yeah, they also remember the Prowl that was the Hot Rod repaint.
I do think his arms are reused for the Cyberverse one, but that's fine.
It's not a big deal. And then also as what is it? Blade Raider point out, yeah, hashtag is a retool of the Warrior that never came out.
So I think it came out in Japan, but not in the West.
Yeah. Well, no, Japan's is also a retool of the American. The American release of Warrior hashtag never came out.
Just canceled.
Which is fine. I want this one.
Is Jawbreaker a new mold, or is he like remolded from the Warrior?
He's a brand new mold, because I have both the Warrior and the Deluxe Jawbreaker. They're completely different toys. They don't even share engineering. Oh, that's right, Zeltrax, his repaint toy did get canceled. Hellfire, that's a good point. No one during the Q&As ever asked about Earthspark.
Wait, which repaint? Because there was
the one that was Hot Rod repainted as Prowl.
Because
Japan was going to do a Prowl repainted as Prowl, but that got canceled.
One, did the Hot Rod one?
I don't think the Hot Rod one ever came out. I've never seen it.
Yeah.
But yeah, good point, Hellfire. Nobody ever asked about Earthspark in these Q&As, or whatever the kids line is. It sucks, because there's figures I want, like hashtag and Soundwave, but...
Guys, I think the real
reason I was so baffled the game, like, a press...
is because the show, while it is good, doesn't appeal to
everyone.
Was good. Season 1 was good. Season 2 was awful. Season 3 I haven't watched because of how bad Season 2 was. And it wasn't everybody's cup of tea. It's like, for the normal, like, fandom circle of like what they want from Transformers, it didn't fit that, and that's fine because I like
if they aren't bigots.
Right. Yeah, no, like there's people that aren't bigots that watch the show and just didn't enjoy it, and that's fine. Totally get that.
Yeah. It just sounded like the bigots were the loudest ones.
Yep. And the sad part is the show fell off a cliff in season 2.
Because if I remember right, all the writers left and the animation studio got closed down.
Yeah, animation studio got closed down, all the writers left. It was a completely new production team for season 2, and they didn't understand what made season 1 work.
Also, I also apparently there was essentially hearing behind I hear about the reason why some of the writers left. Apparently, the Hasbro mandates were extreme. Apparently,
yep.
And I guess I think, or it feels like season 1 they fought against those mandates. Season 2 we're just gonna follow the mandate scenario with season 2.
What was the mandates? I wonder.
I think it was like I don't know what the exact mandates are, but I feel like essentially how the Decepticon,
because the whole season 1 was about like, oh, we understand the Decepticons. They are not that different from us. You know, they want their things, and we want our things.
Essentially, the Starscream episode really delving into his whole relationship with Megacon.
And then season 2 literally starts with a scene where they're like, the Decepticons are evil again because they're Decepticons, and I'm like, that's like the complete antithesis of the finale of season 1.
Hey guys, I just want to point this out, and this is gonna sound really effed up. The fandom needs to push harder for us to eliminate the name Decepticon, because
we're not. It's too ingrained in culture.
I know, but we really need to try to force it, because they should be called the Destrons, and that Decepticons are like an even worse version of a Destron. Regular, good Decepticons should be called Destrons. Like, that's just me. I think.
No, I like where you're going with this. I don't think Hasbro's ever going to do it, but I like it.
No, I know they can't. Yeah. Like, I know they won't. But the thing is, the word Decepticon is bullshit. It is such an 80s proxy of showing how evil they are that it ruins the dynamic of everything that's come afterwards. That shows that Decepticons are just like Autobots. They are actually good. And evil on both sides.
I always hate that. I always hate when they treat Decepticon like a separate race. Like, no, I hate when some.
Oh yeah, exactly. When they're not just factions.
Yeah. I mean, like the way Wheel described that, like, well, that'll never be like a
the Destrons should be the military and like construction vehicles and all that stuff. Autobots should be like your faction of like scientists, regular like low tier politicians,
like
medics,
like the Planet of the
like
Apes, where they have the gorillas as like the
Yeah.
the grunt workers, but then they get like radicalized by like a crazy general who wants to conquer everything.
Yeah,
But then
because
the
my
orangutans
issue,
and the chimpanzees are like the science side and culture
yeah,
side.
The
'cause
way,
my problem is that because of other writers making it that Decepticons are just like you and me, it makes that name so flawed.
Yeah.
and that's more than just 80. Yeah, this
Yeah,
class.
it's the 80s thing that comes by. Because like I feel like
Yeah.
even Predacons is not like as evil as
Yes.
Decepticons, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Mr.
But it's,
Tanuki, see you later. Yeah.
Like
Well,
Decepticon should be the title of like the evil that are usually associated with like corrupt Deathstrong.
Well, what's funny enough, the way you mention it, Wheels, it reminds me how TMNT 2012 did the Krang, where like you have the Krang as the bad guys, but then you have the Utrons as the good guys, like as like the sub
Like
faction. Or
Utrons
like
is the race, and then the Krang are like a
Krang, where
faction of the race.
yeah, I actually really like how they handled that in
Yeah.
the team. So if you were
know,
saying
that's
this, what they did there, pretty much.
That's just the thing is that I get it's so ingrained that we need to keep calling, but we should make a change because at that point we should never have it that we should never have it be then that there are good there should never be a good Decepticon if it's gonna be this black and white.
Yeah.
We should never have
It's
gray
one of the
stories.
things. It's one of the things where it will never change for the whole brand. But I could see a show doing that concept as a like. It's one of a show can write that concept, but Hasbro will never do that as a.
Oh no, I know,
Hasbro
I know, but it's one of those things of
because I felt
they
like
should not be
Earthspark
allowed
was
to write
heading in a
gray
direction
characters.
where the Decepticons weren't going to be using the like because Megatron wasn't a Decepticon anymore, like in a lot of ways, right? And like so someone mentioned Ascenticons. I didn't follow IDW that well. I don't know the thing about the Ascenticons, but I think there's a lot of things that can be done with Transformers. The unfortunate part
Fire
is
Fury.
yeah.
Fire Fury said how I actually really like how TF1 brought how they create the main Decepticons in TF1.
Right, because Megatron was like, "Oh, we were deceived,
we will
so
no,
therefore,
we'll no longer be deceived."
we'll no longer be deceived, so we become the deceivers."
Yes.
It's
I mean,
the closest
Transformers-
justification for the name.
That's literally what Prime Megatron said. Why they're called Decepticons.
Yeah.
Like it's literally that, and I hate it.
Oh,
I
Fire Fury
hate
said
the Decepticons.
Ascenticons was the faction name before they changed to Decepticons in IDW 2.0.
In IDW 2.0.
I like that. Moving on though, to reference the dumbest episode of Earthspark, we have Optimus Prime in his trailer.
Yeah. I mean, at least it's a new chick because I remember they released the Cyberverse one because this line loves a reuse. So
Yep.
at least they make something new at the very least.
Somehow this toy has light sounds and missiles though. Like what?
I do like the giant FU cannon.
I do too. No, I mean there was an episode of Earthspark season 2 that felt like it lasted an hour because it was
You
like
mean the most obvious filler episode? Like
God.
I hate using that word for like
the quote unquote season was like 8 episodes. Why did we have a filler episode where Optimus Prime's doing a photo shoot and they're like, we gotta find the trailer or else Optimus is gonna be embarrassed at the photo shoot?
Yeah, it's one I don't mind like non-story episodes, but that one was very much a juvenile episode.
It was so
Oh my God.
terrible.
That
It was
the
so
problem.
awful. I was just
Alright,
like,
I'm back.
how did we fall so far? That was the episode
yeah.
that made me realize season 2 was bad.
Yeah, no, same. I mean, again, it's a constant case. All the people that make the show good left.
Yep.
There you go.
I just had a crash out moment over a spoon being like obnoxiously big and being unable to like hold my spoon.
The Pierre Capaldi came in and fought with you.
Did Abracadabra show up and leave you a spoon?
If you saw
Yeah.
this spoon right now, it has a handle of a paintbrush, alright? It makes no sense. I literally said to my mom, this is not a serving spoon. This is not a spoon you eat with.
A pasta spoon, then?
I don't know. It's just horrible. I have to show you guys later how big this spoon was.
All right. So our
Megacon. So
Megacon.
before their panel, they had stuff in the booth on day 1 of Megacon, which includes a prototype of Devastator alongside the 4 Constructicons that had been up for order.
We will cover so we'll cover Liozak last, but like did Liozak get leaked by IGN by accident?
Yes, IGN posted the images like an hour before the panel.
Yeah, I was so confused because it was just when I clicked the link, it was just pictures, not like an article. Because I thought it was one that was like, oh, the article was revealing it, but no.
They had some other stuff on display. It was I just wanted to point out I do like the way that Superion and Silverbolt look in person as opposed to their weird waxy CG renders that we've been seeing them in.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm still debating or not if I want to pre-order both of the combiners because I think at least that's what I want, but I'm still
Okay.
debating if I want
Brian,
to.
I'm gonna say this right now as someone who is effed over horribly with Menasor. If you want it, just
just get
unfortunately
it.
dive
Yeah.
in. Because
Yeah.
Menasor, I got so effed out of because I didn't order it initially. I ordered it at the late end pre-orders where they were turning them to back order, and then they were like, "Oh, fuck you! You ain't getting breakdown because we decided to stop it."
Yeah. All right. So, that's. I mean, that I for me, the only things I have pre-ordered for Age of the Primes is the combiner stuff, and then my beautiful boy Star Convoy.
I saw Convoy and Fallen because I feel like I feel like Fallen because I heard Fallen was selling out, so I pre-ordered Fallen, and also like essentially the track records of leaders
Yeah.
here in Philly. I think I just had to pre-order the leaders I do want the Fallen, so I pre-ordered him.
Makes sense. There's my beautiful boy Star Convoy. I'm just gonna keep referring to him by that because I still
Star-
can't
again,
believe this
Star-
still exists.
Well, also Star Optimus Prime doesn't ring the same.
No, he's Star Convoy. Okay, I don't know this Star Optimus Prime. He doesn't exist. It's Star Convoy.
It sounds like Optimus got like a star in Mario Party, or like he did good in his class. You get a good look. You get a good good noodle star.
Exactly. All right, at day 2, here's some additional images of Devastator. I wanted to point to Devastator's literal dump truck ass.
I mean, he got a thickie.
I mean, that is like
His
I
the
love it.
dump
on the
truck
boys
part
to
of
the
long
eye.
haul hanging off the back there. Like he literally has a dump truck ass.
I mean, he could also kick your ass with his ass. He could literally
Yes.
kick you.
You know how like Peach does that thing where she does that little side like hip swing? Like you could do that with Devastator and like destroy a mountain.
Yeah, you literally can like unfold Long Haul's legs and kick your ass with his ass
Yes.
legs.
I saw people getting like unreasonably upset about this. As long as it doesn't affect stability, I don't give a shit. It's funny.
Same with when we said we get to
We'll get to
Okay, you know-
Liokaiser, yeah, but like
Do you know what I
he still
wish?
looks great.
I don't
Yeah.
I don't know how I gotta relook at the photos again for engineering. I do kind of wish they could have just been able to like fold the ass part up to like fold into the back to be a
maybe
back
it does
support
and
or
it just
spine
doesn't on the
support.
Great Proto, right?
Oh yeah,
Like,
because that's the
it's one of
thing.
those
These
things
are
where
great protos.
It's like it's one of those things where I feel like it would work real better as if that could have just moved itself up to lock in.
Yeah.
Because remember how the actual animation of Devastator is supposed to be is like his body is like a weird plus sign when you get to his torso.
See you later, Sentai Ranger Donnie. Because I'm also looking at this,
Fire-
they mounted cannons on that dump truck ass.
Yeah. So if you try to attack in the back, he can shoot you,
Yeah.
shoot you backwards.
I'm digging it.
He's gonna
Fire
fart you to death.
Yeah.
Fire for your dimension, you can have someone stand behind him also.
You could, yeah, you could have like a dude like a G.I. Joe vehicle has like a perch on the back. Just like perch him up.
You can put your core class Megatron behind him and like go like have him like yell at him or
Hell,
something.
you could put a Voyager Megatron with how big this boy's gonna be.
Yeah.
Alright. So then getting into the panel reveals. This was number 1 shocking reveal, Hearts of Steel. I mean, we knew we had listings, but Hearts of Steel, Optimus Prime, and Starscream. This is the Timelines line. They're calling this this is going to be an experiment. They're going to do Optimus, Starscream, Bumblebee, and Megatron in different iterations. So basically, the first one is Hearts of Steel, which was a comic that took place in kind of like your steam engine days, right? So they're going to do Hearts of Steel, Optimus, Bumblebee, Megatron, Starscream, and then if it does well, they'll do more from Hearts of Steel. And then they'll try it another timeline. Like that.
I think they basically say like not just Heart of Steel, but also like other timeline, like
Yes.
other variant designs and anything like that from.
So that's why we're
I
getting.
swear, if we don't get Shockwave, I will fight somebody.
Next Titan class.
Evan also wants Shockwave. So
I also want the Insecticon combiner.
I think if these do well, we probably could see all that because those designs are amazing.
Can you get the photo of Optimus's Tramo? Because I love his.
Yes.
Here's the thing:
Let
I
me
haven't
get that.
watched. I haven't read all of Hearts of Steel, so I
There
don't
it is.
remember if all of the characters actually show up that I saw the concept art.
So there
for.
was a lot of
I'm
concept
just like,
art,
yeah.
but that's never stopped them from making toys, right? The Bumblebee
I love.
movie concept
Yeah,
art.
true.
Yeah, but I love his Optimus little baby
cute.
train mode.
It's
Look at it.
adorable. If we don't get this retool as Thomas the Tank Engine, what are we even doing with collaborative?
Like, look, he's
All I know, guys, is I just wish I agree with the fandom that I wish the plastic wasn't the bright plastic, was more.
Yeah, they go.
Yeah.
He looks very Optimus. Especially
He's very
like, there is
placeable.
Exactly.
But like, it makes the baby train mode even more cuter. I just love it. Just little
Also,
little,
fun
like,
fact:
train.
Optimus did not show up in Hearts of Steel. He was hibernating. He didn't actually show up until the Infestation 2 Hearts of Steel tie-in issue.
Is that when they? Because I remember that's when they. Because I remember Heart of Steel was his own continuity, but I think that event made it part of IEW.
Yeah, it made it like part of their history, even though that didn't line up.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was revealed. We also had Space Bridge reveals, which are their pipelines. So first of all, we have the red Hotshot repaint, red Excellion.
So I remember right. Part of the listings we got, there's gonna be a
Cybertron Walmart line.
Yeah, subline pretty much. For the 20-year anniversary,
which includes a brand new Sideways.
I love. Okay, so
no,
I'm gonna
Sideways
guess,
is that his name?
Yeah, Sideways.
Yeah,
or
okay. I was thinking.
Maze,
I was like, my brain's only got Noise Maze in there.
Yeah, no. First off, I guess they don't have HD art of Sideways from either the toy packaging or Gonzo, so they just had to use the toy photo. But it's just a standing photo. It just looks like.
I also love that, like, you did a ton of Photoshop work for last week's Transformers Studio Series rundown to make sure it didn't have craggly lines around it, and Hasbro couldn't do it themselves.
Oh, we get to Sandstorm, but I just love the way how, since he just default posing, he looks like he just came from the space base. He's like, where am I?
Why am I here?
He looks so lost. I love it.
All right, and then I don't know why there's like 8 zoomed in photos of this. Then next is another nonsensical 2-pack. I don't get the rationale minds. Whatever.
Are we going to talk about the Photoshop nightmare?
The Photoshop nightmare aside, it's going to be Sandstorm with the cartoon face and Slugslinger, which is presumably the Titan's Return mold.
Yeah, so I'm saying these are 2-packs. I imagine
this is a 2-pack.
I imagine these are like Amazon sublines, something like that. I imagine.
Two characters never even met.
I mean, this is one of those. Thankfully, I can talk about how I never could find leaders in my area. I never got Sandstorm. I did want it. I never found him, and I had Trigger Happy, but I never got Slugslinger. So this is a good 2-pack for me scenario. There,
I have both these guys in their other forms, so I'm good just skipping it. It's just a funny why. Anyways, there's that set. Oh god, the Photoshop's horrible. Then this 2-pack, which also doesn't make much sense, but whatever. We have Fist Iron, because they can't use Iron Fist, and then Carnivac. And Carnivac's going to be a Weird Wolf retool, where they've apparently fixed his leg issue, which is great. But I'm in for Carnivac, and I'll take Iron Fist. I mean Fist Iron. Thank God he's not called Fistatron anymore.
I imagine he's gonna be. I can see a Howlin' remold out of him.
Probably. Let's see if they specify, because like Evan was very chatty at this panel. It does not say on this article. There's other ones, but yeah, no, that one's kind of a neat pack. Then we have a 2-pack for, I believe, Target. That's a Devastation, Car Grunt and Seeker Grunt.
Yeah, Mook pack, which is good. Yeah, good old Mook pack. This is a good idea. Also, Photoshop Nightmare. They did because they did query from the game, like you could like the model viewer, and they didn't take out the blue lines on the pack of them.
Ryan, I'm just saying that they should hire you to do their slides for them because my god. Also, Psycho says yes, he's a Hound retool. That makes sense. I like it. And then the last pack, which this is the only one that so the Trooper pack's good. This is the only other one that actually makes sense. It's Perceptor, Ratbat, and Ramhorn. They were all in one scene together.
Though also bad, you got the.
It also sucks if you already have Perceptor and Ratbat.
So apparently the Perceptor is gonna be a retool. It's not just gonna be a straight. Really,
Perceptor is going to be bulked. They said specifically, Perceptor is going to be retooled to be bulked up to match his animation model more specifically. That's good.
Because I find it interesting because the Studio Series Perceptor is actually a pretty chunky figure. It's like one of the most chunky. It's one of the most chunkiest Studio Series figures I have.
Okay, so
there's like nothing wrong with him, but here's the thing I want done.
I figured out what they did.
I want them to remove the tank treads.
Yeah, because
if we're going to do Perceptor again, let's get rid of the tank treads and make them animation accurate. He didn't have the tank treads in the animation.
So this is what I think they're doing, too.
Yes.
Is they're not just bulking him out per se to make him more animation accurate. They're probably bulking him out so he actually has like maybe a flap that folds over when you pull his head up, so it's not just an empty space in the back.
That would be nice.
That was one of the biggest faults of that figure that everyone hated. Was the
Watch
fact
it
that,
got
like, you
upgraded to a
had to
Voyager
buy a
class
part-
figure.
you had to buy a parts filler to fill out his back.
No, that would actually be a good parts filler because that would actually make the microscope mode look better.
He's also I mean, this also screams he's got to be a Voyager then.
Yeah,
Scenario
they
then.
also did say Ratbat's going to have his gold boosters this time, which is
That's
also
good.
good. And
Yeah,
then
this is really great to
Ramhorn's
get
brand new.
I still hope it gets some way to get Laserbeak and Red Guy because
Yeah.
if you got United Soundwave, you got Buzzsaw, Blue One, and Ravage, and now we have Ratbat and Ramhorn for so I'm
One
hoping
of the Q&A answers that's going to stick in my brain forever is that someone asked, are we going to get the rest of the cassettes? And Evan said, oh yes, marketing loves the cassettes.
Yeah, I find it so interesting. Like,
and you know why marketing loves the cassettes, guys?
Why?
Because I'm going to spend like $50 or whatever just for the little rhino.
Yeah, you're right.
That's why marketing loves the cassettes, because they know we're going to show up no matter how stupid way they release them. I can't complain. I'm going to buy this set.
You're enjoying your $50 Buzzsaw with free Soundwave accessory?
My $55 Buzzsaw with a free Soundwave, Blue Guy, and Ravage, yes. And then also, like, on top of this, like, at least they're giving us a better, like, hopefully a better Perceptor and Ratbat with the gold boosters. Like, it's not a wash for me, but it's still, like, I'm buying this for the Rhino.
Yeah, $50 Ramhorn with a free Perceptor. Headpool, welcome back, Headpool.
Yeah, welcome back, Headpool. Anyways, they did say that we're going to get all the cassettes, including the combiners, which is amazing. Welcome, Sean.
I'm actually surprised they're going to do the combiners.
Yeah, they actually specifically said the combiners are going to happen. So
I'm not sure because those guys are only toy only. Because I don't think they're.
They weren't in the show. No. Let's get into the booth reveals because we had.
A few.
They said they'd reveal the Bumblebee and Megatron 2-pack soon. Soon meant in the case. Here's Centurion or Bumblebee.
I do love.
Yeah,
I do. I really like the Megatron. All I can think of is the SpongeBob Squidward torture device thing because of the spike wheels. That's all I can think about.
So the fun part here is Bumblebee didn't appear as Bumblebee in Hearts of Steel. He appeared as Centurion. They just kind of put a Bumblebee head on him, which is fine. And Megatron never appeared and only appeared as concept art where he's a howitzer cannon, which is amazing. And when they made Megatron, I was like, oh, I need both sets now. I went from, maybe I'll get that Optimus and Starscream set to, oh no, I need both.
Baby choo-choo train versus Death Machine, go!
No, we're getting back to Skybite Psychos. I have a plan. Just follow the plan.
Is this the case of coughing baby versus hydrogen bombs?
Basically, yeah. It's a really funny 2-pack, but there's this little like tiny truck. So yeah. Fire Fury said R.I.P. to that one TF Wiki staff guy's firstborn. Yeah, like 15 years ago, somebody wrote in the TF Wiki like caption for the Megatron concept art. If someone actually makes this as a toy, they can get my firstborn or something. Like, that actually paid off. All right, and I think that's everything.
Did you see the joke? Did you see the joke that they put on one of the other figures? Though?
Oh, here we go. There's the side-by-side.
Where after with TF Wiki, someone put a comment under the other one. TF something for one of the other fan sites will give up their first child for another thing. That shit was funny.
That's great.
Yeah. There's another lot. Yeah, they added the TF Wiki where another website, like one of the other fandom sites, they said, "Oh, this fandom site said they'll give up their child for this figure. Come on."
So,
and then, wait. Also, did you see the one for that one? Like you said, give it the first child where they put the scratch line out. All right, child, you are now theirs.
Yeah. So the Optimus and Starscream pack will go up on Pulse tomorrow, I think. That's what Techie says, I believe him. Tomorrow, and then the Bumblebee and Megatron one will go up for pre-order later. So, pretty cool. All right, next up, where are we at next? Because I'm trying to get all the way through things. Here's some additional images of stuff. Why did I include this? Oh, yeah. It's got my boy, Micromaster Hot Rod, who's apparently gigantic.
He's not a Micromaster, he's a core class.
He's a core class. All right. So, we had official reveals that went straight to pre-order. which was kind of wild. But first of all, here's your official picks for the Devastator torso set, which is basically, you know, long haul plus his dump truck ass and hook. And there's the torso, looking awkward. It's just like, I don't know why Devastator's looking at the camera. He's like, it looks like you caught him in a state of undress.
Hey, look at his limbs.
Just limbs.
My favorite part was when I was telling you, and you were like half awake, and I
Yeah.
was like, you know, it's kind of stupid that they're releasing a foot and an arm first, and then the torso, versus why don't we release the feet, then the torso, then the arms? And you're like, oh shit, you're right. They should have gone that way. Like,
Because now we can't.
like,
Yeah, we can't put together any part. Like we can't put it together because
Yeah,
you'll just be like
it just-
bleeding.
it's just like
Yeah, they give me
there's no
one,
way to stabilize it.
Yeah.
No, he's giving you a one-legged kick-ass contest. He's
Yeah,
gonna hop
basically.
around.
I also saw the perfect caption, of course, which is, "It's only a flesh wound."
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right. So then the other thing that was a surprise, we've got 2 new Voyager class reveals that went up for pre-order, which includes Heatwave from Rescue Bots, who, as we suspected, is a bulkhead retool.
I love people calling it dad bod Heatwave.
Yeah. I love how play school this vehicle mode is. I mean that with every compliment.
I'm still not the biggest fan of this mold, but I think this fits Heatwave much more than Bulkhead.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I think Soundout. Did I do it to you, or did I just do it to myself when they showed off the heat wave? No, I did it to myself because I didn't do it to you. But I started quoting Tom Fawn. Hello, Steve. Hello.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, because Steve. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just started I'm like, damn it! Now if I ever meet Tom. Now if I ever meet Steve, I'm gonna start going, "Hello, Steve." He's like, "Ah, damn it, you know Tom."
Yeah.
Oh.
I do. Yeah, I really like this Heatwave. I think it looks great.
I also like how he's called Rescue Bot Heatwave on the package. I'm liking the the unique the universe distinguishers.
In another universe, he's called Rescue Thought.
I do hope. I do hope we get Boulder and Blades to complete the original 4. Cause I love they now the Rescue Bots graduate to be mainline Transformers. But I like that they're still Rescue Bots. I like that they didn't make them like war they're in the battle. No, they're still Rescue Bots still. I like that.
Damn it, Ryan! Now I want to get a second one and purposely mark it up and weather it and be like, look, the children's show gets gritty.
I mean, hey, like right here, Rescue Bots is like the most mature preschool show ever.
Yeah,
I would love to now do that. Just get a heat wave, and you have patterns of black for oil and blue for energon, and it's just like heat wave going. Yeah, exactly, and have the energon axe just dripping. Like, oh my god! And now I want to do it as a joke. Just be like, heat wave.
Rescuing wasn't. It sounds like an action movie. Rescuing was enough. He needs to.
Yeah.
The fun part about this is that Mark already posted his behind the scenes for Heatwave, so we got some more pictures of him, and he just looks fantastic. Hellfire says, confusingly, Vortex and Onyx Prime are in this way, but they didn't show them off. Toy Fair, maybe? Probably Toy Fair, because that's like in a couple weeks. The important part here is that, so Mark had this little picture. Titan Master fits on his ladder.
Oh, that's cute. I love that.
And then here he is with Chase, which I think a lot of people wanted to see him with Chase. He is a lot bigger than Chase, because vehicle mode size, more so than.
Also, like, I mean, he was the leader of the Rescue Bots, so it makes sense for him to be the big one of the team.
Yeah, because like in vehicle mode, they look perfectly scaled. I think, pretty close. So he looks really good. All right, now I gotta talk about my
the coolest shark around,
the baddest shark around. I don't know why I give him that voice. Anyways, it's Skybite.
Our boy. Look at him. He's so beautiful.
It only took like 4 years, but we got a retail RID figure that actually looks like the character 100%.
And a good Skybite also.
And also a good Skybite. Like,
I'm shocked that they're selling a Haslab add-on at retail. Because like it's gonna be the perfect stand for Optimus's armor parts.
Yes.
I mean, technically they did that before with Galaxy Shuttle.
That's true. That's true. I am blown away at how good he looks. I have been sitting here as an RID fan going, well, Sideburn and Towline do the job. Scourge is terrible. And hey, I got Omega Prime. And now they're just like, here, a retail priced RID toy that looks animation accurate. I'm like, thank you. Thank you. My patience has been rewarded.
And also solid, because that Generations 1 is badly aged.
We'll talk about
His
that in a
limbs-
moment because Mark posted pictures. So
Oh, okay.
not only do we got a great looking robot, we got a great looking shark mode, which this is why I didn't close another
He's
tab.
straight.
Here
He's
is the
straight.
pictures from the panel. After the panel, he's not only straight, he articulates. The tail is hinged, so the elbows are actually the tail hinge, which is genius. And then on top of that, the head actually, the neck points down. So you can have him looking down like he does in the show all the time. I cannot believe I can say this, but I think outside of the big classes, this is the best Transformer of 2025. I'm calling it now.
I mean, he is the coolest shark around.
He is.
All he needs is a poetry book, and he's complete.
I know, and I can give him that. I can give him poetry. I absolutely love this. Now, here's the best part. Here's our behind the scenes picks for Skybite. And I cannot hey Falcon's Deck, I cannot get over how good he looks. Like, he looks so I just feel so vindicated. Also,
So,
I gotta
like,
love that this is the most famous character to be a repaint.
Yeah. Well, Scourge also.
Scourge also, but like, you know what? Scourge was like a repaint several years down the line, right? Like when he was, because Laser Prime came out like a lot of years before. Cyber Shark was not that old when Skybite was made. Also, this is welcome to Transformers in 2025. Mark has prototypes of a broccoli and a fish bot that never released. And there's our first pictures of them outside of promotional images. Here's the shot though. On the left, the Thrilling 30 Generations Skybite. On the right,
It's effed
superior
up
in
how the
every
Skybite-
way.
Yeah,
funny
because
how
the
this-
problem.
Skybite from the Thrilling 30 has probably the better head and face sculpt, but this one's the better.
Yeah, because I don't mind the design of the Thrilling 30,
Yeah.
but he was like, but it's
It was awful.
his limbs are panels. His
Yes.
limbs are literally like his shins and his right arm is just panels.
And then he's
And
got a
he's also
stupid
really-
missile gimmick.
And actually, the game missile game wasn't that bad, but like also his back fins were so weird because they were like clashing, and I didn't know how to pose them
Yeah.
correctly.
I
also,
always
he's
have
really
him standing like he's waiting for the bus because they can't do anything with him.
He's also fragile. I was sorry because I had to store him away when I was redoing my room, and when I was transforming, he broke. Like I think one of the clips broke on him. Yeah, it was his shins. One of his shins, because again, he's only made out of like din hinges and din panels, so he broke.
And then on top of that, his shark mode was always in a curve.
Yeah, so like he's
Yeah.
impossible to pose if you don't have like a Tom machine stand or something like that.
Yep. Yeah, here it is. See, you can see the one on top. And yeah, I will say this too. Looking at it, the Thrilling 30 is definitely more toy inspired. The Age of the Primes is 100% animation.
Because the toy has the blue front shark face, where the Age of the Primes has the blue one, which is more show accurate.
Yep. Like Blade Raider said, I want repaints. I want Cyber Shark and Hell Warp. I want them too.
I think I feel like we will get repaints for this one, because
Yes.
I feel like the Drilling Dirty one, that was back before when they were really repaint. Like those,
And also, like, everything in Thrilling 30 was like, this is the one time you're getting an RID toy this decade, right?
Yep.
One day though, Mark is gonna get in super trouble from Hasbro from promoting so many Tamashi products in photo art.
Hasbro really needs to make a Transformer display stand already, like they do for Marvel, right?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, look at this. He's using a Tamashi stage. He's using Goku.
No, it's Wheels. It's generic action figure stand you get on Amazon that just looks like a Tamashi stand.
Yeah. Psycho said, can we all agree we're going to put him in shark mode and start saying Skybite? That's me out loud. Yes.
Skybite, that's me.
All the time.
I really hope there's like some secret thing with the Hasbro Omega Prime that could fit the armor on him.
I think there's got to be something. We did not
Like,
put
even
this much
double
effort in to not at least be able to fit the armor on top of him in some way, right?
Mm-hmm. So when's our Age of Primes like leader class tank or something like that?
Right?
We're talking about like Drilling Dirty era stuff.
Yeah.
Like, guys, I so cannot wait though, because with Bruticus there better be like a Generation Select gift set for Valdigus, and I will pre-order that day one.
Yep. And you know the thing is,
and everyone's gonna say to me, why do you have Unite Warriors Valdigus and this? And I'm just gonna look at them
There's wrong having both.
Shut up.
There's nothing wrong.
No,
I
no,
mean,
no, no.
both.
I mean,
There's nothing
having both
wrong
is
having
good because
both.
one can scramble and one probably won't.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
And then, and unlike the other combiners, the scrambling is part of his character.
Yep. So,
And on top of that, too, somehow Valdegus is the best Unite Warriors slash. Like, it's one of the weirdest ones where, like, somehow that mold is, like, so good that I just sit there and I'm looking at it going, no, why are you good?
You probably the Volticus probably has more time because I had the GT Bruticus I got at a toy shop, and he's like he's loose. He's like he can barely stand and pose anymore.
well, I gotta say, I rushed to order Skybite, and then I was like, oh, right, Constructicons.
I just put them both in the cart and said, okay, bye.
I ordered both, and then I went back and ordered Heatwave.
I know, and then you can get Gamakiri from the Naruto set and pretend that's
Spidor?
what's his name from?
Spidor?
Yeah, Spidor.
Spidor,
Yeah. He's
All
Spidor
right.
in he's Spidor in cosplay.
Yep. Let me pull up some links here. I gotta tell you though, like, I think now that we finished like at least the characters from Beast Wars, I think I think the biggest nostalgia point for me is now RID.
Oh, not yet. Oh, not yet. We still need Quick Strike.
Oh, we need still like quick. I keep forgetting that dude exists. I'm sorry.
And we still,
And
we
Rampage.
still need,
And
we
Rampage.
still need the Transmetals.
Yes,
and,
that's right.
Yeah.
I put them in a list. What am I saying?
Oh, yeah, if we're talking about just specific characters and not form, we still need Depth Charge, Rampage, and Quick Strike. Yeah, that's all that's left, right?
Yeah,
those
Depth Charge, Rampage, and Quick Strike, and then the alternate forms. Yeah.
But yeah, I say get the characters you don't have first and the
Yes.
Transmetals, because I rather have new characters before we get Transmetals.
100%. All right.
I still need to get Silverbolt.
I never found Tigerhawk. I hope he gets repacked.
He needs to get repacked because I heard a lot of people had trouble getting them. Anyways, I guess
Ryan, here's a good thing. It's at least in stock on BBTS.
Yeah, I should probably buy it one day.
Yeah. All right,
I just imagine you and me just going in there and just buying it now, and then it just says sold out, and you and me are just like looking at each other, going,
All
All right.
Well, speaking of combiners,
here we go. I gotta tell you guys, this is me getting on a soapbox. Don't worry, I'm just stretching my arms out here. I'm so tired of the song and dance that everybody plays with Haslab every single frickin' year. The fandom is doing the same. The fandom, the greater fandom, the larger fandom that you have to see online when you're looking for information, does the same song and dance with every Transformers Haslab. And I gotta tell you, I'm tired of seeing it every single time. Every single time we go through this, oh, the price is too much. Oh, it should have been retail. Oh, Haslab is a bad model. Oh, Hasbro shouldn't do this. Oh, I'm like, we've done this song and dance every single year, okay? Haslab is a thing that's not going away because they continue to be successful, right? Undeniable fact. So, we also know this is going to get funded.
I mean, look, it's like, it's already it's only been what 3 days.
It's like 3 days. It's already over 4,400. Like, it's going to make it because they haven't even opened the orders in Japan yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know that, and I think it was I don't remember who said it. Someone involved in the toy industry, I think it was a Transformers guy, said, if we were going to sell it at retail, we would. We're going to sell so much more at retail than we ever would on a Haslab. You know?
I think some people don't realize we're in a post Toys R Us world.
Yeah, and Toys R Us did not rebound as they promised. So the thing is, it always comes down to, is this something you can personally afford to do? Is this something that you personally think is worth it? And do you personally want to get it? It is a personal preference thing. Because, and somebody said...
And a financial...
It's a personal preference thing. Exactly. Can you afford it is down to your personal financial situation, right?
Yeah, because I haven't backed it yet because I'm waiting to near the last week to see if I can, because it is $300. $300 is a lot. I think it's worth it because of the quality of it.
Which we're going to go into all the details on.
Yeah.
But you gotta do what's best for you, right?
Yeah, essentially with the current world right now, I do want it, but I'm definitely gonna wait and see. I can safely get hit because $300 is pretty much half my paycheck, pretty much. So yeah, I'm gonna make sure that
I think the biggest issue we're just gonna address is,
where's the payment plans?
The problem with the Haslab are no payment plans.
Yep.
Also,
I gotta say, the other issue too is some of these characters could have been retail. But the problem is
Who
the
will
issue
buy
they
them?
always have is
Who will buy them
how
besides us
who will
diehard
buy
fans?
that. Yeah, the excuse is always who will buy them if you're not the Japanese fan, and how do we market the rest of them if you're like Leo's. Was it Leo
Yeah,
Kai?
Because the thing with
Leo's back.
Liokaiser, and we'll get into this
Like I
as we
love
go
Metal
through it.
Hawk. Like I love Metal Hawk, but I understand why he's shelf warming.
Yeah,
Like he's no one knows who he is because he's not in any U.S. media.
exactly. And then also adding to this, there's also the other factor, like with Death Saurus. It could have been retail, but it would have been shitty. Because Death Saurus is going to be a Grimlock retool. But then
Hey
they
guys,
decide to up him to Haslab and
hey,
actually do him right.
Hey guys, remember Combiner Wars, Liokaiser?
Yes, I remember
That
Commander
was a nice
Liokaiser.
toy.
Totally a valid toy if people like that. I don't mind if people like that, you know?
I think it's a really good toy. I think its biggest insult with that toy really
Is the
is
torso?
that if they would have just if they would have just waited like maybe another year and used the Starscream mold, would have
Mhm.
been perfect.
Yeah, turning Leozak into a weird
No,
chicken.
it was Death Saurus was the robot mode.
What?
It was because the chicken, Death Saurus the chicken. Because I think it was Jet mode. It was like it's one of those weird
I
combo
skipped that whole
characters.
set because I found it to be an insult, but now I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, because I remember right, the Jet mode was Zeozak, but the Skyling's chicken mode is Death Saurus because it has the Death Saurus like paint job and everything on the face. Then torso was Liokaiser. It was one of those
Yes.
weird combo
Oh my
things.
god. Okay.
Yes, that's what it was.
If anybody likes that toy, it's valid. It's a
It-
valid
it-
version,
it-
but I
it-
do not like that.
It just screams. We need to find a use to repaint
Yeah.
the Skyling mold scenario.
All right, Falcons Tech
Which-
says the market for Liokaiser are the 27K people that bought Victory Saber and Death Saurus. It's a no-brainer, Haslab, but you can't sell 6 Japanese exclusive characters at retail. Exactly, and 7, like Fire Fury mentioned, if you include Death Cobra, which we'll talk about, because all these
also-
guys would have to be Voyagers.
Oh, yeah,
6
'cause,
Voyagers is your entire year of Voyagers.
Yeah, and also like essentially because they're probably gonna be deluxe size. They had to have the Voyager engineering just for the breast mass. I'm forever calling them breast master Hasbro.
The Breast Masters and the integrated combiner parts.
They just need that extra engineering. Also, like all the combiner Ghibli bits. Also,
Yeah. And so because of this, it's oh my god, Psycho's just sent me the Psycho's just sent me the picture of the Death Saurus torso part. Oh, God.
and
That toy is so good, but like I said, it should have just been Starscream.
Yeah.
And going into because we have this conversation in this on your server about this with the whole third party stuff, but and you brought up with the how the complaints every time a Haslab happens. I really think this is a discussion I feel like a lot of people don't talk about, but I really think right now we're there's a lot of Hasbro grifters out there. And when I mean Hasbro grifters, I mean like, screw you, Hasbro. The insert company here is better, blah, blah, blah. Don't buy this. Like, it's the same people. It's like exactly, essentially, because I saw.
It's the people that
not-
torpedoed the Robbie Reyes Haslab.
Yeah,
project.
I saw a video. I didn't saw it, but I saw was looking through Blue Sky. Saw a link. The video about why the Maximum Spidey isn't worth it, and like the titles.
We don't even know the price on it.
Yeah, and it's all.
Oh, my
hype.
favorite is the clickbait titles that say $80, $60 for this piece of shit.
Yeah, and like now that we know how we don't even know how much it is, but also just like this is the same people that like made like 7 videos a day on the Robbie Reyes Haslab.
Yeah. And then the ones that also sent death threats to the Marvel Legends team.
Yeah, like these are like we have a series we talk about comic grifters, but I think I think we don't realize, but they are toy grifters out there, and it's getting really bad.
Like it really is. Like if you're making your entire channel rage bait headlines about toy companies, like what are you even doing with your life? That's not.
My favorite part too is these guys are the ones that somehow are able to buy everything. Almost keep everything in their collections.
Yeah, they're the one that can buy that
Metroplex. Or able to flip their shit in 5 seconds.
There's a couple of these YouTubers that complain about every single Hasbro toy they buy, and they buy every single Hasbro toy, and I'm like, why are you buying them then?
Steven's toy reviews is the biggest is one of the biggest people that
I don't
want to
name names because I don't want to get into fandom beef, but it's
but like there's
for Bandai.
but like I say the worst is a certain blasting channel.
yes.
Like,
Oh my god, the one that
Wait,
provides
Soundout,
unsolicited
is he the
opinions about Star Wars in a Kenner review.
yep.
Soundout? Is he the one that I called out during our interview with
Yeah,
Isle?
yeah,
The one with Kyle Wodiga with the Silverhawks?
I think so. I think it was.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, let's talk about the good stuff.
Mhm.
Because the thing is, like, once again, I will say, let's talk about the price first. Let's just start with that.
I mean, the last thing is this isn't just this isn't like a classical boohoo $1 billion company. This is more the problem with the toy gravy. It's pretty much like a don't buy this thing, buy the thing I prefer scenario. This isn't like Hasbro has many problems, definitely.
You don't have to compare Hasbro to anyone to complain about Hasbro's problems. They're self-evident.
And also like,
you can just...
and also like, because the problem with these like toy grift reviews, they always feel self-targeting.
Yes.
Also, like they act so superior and elitist.
Elitist,
is
yes.
the problem.
Because like the thing is, I bought a $600 Feral Rex to be my Predaking on my Transformers shelf, but am I gonna go like tell every single person that bought the Power of the Primes one, oh, that one sucks, you should buy this like one that costs 6 times the price because it's better in every way, and then someone would be like, I don't like that one, and then and they'd be like, no, it's objectively, but no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not a miserable piece of shit.
Yeah, and also like some people just not like some people like their parties like like essentially like stuff like what CT Toys is that the big current like
I don't know. I don't follow third-party stuff. I buy an upgrade kit now and then.
Yeah, but like stuff like those CT Toy stuff, like yes, they're cheap and good, but like I still don't trust the quality on them. And like I know like and
third-party
like,
Transformers are unlicensed collectibles. They have 0 regulations, and they could probably kill you if they put the wrong mix of paint in them. Gonna say it. You take a risk with
looking at you, my favorite Megatron.
Yep. Tommy Talk says $300 is a steep price. I agree that $300 all up front is a lot. Now, I will say, for those people that have been saying it's overpriced, I'm not sure how. Let's go into the value of. Well, let's go into what's included to determine the price here. So, we're gonna you know what we're gonna do different. Like we usually do this thing of like, oh, here's the base package, here's the tiers. We know this is priced that. This is priced that if there's 18,000 backers at $300, that is going to be the same profit margin as the base package at 10,000 minus a few things, right? Hasbro's going to keep the same. They're going to keep the same profit margin, right? So this is priced as if it includes all 3 tiers, which includes a whole separate figure, some weapons, and 3 display bases, right? So let's go as the $300 price covers all of that, right? All right, so. First things first, Liokaiser is a 6-part combiner where originally all of the combiner bits were included in the individual robots, and then they all could fold out when they combine. On this version, they did say they cheated the hips and upper legs, so he'd actually have proper articulation. And I'm totally cool with that, because as a lot of people have said, most people are buying this to have it combined as Liokaiser. Anybody here want this for its 6 individual modes? I don't have room for that. Do you?
I want it for a few display and photography kind of stuff, but I'm not gonna keep them in their 6 individual forms all the time. Like,
but it's like I'll definitely mess with them, like recombine all that stuff. But like I'm always, but like by primary, they're gonna be Liokaiser on the shelf.
Right, Cass? One big robot's easier to display than 6 smaller ones.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So first up, we have Liozak. Liozak is one of the key members of the team. He's kind of like the primary. He's more of a character than the other 5 are, right? He gets the most.
Liozak was the main. Liozak was technically like the main villain till Desaurus actually started doing shit.
When he got off his chair.
Till Desaurus got off his chair, yeah.
I do say I think out of all the combiners out there, I think the Breast Force is one of the more personality filled ones.
Definitely.
Some of them are just they only matter for the combined mode. But I think
it helps that there's only 13 Decepticons in the show, and 6 of them are Liokaiser, right?
Yeah, well, it helps that Victory's both sides teams are mostly comprised of combiners, so you can
Yeah.
actually flesh them out versus G1 for example.
Exactly. Like when they brought in Superion and Menasor, there was already like 50 Autobots and 25 Decepticons by that point. Like there was no room to flesh them out. But anyways, so the way these guys work, for those that may not be aware, is that they all have a chest component that becomes a separate little robot. This being a lion that turns into a blaster that turns into the chest of Liozak. That's why they're called the Breast Force. I definitely think that he looks the best he can. I know some people are like, there's so much kibble under the jet, and I'm like, watch the show. He looks like that in the show. This is how this man travels.
The kibble's part of it.
Yeah.
The design.
Kibble's part of the design. Falcon Sex said, if I had to choose between Death Stars and Liokaiser, I'd choose the latter at least 9 times out of 10. I agree. I love Death Stars, but like Liokaiser's got so much going on.
One big robot that forms its turns.
Remember, Liokaiser's so
Yeah.
Okay, Liokaiser's so remembered because I think this toy was released in North America.
Europe. Rescue
Europe.
Force.
Yeah, he was in Europe, yeah.
That's the Rescue Force, where they didn't even complete him.
Blade Raider, Hasbro, Chest Force, everyone. We ain't calling it that. All right.
They're good old boobies. You can't change it.
I mean, Mazinger is, what do they call it?
Breastfire.
They called it. Yep. Breastfire.
I think Transor Z tried to call it Chestfire or something.
A booby trap. Actual boobies.
Anyways, so Skyhawk has. So it's interesting. They're all jets. Like, or not all jets. They're not all jets, but the guys that are jets have blah 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 blah. Let me start over. They all have animal-themed names, but the animal-themed names are related to their Breastmaster partner, not their vehicle mode.
You have three jets.
So that means his real name is Guy, and his partner's name is Hawk.
No, wait, we have 3 jets, 3 land vehicles.
3 jets,
and then with Liokaiser, his real name's Kaiser.
Yes. But anyways, we got so the Hawk for Guy Hawk. I think Guy Hawk looks good. I think he turned out really nice. One of the things I saw people complaining about, which always comes up, and I still don't understand it, there's a gap in his arm. How'd you want them to fill it? A hand has to fold into there.
The issue they have is they want those other Transformers at frickin',
Do they want those like panels that fold out, the hand folds in, then it closes up?
Yeah, they want that. They want that like Star Saber and
That's
Victory.
so expensive on an individual level.
Some people are a little too obsessed covering.
People are obsessed with that, and I don't get the obsession.
Like, I only get it when certain parts are hollow for no reason. Like, why is a thigh hollow on certain figures?
A hollow before transformation makes sense. Hollowness just because of budget constraints. I understand filling those, but
also ease of use. I don't like those little panel things. They're finicky. Like, I don't like it on G-Axis. It makes sense because it's like the whole forearm. It's easier to get, but like when it's the tiny panel thing, like on Hot Rod, it's like it's annoying. All right. Anyways. We have L-Bat, which is actually Hellbat. And the Transformers fandom decided that Hellbat was renamed because hell is a naughty word, not because DC owns the trademark to Hellbat.
Yep.
Also, I figured that out, and then Mark confirmed it. Like, somebody asked him, like, is it because of DC? And he was like, it was because of DC.
I mean, they had Lunar Caravan kill Bison part of the team, so I definitely think it's not because of the naughty word.
Yeah, exactly. And we got Death Stars, so we got Kill Bison.
It was kind of funny because Spidey Amazing Friends had a crossover with Moon Girl Devil Dinosaur. So it's just funny he had the word devil in a preschool show.
Yeah. Falcon Sex said the people complain about gaps most always will have this in combined mode anyways. Exactly my point.
I mean, I don't blame DC with the whole main thing because like they weren't using Hellbat in years. So of course DC's gonna take the name. Also, I just love this continues the ever-ending battle of DC versus Hasbro
over Transformers and trademarks. Yeah. Hellfire says, finally, Spanish representation. Elbat. All right, next up we have this is a weird. I know there's been a couple different like alliterations of it. Jaruga. We're going with Jaruga this time. That's fine. I've seen Jalaga before, which sounds like Galaga.
I was gonna say the Bionicle.
Bionicle, Jalaga. Hellfire, yeah, it's a good point too. The L-Bat was very last minute considering some of the promo stuff. They likely woke up in the morning and announcement had to scramble a name change. Yeah, because the email said Hellbat, and then
the DC lawyers came in. It's like shit.
Or the Hasbro lawyers were like, "Sorry, Hellbat wasn't cleared. Hellbat wasn't cleared." All right, so Jag, what's his name?
Jaruga. What they need to do?
Daruga has a
guys.
Jaguar, and then he's also a race car. He's cool.
Guys, here's how you fix Hellbat. Our favorite thing, Decepticon Hellbat.
Hellbat. No, my preferred version, Hifflebat.
Hifflebat.
Damn it, we're doing that sound. We're making a
Hifflebat.
video, and it's just like Hifflebat.
Hifflebat.
The joke is, we actually just have a baseball bat with the word Hiffle on it.
Yes. I don't think you can see it in this. I think they did the smirk on his face from the transformation scene. Because, like, Jaruga always, like, smirks at the camera when they're doing the combination. And he has the kind of smirk here. I don't know if that's, like, on the final or if that's just the lighting, but I think he has the smirk.
Cool.
I'd appreciate
I won't be
the smirk.
surprised.
Because that's really cool. I like that. Kill Bison, the Warmonger. It's funny, they actually have subtitles, I realize. Hellbat the Spy, Jaruga the Soldier, Kill Bison, the Warmonger.
Shout out to the shout out because I think they have different press photos during the con, but in the con, they clearly could tell they're trying to do the flip up pose, the pose when Kill Bison was flipping.
Oh, yeah.
Off. I want that to be the hidden reward is an alternate hand.
Alternate hand with a middle finger.
Yes.
His thing is a ball. His chest master is a ball. I will say, yes, that is how Kill Bison's tank mode looks in canon.
It's a brick.
It's not a great tank mode.
It's just a brick.
It's just a brick.
Like, I'm gonna be honest, the reuse of, what was it, Computron, looks so much nicer.
Yeah. I will say, in terms of the Liokaiser Combiner Wars set, I think the Kill Bison did look better. But this is gonna be better overall, so it's fine with me. And then we have Drillhorn, the strategist, who has a rhino as his buddy. I will say the one thing I don't like about the individual forms, and it doesn't matter to me because these guys will be legs, I don't like the shoulder engineering on Kill Bison and Drillhorn from what we've seen so far. They're like kind of on a weird, like instead of them rotating like in a circumference, like a straight 90, they're going to rotate on an axis.
It's one of those things that probably did that because of this structure.
I think it's a structure thing for the combination for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care. It looks good in the combination. So this is the fun part. The first stretch goal, and I'm so glad he's the first one because we don't have to stress about this as much. Because when there's a really good final tier, it can be like teeth chattering at the end if it's one of those that like funds in the last 48 hours like a giant man. We didn't get that scroll head because it was the last one. Death Cobra.
I think the scroll head is more useful than like
the zombie head.
Zombie head.
Yeah.
For Ant-Man.
So the story behind Death Cobra is he was the original intended 6th member of the Breast Force Combiner team. And then he gets killed. And Hellbat takes his place. So Death Cobra's never had a toy before. Like, ever.
Well, because Hellbat was the bastard of the team.
He was. He did some sneaky stuff. Watch Victory.
He was he was the Starscream pretty much.
He was the Starscream. So the thing is, Death Cobra gets killed before they do the combination. So we never even saw what Death Cobra's, like, component would look like in the combination. And so what we got here is we have Death Cobra in his first official toy, turns into the helicopter.
I love his little baby snake friend.
Yes, we will get to that because it's some other photos. He becomes a shoulder cannon for the combination. But he also becomes the left arm to replace Hellbat if you want the original version.
Which is really cool.
It is.
Also, I mean, this is a much better way to do the weapon limb versus how King Neptune.
Yeah.
God Neptune tried to do.
Right, like hold a whole ass transformer in your hand.
Yeah, and then the arm just fell over because he can't support the weight.
Yeah. Falcons Texas sounds like Evan went to bat for us to get Death Cobra's the first unlock. Seriously, I think it's smart because I think we can easily, I think we're going to clear all of the goals based on how the last have gone.
Evan's clearly the MVP of the current Hasbro team.
He really is. He does amazing.
Also, God, I feel bad for Emily because she's now on Transformers now, but it looks a bit.
She's only on Transformers for Haslab because she's the Haslab marketing lead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was worried that they also put her
Yeah,
on
no, I double checked. She's not on Transformers. She's just on this because she's in charge of marketing for all Haslab.
Okay, I'm glad because I was worried. It's like, oh no,
that poor woman is spread thin. So, anyways, Death Cobra here is amazing, and I'm glad he's the first tier because this means I think we can easily get Death Cobra, and then the other stuff will be nice.
Reader, how much to add Leo's ex-sister from the manga?
I mean, you never know if this does Death Saurus numbers, that'd be crazy. But We also are going to get the electromagnetic nunchuck, which is not a nunchuck; it's a
The windmill, the windmill of death, as I like to call it.
Yes, and it's going to have, you can separate parts of it to be held by like Liokaiser, or it can be held by Liokaiser. All good stuff. And then you'll get display stand. And what's interesting is it only shows one, but it is 3 display bases clipped together to hold Liokaiser. But it will come with parts so that you can include, like, the 3 flying guys can be up flying.
Oh, because there's clearly slots there, so I imagine that's for stand bits. I imagine.
Yeah, I think they're going to include stands so that you can, like, with all the other stands, they've been modular. I think you're going to be able to include, maybe they even store on the bottom, which would be neat. But basically, so you can have the 3 jets fly above the 3 ground vehicles.
So doing the math into the with the price and what you're getting, if you include all the tiers, if this gets funded, get all the tiers, you're getting
7 Voyagers.
7
Voyagers, which is already about $250.
$245.
Throw in the
Breastmasters, if they were sold,
which would be about like $5 or $10 a piece.
I estimated that based on what the prices of things at Siege to now, Breastmasters would be $8 a piece in a Battle Blaster assortment. In this hypothetical, they would be sold at retail. So that's going to bring us to $301. That doesn't include the stand. That doesn't include any added engineering and paint. And you're already at $301. And
also, like, I imagine there's some Haslab tax, because there's sort of this kind of Haslab tax.
If you go with just the retail prices of equivalent components at retail, we're still at $300 already.
Yeah.
So there's not really a Haslab tax, but because it is Haslab, they can work in more engineering things they don't have to worry about. One of the things that has been brought up is that this is one of the few combiners that has, a 2-part torso, for example, right? Like, that's additional engineering that you can't really do easily. I mean, for Devastator, it's coming out as a commander, right? And then also, everybody has really complicated paint schemes. They're not simple paint jobs.
And also just having the whole chess gimmick also.
Yes. That adds to a lot of it. And the last thing I want to touch on is that there's this little bit of text that, like, threw people off. And
is it the $15 thing?
Yes. So here it is. Haslab products have a surcharge to cover shipping costs. For the Transformers Legacy Haslab Liokaiser campaign, you'll see a $15.99 surcharge when you check out based on shipping destination. This is waived for Hasbro Pulse Premium members. So, here's the thing I want to say about this. A lot of people...
Yeah, can you clarify this? Because I was super confused reading that.
A lot of people are taking this as, oh, they're charging an extra tax on Transformers because Transformers is the only brand at Hasbro. The thing is, because of how big this thing is going to cost to ship, it can't ship for free under Hasbro's flat rate $6.99 on Pulse. The last Haslab we got was before they implemented a $6.99 flat rate that is free for orders over $75. Obviously, this is over $75, so you still get that free shipping deal. But because the shipping needs to be more for something like this, you have $15.99 that needs to be charged on top of it. And then if you're premium, you don't have to pay that extra $15.99 because you're premium.
So the question I have is it like upfront? Like, when you back this payment, do you have to pay this $15, or is that just
it's added to your total? It's added to your total, like taxes added to your total.
So okay,
it showed up in the cart for me as $6.99 shipping, and then $6.99 shipping removed, and then $15.99 Haslab surcharge, and then because I re-upped premium, it said $15.99 Haslab surcharge removed.
So, but when you back this, like, if I back this currently right now,
you don't have to pay anything until the campaign ends.
Okay, because that's the problem. I wish they but I think that's the problem. I think how they worded it.
All this is for the last 2 Haslabs I backed, which is when Pulse switched over to the new website, the Rattler and the Ecto 1, the shipping charge was $27.99. That is more than any other normal Hasbro order because it's a Haslab. It's a huge box they're shipping, so $27.99. It was waived because it was premium. But if you weren't premium for the Rattler or the Ecto, you had to pay $27.99.
So this is so cheaper than those then.
This is cheaper than those because that's $22.99 total shipping fees. You get the $7 off. You're only paying $16 extra in shipping.
Okay.
So it's not that big of a deal.
I was confused because I thought this was a upfront thing. Like,
it's not like a deposit or anything. You still, if you go to the terms of service, it even still says you will not be charged unless the campaign is funded at the end of the campaign.
Yeah, I was confused because I was like, like how like say Big Bad would have, you pay for this item, you had to pay a certain amount right now scenario. I was confused. The way I was worded is a bit awkward. I think is the problem.
It is very. And if Hasbro's bad at one thing, it's communication.
Yep.
So the thing is that but so the shipping's not as expensive as it may seem, and so it's. But I think it's fairly priced. It is expensive because it is 6-part component combiner with 6-part component combiner with 6 buddy parts plus a 7th component and a 7th buddy and stands like it. I don't think it's like grossly overpriced the way that like some of the Star Wars Haslabs have been, right?
Hey, Soundout, I'm gonna say this right now. I think this one is, even though people are mad because it's not like say a Prime or a Victory Saber, I think this is the most reasonably priced Haslab.
You're getting a lot.
I think like Deathsaurus and Victory Saber were pretty decent in their price.
Yeah, because they were 180 each, right?
Yeah, they were about 180, which is
but then Victory Saber had stickers, which was so annoying.
I hate
that. And because they did that shitty ass chrome, everyone got scratched up chrome.
I know because the packaging. Because the packaging. Yeah.
Yeah, I still like Haslab Victory Saber, but I think he's the weakest. He is definitely the weakest Haslab I've gotten. There's only 2, but Deathsaurus is such a quality upgrade from Victory Saber.
Yeah, Psycho said it was stickers on unpaintable plastic. I would have paid $20 more for Victory Saber if it was paintable plastic, and they just put the paint on there. Yeah.
Deathsaurus just felt so more Victory Saber kind of felt like a retail toy, where Deathsaurus felt a bit more premium.
Yeah,
I think Fire Convoy / Omega Prime's biggest issue, and it's more of an opinion. I think the biggest issue is they charged us more because they drastically increased the size. I don't think it really needed to be.
Yeah, they did. They did jump the size up a whole lot on that.
I don't like how big it is. If that makes any sense.
I do say from what the videos we've seen, it definitely has the quality premium feel of Deathsaurus at the very least.
Yeah.
For that one at the very least.
I think if it was shorter, it would have been a little bit better.
But I do think that value-wise, I think Liokaiser and Deathsaurus are at the best value for the best bang for your buck. I think Omega Prime's just under it, and I think Victory Saber's a little under it, and Unicron's at the bottom tier because like
it's the worst one.
He's absolutely the worst one. Because the Unicron's too big, and that thing
barely made. I think some people keep forgetting that thing barely made it.
They had to extend it an extra 30 days for it to make it. And that's why we're never going to see Primus. Because like Unicron barely made it.
Also, like I think we're starting to notice a pattern because Unicron's don't have a legion. He's still a bad guy. Like got Decepticon with Unicron technically.
Autobot with Victory Saber. Decepticon with Deathsaurus. Autobot with Omega Prime. Decepticon.
Now back. So
they're doing it with G.I. Joe as well. We got a Cobra vehicle, a Joe vehicle, and a Cobra vehicle. The next one's going to be a Joe vehicle. Right.
So we're definitely getting some kind of Autobot thing, whether that be Atlas or someone else.
Oh god, guys! I just realized what they're probably gonna do next. Doing middle finger to Masterpiece, Raiden.
That would be good. I would be down for a Raiden that's not.
I want my Raiden.
I mean, isn't how bad? Wasn't the Masterpiece Raiden like bad? Like really
so
bad?
It's so bad, and I've never like handled it myself, but every video I've seen on that Masterpiece Raiden,
it looks like it's gonna explode.
Yeah.
Do you think if they make Raiden, right? Do you think if they make Raiden, one of the stretch goals is going to be his Headmaster's super exclusive lightsaber?
Might as well be, yeah. I mean, they threw in the damn Matrix blade with Omega Prime. Why not?
But that also means Raiden should also include Haslab, not just his lightsaber, but frickin' Bruticus's.
Yeah, that'd be good. Blade Raider did say I was worried this would be Gigatron, RID Megatron. That was a lot of concern, I think, a lot of people, but I think that
that was a big one.
I think that even Evan has said, officially or unofficially, Evan has said they would want to do him at retail so they could do Galvatron. Because if you do him as Haslab, you can't get Galvatron.
Because even though like RD Prime has Splendid's Prime, but let's be real, I think only hardcore fans really want Splendid's Prime and Splendid's Prime, where people. And also, that was not a show character. That was like a Skier repaint.
And Evan says in some of the Q&A stuff that if it's not a show character, it's a harder sell.
Yeah. So so that's definitely the case. So okay, we're never getting Rescue Force.
Yeah.
Then
Probably not. But I'm excited for I backed it, so like of course I'm on board with it, and I hope that other people can back it. I think if Hasbro offered payment plans, more people could back it though, and they should be doing that. No,
I
Yeah,
know.
no,
no other
I
company that does this model for pre-orders every other company that does this model for pre-orders offers payment plans. There's no reason Hasbro can't.
we really sound out should, if there isn't a petition, we really need to make a petition at Hasbro to get, because G.I. Joe fans would sign it.
You know what we should do
Star
is just
Wars
become
fans.
shareholders at Hasbro and then attend those like shareholder calls and they'd be like, why don't we do payment methods for Haslab so you could sell more of them?
Pretty
Now,
much.
now I'm just imagining that meme of the guy getting thrown out the window and just you two.
Yeah, no,
He's-
basically.
And-
We'll be like
and here's
those
the best
guys
part.
that like that there were those like group that were that like roasted Bandai at a shareholders meeting in Japan because they bought shares in the company enough to get into the meeting, and they're like, why
Yeah.
aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing this? Why'd you do this? Why'd you do that? Like, I want to be one of those guys. It's like, look, I'm a shareholder. You have to listen to me. Anyway,
Just imagine though, found out them throwing us out the window, but it's not high up, where I literally then shout, "I came in with a hat," and then they give us a free hat.
shout out to Falcons Tech because I know he's been
Understand
digging
that
through.
reference.
Yes.
Thanks
Shout
for
out,
that.
And then they'll call the cops on us after they throw us out. The cops will come, and then they'll try to put us in the car. And I was like, What's jumping out of a moving vehicle? Jaywalking?"
shout out to Falcons Tech for digging through the sludge of TFW to find answers to questions from Megacon. One of the ones he said, Evan has said he's aware that fans want monthly payment options. He's passed that info on to the powers that be. Once again,
Yeah,
Evan's doing his best.
Evan is the MVP
Yeah.
for us because he clearly, because it clearly tells you, so you're watching the videos, he's clearly a fan also, like us.
Major fan.
Dude, if you could take
He's
this
the
300.
I bought two RID Optimus cabs to have both forms of the original toy kind of fan.
Guys, I'll give you a good one.
Mm.
If they were just like, "Hey, yo, we'll let you use like shop pay," that's already better, because
Yeah.
paying,
Mhm.
four installments is better than paying one installment.
Yeah, because like what say? Like let's say it's like $330 with taxes and shipping, right? You divide that by 4. That's like $83. $83 a month.
Mhm.
It's not. I mean, it's not in everybody's budget, but it's better than 300 and something up front.
Yeah, no, like 83. Like, remember Soundout? How many things have I been able to get now since shop pay allows credit cards and not just you having to put in your debit card?
Yeah. Psycho has
stuff?
asked, can't you use PayPal credit card? And then Falcons Tech said Hasbro used to offer PayPal Pay in 4 for Pulse for general purchases, but that was taken away after the site redesign.
Yeah,
As
but
always, when they
apparently-
redesigned the
also-
site, everything got shittier.
Also, apparently, PayPal is exiting out. I heard some things that worry about PayPal. Also,
PayPal's
exiting
getting
a lot.
weird. They got into crypto, and it's
Yeah.
just ruined their business.
Yep.
Hellfire says apparently Powers of B were going to add it for this, but something didn't work right. I know there was the 3-hour window on Saturday where you couldn't back this because the site was broken. Anyway.
Yikes.
All right, let's look at a couple other pictures of this guy. First of all, here he is next to Devastator, which I know did not help to quell the flames of the "it could have been retail" crowd. These are much different toys.
Don't forget. Don't forget. I think the reason why they still are on that, it could have been retail, is unfortunately because of Mark and Evan's previous comments that they need to learn to stop making.
Mark and Evan, they may overspeak, I think, at times, right?
I mean,
You guys?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
it's also, also the thing.
I thought I was hearing Marcus Evans the entire time.
Oh, yeah, no, it's Mark and Evan.
All
Yeah.
right.
Well, I mean, I know some people knows, but also things change. That's always the case. How many times we have said we're not doing things X, and then we end up doing it?
What was the thing I said I wasn't gonna do? I
Get
said
into
I'd-
One Piece.
Yeah, get into One Piece was one of them. There was a video I said I'd never rank every Power Ranger, and then what did I do for 3.5 hours?
Yeah, things change.
Things
People
change.
change. Business. Business.
I
really
know.
change.
I know. Evan, during the Haslab Omega Prime reveal, Evan said, "I know I said that Optimus Primes would always be retail. I was wrong about that. That was an assumption I made."
Yeah,
Yeah.
things always change. Yeah,
Yep.
whether it's opinion or more importantly, business.
Anyways, on the
Like
point.
that's the thing. Like technically now, because it's happened with 2 Haslabs, technically Evan has lied twice in the most hilarious ways
It's
possible.
not
Oh, yeah, we're
lying
gonna-
so much as it's just he didn't understand. Like
but
he made
but you get my
assumptions on
joke.
things that
Yeah.
he thought the way the company worked, and you know what? I can't blame him for that because
We're all human. We're all human. At the very end
not
of the
only
day.
are we all
but no-
human, he's not on the totem pole at Hasbro.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what they want.
He tried his
I
best
get
for
that. I
us.
do get
Yeah.
that. But
No, no.
it's just funny that
It
like
is funny.
he's
It's just one of
said
those
these
things where it's like, oh, classic Hasbro. But I will say I really like the way these scale together. That was kind of the point of bringing this photo up. I like that this is the size for combiners. That we're not doing like wildly inconsistent things now. Like we're kind of
Also, the point that the two out, you can clearly tell like a lot of the bulk in Devastator is just the chest.
yeah.
Where Liokaiser is clearly everywhere. Like you could feel the more extra
Mhm.
budget premium stuff with Liokaiser because you look at
Also,
Devastator.
much more complicated paint schemes.
That too, because Devastator just needs to be green and purple.
Yes.
All that stuff.
So from this little presentation, we did get a shot. Like, okay, so this shot here is freaking hilarious to me.
Oh, I talk about the back.
It's Jaguar. It's Jaguar. What is this? I'm just gonna call him Jaguar. I don't care right now. It's late. I'm tired. Whatever. So the Jaguar car guy just is hanging out in the back, just going, and he does have the smirk. He does have the smirk. Okay, cool. Sorry, I didn't notice it this close.
Now I want him. Now I want him to have the middle finger hand. He turns around and Jaguar flipping you off, and he turns his back. The combiner turns his back at you.
He's mistransformed here. If you look at the video that revealed it, like they do a 3D turnaround, it's folded up nice and neat. He's just hanging out in the back here. And people were like, "Oh, how could there be a whole robot hanging on the back?" And then everyone's like, "Look at the animation model. Look at the original toy. That's what he does."
Yeah.
Well, no. Here's the thing. In the original animation model, this is the funny shit that people aren't noticing. In the original animation, he's standing out like he's trying to take a poop. This one at least folds up and becomes a backpack.
Yeah, here at least he's a backpack friend. Like he turns. It's like the horror movie monster. You sneak up behind him and he just like surprise.
No, it's Ratchet and Clank.
Yes.
He's Clank.
He's Clank. He's Clank.
Do you have the picture on the side how the connection work? Is there a photo of the connection?
I'm sure it's in one of these galleries.
Because I want to say, I saw people in our server talk about this. I know some people are like, "Oh, the engineering looks bad," or "This thing will look a step in half." And like I see, I had the similar opinion on this, like how people were talking about the Switch 2 Joy-Cons. I'm pretty sure Hasbro has a team of test dudes to make sure things doesn't fall apart on you.
Yeah.
Scenario like that. They probably they probably do everything to make sure to break the toy. And then the designers go like, all right, we need to improve that and stuff like that. They don't. I doubt. And also, this is just a great proto.
Yeah, this isn't even like a production piece. This is all great proto stuff. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah.
I thought I had it in one of these galleries, but I don't. The waist looks a little weird, but this thing's like not coming out till fall of next year. So
yeah, there's time to improve and fix it and such like that.
And we've
also,
already seen like Omega Prime has been improved since the first showing.
And also from what I hear, that's actually pretty accurate how he combines in both show and original toy.
Yep.
Also,
it is. It's basically there's one dude, half of him, it just becomes part of it. The thing is,
Falcon mentioned, there's 2 connection points, one in the front of the waist and one in the back. I highly doubt it's gonna wobble.
Yeah, it's not even like it's not like a Dyna Xenon connection where it's gonna wobble because the design's weird. It looks pretty sturdy to me.
And also again, people comparing it to third party.
Yeah.
There's also there's also a thing about third party is they don't have the same worry called budget and like bean counters they need to worry about.
And they can charge like $900 for a toy. This has to fit a budget.
And even in some of the photos I saw some third parties Liokaiser, it looks stupid how they combine.
So in another gallery, we did get a shot. This is what Death Cobra looks like as an arm. And then also Hellbat can become a shoulder cannon.
Which I like. I like that you. I don't think all of them will have a cannon mode. I think it was just specific to these two. Like I don't think even Eagle, Skyhawk will have a cannon. I think it's just these two specifically, so I can swap them. I like that.
I also like the confirmation that those the wings from Leozak fold forward so you can articulate them.
Mm-hmm. So you can get out of the way.
The other cool shot we have here is Liokaiser with Deathsaurus. So you can see the scale. I think the scale works for me. I think the scale's working for me here. The Liokaiser is bigger than Deathsaurus.
It makes it. I mean, yeah, always Combiner should always be a little bit more bigger than even the big dudes, like big leader dudes.
And also, hello, Evan. Evan's just in the background. It's like, look at these cool toys I get to work on. Falcon's Tech said, not gonna lie, definitely need a third-party upgrade kit for an actual cannon barrel for the shoulder bot. I agree. That's like the kind of third-party thing I can be kind of into. Is like
even then, since this was never in the show,
yeah,
like,
it's not like a huge deal. There's a thruster in there, and that's the
there's never been. It's one of these. It never been the show, so like, does it really matter if the camo doesn't look like a cannon scenario?
Yeah, but
Like,
I mean, it's like
looks like a disc shooter.
oh, it does
Yeah.
look like a disc. I kind of like it as a disc shooter too. It's really cool though. Like I think this is a really solid.
Actually, no, that's not a camo. That's an upside down submarine.
Yeah, I think it's a really solid Haslab. I really do think it.
Yeah, I think the value for this thing is good, and like and also like I think there's no way they can sell this thing in retail. Even like the Power of the Primes was I think wasn't like a Hasbro Toy Shop exclusive or something like that. I think.
That was like a fan channel.
Combiner Wars. It was fan channel because no. Oh shit! I think it was Entertainment Earth exclusive.
Oh, that's right. It was. It was Entertainment Earth. Oh my god!
It was the first order I ever made there.
And even in that case, that's all repaint land, so like they can sell that. Yeah, this is all 100% new molds and everything like that. I think what you're getting makes sense for the price of this item.
All right, I want to touch on a couple little things of.
Oh yeah, because we got some Q&A. There was a Q&A at the at the panel.
There's a ton of sources. I can't find some. There was a Cybertron article I had, or a Cybertron article I had that link's dead, so that's not helpful. So this is just stuff I found on Reddit, but it's from TFW posts mostly. Mark wanted to do the Arisen version as a Voyager separate from Optimus Prime. At least it was discussed. They're considering doing Zeta at some point in SS. I don't know what that means.
Zeta Prime?
I'm assuming Zeta Prime and maybe like.
Well, because I'm assuming that's either Zeta Prime from Transformers 1 or Zeta Prime from War for Cybertron. Probably that one because the Gamer Edition stuff.
All right, Psychos is our fact checker here. For I've seen the panel. This is all correct. Okay. All right. Amalgamus Prime is going to be cool and weird, working with Yuki-san on that one. Hearts of Steel figures are all deluxe class. The line is complete for now, but we're going to keep an eye on how they sell. All cassettes are coming.
Really?
Well, I mean, that's what they said. They're going to test it out, right?
Well, no, because I thought the Megatron and the Starscream were Voyagers and Optimus.
Oh yeah, no, they're all deluxes.
Explains the baby train. Explains the baby train mode.
It does explain the baby train mode, and also I think that'll help with price because then they won't be like a $75 pack.
True. Not true. Then they can get away with making Shockwave later as like a Voyager by himself.
Bingo. That's actually smart, honestly, because if they were Voyagers, you'd
Scourge as the Zeppelin.
Oh, Zeppelin Scourge. All right, so all cassettes are coming eventually, even the combining cassettes, and they're all going to be packed with larger figures because Core Class is dead. That's short answer. Hellbat is a copyright issue with DC. They were allowed to use the word Hellbat otherwise. It's been brought up before, but Core Class was canceled due to poor sales. Who knew that selling 1 or 2 Transformers away at $12 a piece when they're tiny and don't really go with anything would not be a sustainable business model? Right, Ryan? Price point killed Core Class?
Yeah, because I think the Core Class are good toys. It's just $8. They should have been like $8 at the very least.
Yep.
Hey guys, this is gonna sound weird.
Yeah.
I think one of the biggest issues with Core Class, and this is just an opinion, but I think one of the biggest issues with Core Class was that they were making all of the figures that are like mainline characters in Core Class, so they would go with Titans figures, rather than just making the Core Class figures that are used to being like the mini bots, mini cons.
I don't
would have
mind.
just made those characters that complement other existing characters.
Well, I don't mind. I think still having like Optimus and Megatrons, that's fine in Core Class because like. Back because that was the purpose of Legends. Like, if you can't afford a deluxe back in the day, you get the Legends, and that's still a good like toy for little kids. And I think the Core Class of the
the
main
problem with
characters.
Core Class when they started doing like
market shift.
There was a thing is like when Core Class was doing like Psychos mentioned the Dinobots. The Dinobots sucked up the entire year of Core Class.
Yeah, that's the problem with that was
a major mistake because like. it's nice to get Dinobots at a smaller size, but like we were getting the Dinobots at a larger size at the same time.
Yeah.
And then it's one of the weird things. I think core class could have been better too if there was like the problem I have with core class. I was looking at some of the listings of like what came in a core class wave. It's like 1 new figure, 2 new figure.
Mhm.
And I'm like, why is the core class
Because
not
they're
like 4 new figures a
repacking.
wave?
Because they keep repacking older figures, especially for the Dialbots. They keep repacking
Yeah,
older ones. Even then, I never found Snarl to complete my core class Volcanicus.
yeah. That's like
That's what I am.
that's another thing with Liokaiser. We don't have to worry about trying to find each individual component.
Yep.
But you know, the thing is, it's like with the core class stuff, it's like, why were we not getting like 4 new figures a wave of a mix of smaller versions of
Also,
characters and
one
then
thing I didn't
new
like-
characters that are supposed to be that size, right?
One thing I didn't like was that they made Bomb Burst a core, but we didn't have any other like pretender
Iguanus
cores
was a
except
core.
him and like Iguanus.
Go on,
Yeah,
Yeah, like him and Iguanus.
But then Skullgrim was a deluxe.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
Well,
thing
we
is,
should've
honestly,
had a
and honestly, I think I like the core class pretenders more than I did Skullgrin.
I did too.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where core class never felt like it had an identity, and
it
they
had,
cost too
like,
much. Why were they $12?
I think it had identity back in when it was introduced to Kingdom, but Legacy really screwed things up.
It really did. All right. Anyways, and then God, what even was core class in Studio Series?
It was some smaller guys and some like new characters. It was so weird.
So bizarre. All right, if Evan could make one character that's never been made before, it'd be the Catapult from the '86 movie, and his name would be Launcher. Spread the word. Evan was super cool, and we need to turn his dream into reality. That is how we pay back Evan.
Where is Signal Lancer? I'm so waiting for
Make
Signal
the
Lancer.
demand for Launcher as our gift to Evan for all the stuff he does for us. I like that. All right, here's some other stuff. Let's see. This is also from Reddit. From the Transformers bot posting Facebook. Let's just go with it. All right, more news from Evan and Metacon. Sideways will most likely be recolored into the white release. And Studio Series Astro Train is coming next year, confirmed. I mean, we did have a listing for that. So.
Wait, white release?
There was a white version of Sideways, yes.
For Cybertron Sideways,
Yep.
right? Oh, I'm gonna wait. What was
Go Google it.
I'll go Google. Yeah.
Sounds like a Monstructor is in the works. It will be a partial. And a partial from the existing core Dino King. Yep, in G1 colors, according to this person that talked to Evan. So apparently there might be a Monstructor in the works off of the core class Dino King, which makes sense because Monstructor was what we got in the U.S. when Japan got Dino King. Let's see. Apparently Big Convoy is probably coming, which is cool because next year is the anniversary. Next year is the anniversary of Beast Wars as a whole.
What number?
30.
Wow, no way.
Yeah, I know, right?
30.
I turned 30 this year, and
I was 6 when it came out.
I was 1.
Right now, okay, that's what they mean with the white Sideways. The Planet X, the Planet X.
The Troop Builder one.
People. Yeah, now I remember. Okay.
Yeah. Beast Wars is going to have an anniversary next year, and if we don't get Depth Charge,
you know what that means?
Quick Strike, I'm going to riot.
get out all of the transmetals and the guys we're missing.
And if we don't have listings for them, it's fine. They probably could do like a subline. Oh, what if that's what the whole point was? They're going to wait and do all the transmetals in 1 year.
Yeah, no, I think having Big Convoy, so we have someone for Magmatron.
Yep.
Maybe Galvatron, Galvatron for Beast Wars 2, and then the remaining 3 we're missing would be good for the main line.
And maybe
then you
even
have
Transmetal Cheetor and Transmetal Rat Trap, and
as maybe as subline or something like that. Yeah.
It could be what if that's what we do? It's like Studio Series next year is just Beast Wars and an '86 movie.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Because Mainframe Entertainment was a studio, so it counts.
Studio Series Beast Wars, where they're all just flat textures and everything like that.
Guys, you know what I really, really want though. If we do get Rampage, we better This is just the thing. We better get a fan channel like Generation Select version of Rampage as Shakarak.
Yes,
I want that figure so bad.
I don't understand why we have no Cryotech, no Razor Claw. Where are the cool Beast Wars repaints?
You know what I want? You know what I want for the Beast Wars anniversary stuff as an Easter egg for the mainframe? Throw in a Feathers McGraw as a secret accessory.
Secret Feathers McGraw, yeah. It's just randomly it comes with Bob from Reboot. All right. Oh, that's right. There was the Transmetals video game. We do video game in studio. Yeah.
And there was the Armada video game. They went through that anniversary.
Yeah.
Nice, they'll do that, and that's how we get our Voyager class Optimus Prime that I want, just so I can have on.
And
on
then
the
they can
side.
repaint to Nemesis Prime.
Yep.
And they could give us his other mini cons.
All right. In the world of Super Starscream, speaking of cool repaints, someone asked Evan if Powerlink Starscream could release outside of Japan, and Evan apparently said if they do it, they're going to wait a year or two, so it's not actively in the works, but it is on the table. So they know how much we want that.
I'm curious. I'm wondering that means like the car has some rights where Hasbro can't touch it. Then,
or they're just like we have too many Starscreams in the line and we want to space them out a little bit.
Starscream, also Starscream do shelf form.
Yeah, that Armada Starscream did shelf form, so maybe
not even just Armada, but Cybertron, series, like Starscream in general shelf forms.
We've gotten oh my god, I didn't realize how many Starscreams we've gotten lately. We had the
Armada
Cybertron one, the Armada one, the Cybertron one, is there a movie one in there somewhere?
Earthspark and all that stuff.
Yeah, we've had a lot of Starscreams lately.
Oh, and the Bumblebee Starscream. I remember that shelf forming for a bit also.
Yep. All right. And then someone asked, will we see the return of Armada minicons, considering Minimus Prime will be part of the next line? And the response was they are doing more, and they hope they do a pack for all the figures they already released, which I think makes sense to do like a pack that's just
like how they did that like Micromaster pack near the end of Siege.
Yeah, it's like a pack, and it's like here's like Leader 1, right? We need Leader 1. We need
Spark Plug.
Spark Plug. Leader 1, Spark Plug, Jolt,
Optimus,
like maybe really
Optimus'
Jolt.
bullshit safeguard gun that he had.
And I guess really? Windsweeper. I mean, Windshear wasn't in the show, so it's not as necessity, but we have
they have the mold. Yeah, so like, it also really Jolt for people who did not pick up the Power Links hotshot.
Yeah.
And Long Arm for the upcoming Red Alert.
In a weird twist, they could release Jolt and Yellow to go with the Power Links hotshot.
I'll kind of hate that then.
But most likely to be toy colors instead, because the one that came with Power Links is animation color.
Drill Bit.
Oh, Drill Bit, yeah.
Cybertron Metroflex.
Yeah, then again, Drill Bit's going to be a whole different size class.
Even they can just remove Leader 1. Because they're literally the same toy.
But they're different, because that's... Okay, so one of the third-party things I actually bought was the third-party Drill Bit for Metroplex. That dude is like the size of a small deluxe. He's the size of Cliff Jumper, and he fits perfectly in the end of the claw for Metroplex's like.
Because that's
the thing is they have the seat for him to sit there, and
I pointed that out in the Legacy rundown where there's obviously spots for a Drill Bit.
And he's huge, and so that's the thing that was why I bought the third-party set, because it came with Drill Bit, and it came with articulated fingers. Or articulated hands to swap in, and I was like, that's worth the upgrade, because you could already you didn't have to do anything to Drill Bit. He just goes and plugs right on. But he's big, like he's chunky because of how big they made Metroplex, which was great because he was actually finally scaled properly. So, I think that's it though. I don't have anything else. Let me see if I can load this Sabertron link one more time. Oh, it loaded this time. Okay, let's get some more. Let's get the last Q&A because I just want to cover everything. We've been doing so good. Hellfire says quick update. Liokaiser's at 4458 out of 10,000 backers. Yeah, I think he's gonna make it. I know he just opened in Australia today, which RIP Australian wallets because let's
hope we all get an Omega Prime disaster.
Oh god,
like for Leo's guys here in
or
Australia.
Victory Saber where that one store didn't fulfill them.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I don't like using Sabertron.com because they get a little clickbaity, but
and also there's some bigots in there, I know.
Yeah, I don't have this info anywhere else. So let's just roll with it. All right. Let's see. Stuff we don't know about. Okay. Space Bitch Treeses. Yeah, we talked about that. We talked about that. Okay. Liokaiser does have ankle hinges for enhanced posing. That's amazing. Win Polar Claw. Eventually, he comes up every once in a while. It's hard when they're not a mainstay character who showed up in a show, but Polar Claw is definitely a possibility.
I mean, they could do this Beast Wars 2 version.
They could. That's actually an option.
I mean, for history, for dumb people who don't know, when Kingdom first got revealed, there was this big artwork of all the characters they want to do for that line, and some got canceled, like Power Claw and Gears. Gears did eventually came out in Legacy, but Power Claw still lost forever.
Yep, I want my polar claw. I like polar bears. Did you guys know I like polar bears? I bought a giant plush of one from One Piece.
Wait,
Anyways,
that's a polar. Wait, that's a polar bear.
yeah, Beppo's
I
a
thought-
polar bear.
I thought it was just a creature.
He's a polar bear man, but don't call him a polar bear man. He's self-conscious about it.
Oh, is it like a rock? Is it a rock? He's like a rocket.
I'll give you
Yes.
guys a hot take though. Polar Claw was one of the biggest shell formers of all
He
time. I
was.
don't know why the fans are asking for him.
I think because his original toy could have been like it's getting a polar bear transformer is cool. The original toy yellows easily and has weird gimmicks put into him, so I think people want like a good one.
Also for at least he has a Beast Wars 2 as a show count. Like if they want to focus on characters that only appear in the show, they can just easily just call them this Beast Wars 2 maybe and all that stuff.
Yeah. And that's right, Blade Raider. Yeah, Polar Claw has been in a lot of comics. So, all right, Carnivac will not have his Pretender shell. He's a partial of Titan's Return Wolfwire, which is Weird Wolf. He will retain the Headmaster gimmick. He's also 100% confirmed to fix the major breakage issue the Weird Wolf mold had.
That's great to hear.
Let's see. Let's just not worry about that. Marauder Megatron is a possible. They did Wasp. They did look at Marauder Megatron for inspiration when designing the Studio Series concept Megatron. They're looking at stuff that's never made it to market, and it's definitely possible.
Which one's Marauder Megatron?
That's the one
again?
from Animated for season 4.
The season.
Yeah, that awesome toy.
Yeah.
I kind of also hope they do redo Super Megatron for Star Convoy. Also, I kind of want them to do that. Also,
I want to see
Marauder
Megatron now that we got
because
Marauder
Megatron was inspired by Super Megatron.
And Super
Because
Megatron looks enough like G1 Megatron, you can sell him at retail.
And because I know there was like
thing though, because of Star Convoy being a
tie-in.
Titan, would that mean he'd have to be a commander class?
You could cheat it with a leader. Just make him a tall leader. Because the thing is, going through all the Battlestars art, which is in the Transformers manga volume 3, if you ever want a physical, they don't really show how big Super Megatron is next to Star Convoy that up.
I mean, there also a lot. If I remember right, don't they squash and stretch all over?
They
that
do
art?
squash and stretch a lot because I think most of the times that you see Super Megatron fighting Star Convoy is in battle mode, in battle base mode. So
and they defeat him using the battle train, like this train mode.
All right, no Centurion head for Hearts of Steel Bumblebee, but folks on the internet will probably have you covered.
I like Evan knows it. I love
he's like, someone will 3D print you a head. Don't worry about it.
Like he can't legally say it, but he knows.
Yep. Steamboat Shockwave has a chance because of something Mark wants to make really badly. At one point, he was trying to get into mainline, but didn't make sense with everything we had going on. What Timelines is right now is almost like a test, and if these segments do well enough, you can see them dipping a toe back into these universes and timelines, and maybe start throwing up more in the main line. There was a Prowl, there was a Ratchet, and there's many great designs of Hearts of Steel that they could show up again.
I know this is May, but now I'm imagining Steamboat Willie but Shockwave.
Steamboat Shockwave. And just every 5 seconds, he just shoots a guy.
Yes.
Question about Gamer Edition pulling from other games like Devastation and War for Cybertron. Evan says it's possible and has been asked for about Titan-sized Thunderwing from Prime, to which he both laughs but thinks is a possibility. He also brings up the games based on live-action movies and the unique characters to them, like Shockwave and Warpath. He even jokes about the Commodore 64, the giant floating Decepticon shield from Mystery of Convoy.
I want that to become real.
I love that Evan knows this, and he's like, you know, it'd be funny if we made the giant Decepticon shield. Just imagine it's a roleplay toy.
All I know is if we really could get concept movie video game Shockwave, that'd be
great.
You can tell Evan's a true fan. The fact he mentions the giant flame Decepticons from Mission Convoy.
Question about having to cut anything out of lines when creating them. Evan says he can't think of any specific top of the head, but it does definitely happen. He does cite an instance where a character had to be cut once or twice because they couldn't get fit into the scale that they thought was appropriate. So something that was meant to be a deluxe couldn't fit as a deluxe, so it had to be a Voyager instead, but they had to wait until later because all the Voyager slots were filled up at the time. It happens pretty constantly, but there's usually a rough idea going into it. And it's when you think you can only fit, and later be proven wrong, that ends up not fitting at all. But most things usually do see the light of day a little bit later. So is that what happened to Sure Shot?
Probably.
Oh man, we can't get this guy to fit in a deluxe. We're gonna have to do him as a Voyager. Our Voyagers are filled up. Question about a rumor that Hasbro doing a leader scale version of IDW Fort Max, possibly from the Armada Megatron mold. Evan confirms that's just a rumor. He doesn't know where it came from, but he thinks the idea would be great. They'd also have to do a rung, though, since everybody needs their therapist. He'd like to dig into more of those IDW designs. Are definitely on the table.
And it was like, where'd that come from?
Yeah. Joked about the DJG, the Decepticons Justice Division. It's a little hard to sell into marketing about a character that turns into an electric chair.
Electric
Just
chair.
a little difficult.
Yep.
Nickel's probably as close as they can get to doing another DJD character besides Tarn.
Okay, because one's a sniper, one's a big like trash compactor eater man, and one's an electric chair. That's kind of hard to sell to. Imagine the retailers questioning excuse me, sir, why is one of our products we sell in our toys aisle where kids visit an electric chair?
Right. When asked about Studio Series Dispensor, the Mountain Dew robot, that's a licensing nightmare. Definitely on the table. I love how Evan's always like, no, but yes.
They can do what the car did. Just no
No Mountain
default.
Dew, yeah.
No, just a default brand. Like no main brand.
Yep.
Like Hill drink or something like that.
He says there's also some anniversaries coming up, and some other earlier Studio Series movie characters might get redo since they weren't done as well back then as they should have been.
Oh, thank God! That means we're getting a better Brawl.
I hope so.
Oh my! Because my God, guys, Brawl is bad, and Optimus and Iron. Okay, here's the thing.
Short list. I want to wrap up in 10 minutes.
Too big. It's too big. Ironhide's too big. Optimus is too small.
Yeah, I agree on that one.
Yep. They're gonna do they're thinking of doing a Timelines fan vote, for like the next other universe to do, and it said
Super chat from Mateki, $2. Pull off Shockwave's upside down chairs, a raft.
It's a raft. It's not an electric chair. It's a raft. I like it. If the fan vote would add one more Autobot and one more Decepticon lineup, Evan thinks at some point in the future it's definitely a plan. He stands Ironhide. I dig it. Jokes made by audience and Evan about a broadside that turns into a USS flag. Oh, sure, it'll fit in a garage. Totally not serious. Could you guys imagine broadside turning into the flag?
Guys, just do it and make it a Titan class.
Next Haslab.
Might as well. Question about making figures more customizable. Selects Antagony with the scavenger head mentioned as an example. But they asked if figures could have more large disassemble, like with pins and more screws to allow fans to colors. Oh my God, people are insane. Evan says they don't really think too much about customization market, but it takes into consideration something maybe we can think about going forward. But he's pretty sure they won't release something that's just matte gray primed, ready to go. But maybe that's something to look into. He's pretty intrigued by this question. Oh, the Todd McFarlane route. Here's your grayscale one.
I think legally, sadly, they can't because I think there's like a giant note from Hatch saying can't acknowledge toy customization. Because I know in the Nerf scene, they can't legally mention the mod, because I know for Nerf people like the mod their blasters that make them fire like harder, and they legally can't talk about that because that's totally a danger at that point.
Yeah.
Scenario like that.
More mini-cons, please. Yes, as we keep diving deeper into Armada, I think we all owe you more mini-cons. He thinks that it's something they'll definitely get out to us. Got to get the Combiner mini-cons out there at least. That's your Perceptor, your Skyboom Shield, your Star Saber, your Requiem Blaster. Those are your Combiner ones. I think those are the coolest mini-cons too, personally, so I kind of hope so.
You know what the second coolest mini-cons are? Were the ones that were just the toy line exclusive weapon cons. They weren't full-on the best way to explain it was they weren't full on weapons, and they weren't full on
the ones
target
with
masters.
The geared drill system or something.
No, it was there were a bunch of jets and a few rescue vehicles that turned into a missile launcher that becomes a forearm mounted missile launcher.
Minicons are cool.
Turned into
I love
those. Are
one
cool
turned into a shuriken shield.
I'll always prefer minicons over microbots because minicons are just cooler designs.
They got more variety to them. Hellfire says Haslab USS flag, and when people get it, they find out it can transform into broadside with no prior notice. Surprise! There's a robot.
That would be even funnier. G.I. Joe had also. It's wait, what are all those weird hinges and panels, dude?
All the G.I. Joe fans were like, "What do I do with this?" All the Transformers fans were like, "Sell it to me, sell it to me." Me in the middle. I'm good.
They don't advertise they can turn the broadside. It's just a normal USS flag, but when they get it in the mail, it's like, What's up with all the hinges?
And I'll just sit here, like, all the people who collect both are going to be, like, stoked, right? And then all the people who only collect one are going to be pissed. It'd be great. I love it.
But, yo, dude, speaking of G.I. Joe, I love how someone said, why is G.I. Joe so unappealing? I don't get why people don't get it. And I'm like, it's because you actually need the comics to really enjoy Joe.
Yep.
The original TV show is just military. Like it's literally the stereotype that they hate
It's
G.I.
like
Joe
a weird
involved.
superhero military mix, right? I get it, because the thing is, why am I a G.I. Joe fan? At the end of the day, Larry Hama in comic books, you know, and Energon
like
Universe
the G.I. Joe
books.
fandom.
It's
like
not
the
the
G.I. Joe
cartoons that have sold me so much. Yeah.
G.I. Joe fandom can't get by that. That to the base public, the toy line is just cool military dudes, and it's like comics are where a lot of like
it's where all the
real
character
shit
comes in and all the storyline,
Yeah.
and all the cool stuff. Yeah, exactly. All right. If there was to be a new release of Cybertron Optimus Prime, it would probably be a new one instead of a re-release of Siege Galaxy Upgrade Prime. That is something both Hasbro and Takara are pushing for, as they want to recreate the combining limb gimmick and Batcat gimmick. But it's not something to expect this year, but maybe some point in the future. That sounds to me like they want to make it retail as well. I don't think that's going to be Haslab.
I feel like that could easily be like a Titan class.
Yeah.
I think Leo Breaker and Wing Saber are a little more easy to sell in retail, because
They
like
have
Leo
enough
Breaker,
going on their own. I think they can sell, even if
Yeah,
Leo
'cause I know,
Breaker didn't
'cause-
sell that well back in the day.
and yet they make so many repaints of him.
He's got repay potential, so it sells itself, right?
And also like because the thing, like, where the problem with Magnus original toy sucks. He's not a good toy at all.
He's a parts former to get into a gappy, panely robot.
Well, Leo Breaker, Wing Saber is definitely his own toy. He's a great, but Leo Breaker
and everything.
Leo Breaker, well, he definitely has some sacrifices for his armor. He can still give you a good like lion transformer by himself.
And with current engineering, I think it could be even better.
Yeah, I mean, I just make a separate piece for the fist mode. Honestly,
Hey guys, you know the plot twist is that Shield Prime. It's really a Leo Breaker pre-tool.
Oh, that'd be crazy.
Which figure?
Lio Convoy.
Oh, Lio Convoy. Okay, I think
the Zoids one.
No, the Zoid one.
About.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. The Zoids one does have a Leo Breaker vibe to it. All right. Question about the 13 toys and designs and alt modes. Oh, sorry, Jerry. What'd you say?
Oh, so you see why Zoids needs to come back?
Yes, exactly. I agree. Evan says Mark's handling the 13 always starts with the Covenant of Primus book, as it's his favorite lore book, and he digs deeper into other versions of 13 out there. There's a cohesive vision behind them. We'll get some this year and the rest next year. There's a lot of deep cuts for them. Cool. 13 primes. Skybite's gun only stores inside his mouth in shark mode. When not in the mouth, there's nowhere else to store it. Here is some other things about Liokaiser. Liokaiser, each robot is roughly 5.5 inches tall. The terms they're using is chest animal and chest force for obvious reasons. That's how we got away with it.
Oh, call them boobies, damn it.
Boobies. The decos and the renders are not final. They want to be animation accurate, but there might be a deco update later. The original Liokaiser had very little combiner kibble, so they wanted to recreate that as close as possible. The only thing they had to add to make sure the combiner was the pelvis piece. Everything else is completely built in and integrated into the individual figures, including the head, which was a kibble piece in the original toy, but now is completely stored inside Leozak. The hands are stored inside Skyhawk, Hellbat, and Death Cobra. That's freaking great that they managed to make it. Like, they sacrificed the pelvis as a separate piece, but the head is integrated. That's freaking cool. They had to call him Hellbat. It's a canon now. He's British. Jaruga, this one was a bit contentious how to spell the name because of the translations of L to R in Japanese. They shifted things around here, but they settled on Jaruga because Evan is from the Creo team, and that's what they did back when he was on the Creo team.
Wait.
But then, no, the Creon's name was actually spelled Jarugar.
Well, I'm more surprised. Wait,
Evan started on Creo? No wonder they had so many obscure people in that line. Let's see. Evan snuck in the meme post for Kill Bison Render, and no one called him out on it.
Good.
Yep. He was the one. Evan was the one that put him in the middle finger pose and didn't. No one noticed.
He truly is a true fan.
Yep. One of the combiner feet is built into him. one of the things they learned from Combiner Wars Predaking was about how combiner thighs were built into them and made the bots really chunky, so that's the reason they made them separate pelvis piece.
But good, yeah, makes
Yeah.
sense.
They're insistent about doing Death Cobra. In addition to making him a spare arm for the combiner, they considered going the C-Con route by making him a blaster, but because he's so heavy, they decided to make him a shoulder cannon instead. Thank you. In ARM, I hope when they make a new Piranha-Con, we can get the shoulder cannon rig show up again. In ARM mode, the helicopter blades can act as a shield, taking inspiration from other...
shit.
Okay,
No,
yeah. This is great. I gotta read this whole thing. All right. In ARM mode, the helicopter blades can act as a shield, taking inspiration from other Japanese anime shows that Evan is a fan of. He doesn't specify which, but acts like if you know, you'll know. Big Full Fog. Big Full Fog from Gao
I just realized something.
Yes.
I just realized something when you said instead of shoulder cannon, no. Make them target masters that are mini guns. One hand holds, the other one supports. Make the limbs mini guns.
Yeah, so you could do like a little like the two-handed gun. That would be cool.
Exactly. So you could still keep them as target masters.
Yep. The electromagnetic nunchaku are very difficult to turn into a toy because they can take any shape they want in the animation. They're actually using the Masterpiece Megatron chain piece to make it a combining element so the pieces can come together to form the long version. 6 pieces included and can combine together so you can make it as long as you want. They all store underneath the vehicle modes. They all store too? Damn, this thing's cool. That's it, guys. That's all I got. That's all the Q&A. I don't want to read anymore. I'm tired. Let's wrap up.
And as I said, Evans really is the true MVP of the Hasbro team, designing team.
He is. Shout out to Evan. And also shout out to Mark for those great pictures of Skybite and Heatwave where we actually could see him. We actually see the toys like physical, not just the weird renders. So good stuff. That was a lot. Transformers had a San Diego Comic-Con level thing with Megacon. It was great. That was awesome. Blader is like, it's almost 9 p.m. here. It is almost 9 p.m. for me as well. It is 9 p.m. for my friends. We are wrapping up. It's time to wrap up because...
Since we're this late in the stream, what's going on with the channel this week?
So, on Wednesday, you guys are getting a Big Bad Toy Store unboxing. See you later, psychos. It's 2 a.m. in the UK. You're getting a Big Bad Toy Store unboxing on Wednesday, which is going to be fun because I filmed it over 2 days because it had to show up in multiple boxes. And it's funny because it showed up in multiple boxes, not because of the things I bought. This one was a big haul, and it's not my fault this time, which is refreshing. So,
God damn it, Soundout's dad.
It's not my dad either. My dad had one thing in this box. The reason it was in multiple boxes.
Oh God, it's your mom.
My mom. Yeah. You guys can see on Wednesday. It's great. I'm excited for you guys to see that.
How many Barbies did she make you buy?
Not any Barbie. Not any Barbie.
I didn't know your mom bought the Haslab barge.
It came in 3 boxes, and I was like, I know I have a bunch of stuff, but I didn't think I had this much, and then I realized how big the stuff was my mom ordered. You guys are going to see it in... I did just get a BBTS box in December 2nd, that's correct, but this one had already piled up so much, I was like, I need to ship it. Also, I wanted a figure in it called Morgan. Anyways, so you guys will see that Wednesday, and then Friday is going to be the biggest viewing guide I've ever done, which is surprising because I think it's the franchise that's been around the least amount of time. And that's the MCU. Somehow since 2008. Somehow since 2008 it's had more to talk about than Sentai.
It's 15 years and also comic books.
15 years of almost consistent non-stop output. And because of certain events that happen in story, it grabs in stuff dating back to 1989. So I have 16 pages of notes for Friday's video. It's going to be a long one, so hopefully people do like long videos still, and I hope you guys enjoy it, because I am going to...
Does make you dumb now that you're going mad with the cork board?
I think so, because I'm going to do it in 2 parts. It's going to be one video, but it's going to be in 2 sections. There's going to be the release order section, which will be non-spoilers, and there'll be the timeline order section that does have spoilers. And then the multiverse section that is all spoilers. There's actually 3 sections, actually. I'm probably going to go... It's going to go release order, multiverse, timeline. I'm gonna try to go through it. I may end up glossing over like what each thing is about. Like I wrote one sentence for each. Like
I
just
mean,
yeah.
it's not. These are not that complicated.
They're not that complicated, and these movies have all made like billions of dollars. Like if I'm like, oh, the first Thor movie, people are like, who's Thor? Like, I'm not gonna get that answer anymore. So,
Yeah.
anyways, that's this week. Kaus, are you streaming tomorrow?
Yes.
Cool. Where do you stream at? For the lovely people that are
Twitch
just listening.
Twitch.tv/FighterCows.
Yeah.
4 p.m. You'll be there.
I
Hopefully.
will be. Because I'm not gonna be working on the MC video till Wednesday. Maybe.
Oh, that's good then.
Yeah. I'm gonna get the unboxing done tomorrow, and then prep for the MCU video, then film it Wednesday, and then try to edit. I don't know how I'm gonna edit that whole thing. It's gonna be a monster. I'm so terrified. All right. Anyways, Wheels, what do you want to promote?
Check out our website, hero-club.com. Follow us across social media using Hero Club for Life. Check out our streams on twitch.tv. Wednesdays and Fridays at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Cool. Ryan, promote.
You can follow me, Darko643, on YouTube and Blue Sky. The Archimist on the one you see the very channel. You want any? Feel free to DM me on either Blue Sky or Sound Discord Protocol. Link in the description below.
All right, and we will see you guys next week for a stream that's not 4 hours because I'm not doing that again. I like talking about Transformers. We all do. We all love Transformers, right? All right, see you guys next week.